Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Well, welcome again to Guerrilla Cricket. We're back. Two different teams though. And I need to make sure I'm letting someone in if I can. Who is it? It's going to be Tawid. Well, we're in Dubai today. It's India against Pakistan. Dubai, their new home, or rather ironically, their new home being Pakistan's adopted home, if you recall, for quite a long time. All the form book, you would think, points in the direction of an India win. Maybe, though, Bangladesh can draw some hope from how close they came back in 2018 in the Asia Cup final. They did lose by 3 wickets on the very last ball. Litton Das that day made 121, and they came within a gnat's whisker of taking that Asia Cup from India. Toss news, I can tell you, Bangladesh have won it, and surprisingly, I think, have chosen to bat. Now, I'm joined, I hope, by a man who's still got his mute button on, so I'm just going to keep talking until he works out how to turn that off. He was in the bar of the Bishop and Bear just a couple of days ago, providing his wisdom on Bangladesh, and he started off on a fantastic speech about all the reasons to be cheerful and why Bangladesh were going to be right in this, and they're in with it. And then we said, well, so how do you really think they're going to do? And he said, they're fucked. So anyway, here he is. It's Tawid. Tawid, good morning.
Thanks. Good morning. Morning all. Yeah, I feel you're paraphrasing a little bit there, but ever the non-optimist in me, I suppose. But yeah, no, what a great occasion. I mean, I was saying it the other day, opening game against India, really nothing to lose whatsoever. So,
You said it. You did describe it as a free hit. Now, I'm definitely not paraphrasing that. Those were your exact words. I remember them. Because I always think that's a bit of a strange phrase, free hit. I mean, there should never be one. I don't think. Every game's important, or else why play it? I think, but that's just me.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess it's the fact that, India overwhelming favourites, not only to win this game, but to win the tournament. And let's face it, I think it will be a surprise if India don't win the tournament. Everything's just stacked in their favour, isn't it?
Well, I think we would all agree with you. Now, joining us, we hope, any second should be, we've heard from our Bangladesh attaché, and now we have representing the future winners of the tournament, India. It should be our old friend Anindo. Are you there, Anindo?
I am indeed. My apologies for being a bit late.
That's quite all right. You made it in time for the first ball, if not the chit-chat. Right, chaps, first question for both of you. Bangladesh have elected to bat. None of the stats in Dubai particularly suggest that's a great thing to do. What do you think's on their mind there, Tawid?
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of a surprise, I guess. I would have thought, win the toss, put the oppo in. I suppose, the other way of looking at it is it's a bold choice, isn't it? I mean, get out there, put some runs on the board, put the opposition under pressure. So, I don't know. I'm always in two minds about what does a due factor actually mean. Who does it favour later on in the game? Is it the bowlers? Is it the batters? I know traditionally bowling with a bit of a soggy ball isn't the easiest thing to do, but maybe there's something in the pitch later on that the bowlers.
Well, I can tell you overall in ODIs, I think there's been 58 here. 55% have been won by the team batting second, 41% by the team batting first, and there's a combination of ties and matches cancelled and the like. So quite heavily weighted towards team batting second. It's also quite low scoring, an Indo, just out of interest.
Yeah, it is low scoring, and I think the thinking these days is that first of all, there isn't that much due in Dubai. The ILT20 tournament has basically seen almost no due in any of the matches, and they were played in the evening. So the due factor may not really have been taken into consideration. So I think Bangladesh just decided that they're going to go in there and score as many as they can, especially because the Indian opening attack, as England showed, can be taken to the cleaners if in the first few overs. So they're probably thinking that they'll get a good start, unlike what Pakistan did yesterday.
Well, I'm going to give you the teams. You'll find, I think, by and large, Bangladesh have gone 3 seamers, 2 spinners. India have rather flipped that with three spinners and 2 seamers. So here they are. India, Rohit Sharma, captain, of course. Shubman Gill, Virat Kohli, Shreyas Iyer, KL Rahul behind the stumps. Hardik Pandya, Ravindra Jadeja, Akshar Patel, Kuldeep Yadav, Harshit Rana, and Mohammad Shami. And for Bangladesh, Tanzit Hassan, Soumya Sarkar, Najmul Hussain Shanto, the captain, Tawid Hudoy, Mushfiqur Rahim, Jakar Ali. The Jacker is in. That was an interesting one to me. I thought he was just a substitute wicketkeeper who'd been tagged along for the ride, and suddenly there he is.
It's a bold choice, dropping Mahmudullah for him.
Well, yes, Mahmudullah. That's a jingle we won't be able to play. Mahidi Hassan Miraz, Rishad Hussain, Taskin Ahmed, Tanzim Hassan, and as ever, the eternal Fizz Mushfiqur Rahman. So that is how Bangladesh will line up. The form book, dear oh dear, the form book doesn't look great. Bangladesh have only won 2 games in the Champions Trophy out of 12. India, of course, have won it, shared it once, won it outright once, shared it once, and I think semi-final or beaten finalists once or twice. I mean, they've always been there or thereabouts. And Indo, you must be feeling supremely confident.
As far as India is concerned, I'm never feeling supremely confident. You should know that by now, Hendo.
Well, Hendo,
I mean, I'm sorry.
I'm not sure I'm going to trust your judgment at all if you think I'm Hendo.
No, what I was going to say is...
Not that I've got anything against Hendo, he's lovely.
I'm going to be like Hendo.
Cool. The ultimate. Well, if you're going to be like Hendo, did you notice we've asked you to do social today, and are you up to it?
I did. So I'm
Will you
I'm
and can you?
making sure I have all the accounts open.
That will be fantastic. If you
I've
see
got
a super chat,
YouTube and Twitter, those are the only two I have.
don't worry. YouTube and Twitter, that's all right. I can keep an eye on Blue Sky every so often, so don't you worry about that. Twitter, very little happens these days. We tend to have marched away from it. Right, a couple of other housekeeping issues for you. The GPL is open until 10:15, so you've got an hour and 15 minutes to estimate how many runs will be scored in the day. GorillaCricket.com/competition. You simply register. You make your estimate. You can have as many as you like for an English pound a time, or whatever the currency is that is live for you. The pot last time we looked was hovering around about £60. I'm not sure exactly what it is. I'm sure Messrs will jump on and give me the precise answer. But it was 60 quid there or thereabouts, so it's worth the winning. If you get the score of the day on the nose, then you win the pot. If you share it, you share the pot. If nobody gets it, the pot just rolls over and gets bigger. So plenty of reasons to do that and have a bit of fun with us while you're doing it. We'll also tell you all about joining us as a Patreon as the day goes on, as the tournament goes on. But for now, remember, Bangladesh have elected to bat. They will be at the crease. And who have we got opening Tawid for Bangladesh?
So we got Shumal Shaka, who's there, and also Tanzid Hassan Shakir.
Do you say Shumal Shaka? Suma Shaka?
It's pronounced Shumal.
Got it.
It's Shomo Shaka.
And Tanzid.
It's
Well, here is Shumal Shaka. And facing will be this man.
He is candid and left-handed, but not standard. Countermanded, and was remanded, just reprimanded, was canceled.
Well, if that hasn't woken you up, nothing will. Both of those, very lively start. One, I think, Mog, one, Jeff. Don't worry, we don't credit all jingles, but if I think I know who they are, I always like to acknowledge them. And who is going to be bowling for India? It's surely going to be... Yes, it's going to be this fellow.
Muhammad Shaman, Muhammad Shaman.
2009, the first ODI in Dubai. It was Australia and Pakistan, I think. Yes, because it will have been during Pakistan's sort of exile period, won't it? Shami's adjusting his field. It doesn't, chaps, look, even for a game you'd have expected with for England and Bangladesh, you'd have hoped for a big crowd, wouldn't you? Looks anything but that, rather sadly.
Yeah.
But Mohammad Shami has a slip in place. He's around the wicket to the left-hander, who gets Bangladesh up and running immediately by guiding this to backward square. So Shaka Shuma. I probably said that wrong.
Shomo. Just call him Shomo.
Shumal Shaka.
Shomathaka, that's the fella.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
either way, he's off and running with a single.
Well, no, it's Tanzid actually. He's so yeah.
Oh, it was, yeah, and it'll bring our French Oscar back onto
Shaka's
strike.
on strike. He should be feeling fairly confident. He won the Super League that was taking place in Guyana with his team Rangpur Riders.
Well, the one thing I did notice when I was sort of jotting notes last night for this game is when you look at many teams in this tournament, players are playing all over the place. Tournaments just about everywhere. Literally, as we'll wait for Shami, in he comes. He beats the outside edge of a very indeterminate dabble by Shaka. Not his finest moment, and he's probably a tad lucky not to have got anything on that. Yeah, but Tawid, the one thing I noticed is consistently into a man, they've all been playing in the BPL.
Yeah, that's right. So the BPL tournament basically took place over the last couple of months. So yeah, that's kind of been the main prep for these players leading into this tournament. Questionable whether a T20 tournament is the best prep.
Again, past the outside edge. So we've got a single and two balls. He's 31. Is what am I calling him? Shaka.
Shaka. You call him called Shaka.
Shaka. Okay, he's from Satkira, and he's played as you said, Kuna Tigers, Rangpur Riders, Dhaka Gladiators, I think, on his CV. He's quite rare among Bangladesh all-rounders. He's a top order batter who also bowls pretty decent medium pace, doesn't he?
Well, I think calling it decent medium pace is probably being very kind to him.
Well, somebody who bowls better than that, and he's just bowled one there, which sort of angled back in to Shaka, who lifted his bat, let it through. But Mohammed Shami, the redoubtable and ever reliable. Oh, Kohli cam's operating. Fantastic. I thought they... when was the game the other day that we were watching? Maybe it was the last England game. It was interesting. We didn't really see much of his Viratness. But we're only 4 balls into the first over, and he wasn't doing anything except just wandering around, and immediately the camera was on him. Right. In comes Shami defended. In comes Shami defended by Shaka.
Yeah, he's had
another dot ball.
An interesting career, Shaka, because he kind of was out of favour. He's maddeningly inconsistent with his form. Kind of came back into the fold over the last probably 2 or 3 years with the last Bangladesh coach, Hatteras Singh, who really did.
Good Lord, the bear has actually walked in the building. He's quick earlier than I thought. As Shami, a swing and a miss from Shakar, and he's got his man. He got that looked just a tickle. And I was going to give you all sorts of interesting facts about our friend Shakar, but I won't bother. I thought it was an inside edge. But to be fair, that had been telegraphed really for the previous 4 balls, hadn't it? Because he'd swung and missed all of them, Tawid.
Yeah, that's right.
It's the faintest of tickles.
Bit of an inducker there from Shami, and KL does the rest behind the stumps.
Yeah, it's what David was talking about, right? When you have only T20 practice before you come into an ODI championship, you're going to play like you have been playing for the last few weeks.
I think we'll keep his farewell short and brief.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at?
Well, what he was playing at was a 5-ball duck, rather sadly.
I love that jingle.
It's Stephen Fry, I think, isn't it? When he was in Harry Potter. I always thought originally it was Jimmy Edwards, but everyone says that dates me so much, and no one can really remember Jimmy Edwards. But I think it was Stephen Fry kind of doing his own version of Jimmy Edwards. Right, anyway, it ain't looking good. It's 1 for 1 at the end of the first over, and we can go to messages from an Indo.
We actually have nothing at the moment.
We got loads on YouTube.
But you go for it then, because I can't clearly see.
All right, I will try and fit those in as we go. Right, I shall be in Swiss Army knife mode. Tech, commentary, social. Thank goodness we got Tawid here for
Indeed,
a bit of support. Right, Harshit Rana into the attack, and that's dabbed straight to point by Tanzid, and there is no run, so a dot ball for him to start off with. We need a weather update. We're not expecting anything, however, in the way of rain or anything in the like in the UAE. It was an inside edge. We're watching it again. It wasn't. It was a tickle rather than a big edge, wasn't it? But a tickle's enough.
Indeed, yeah. Which brings the captain to the crease, of course, Najmul Hussain Shantu.
And that one again is cut down towards third man. There is a third man there. So Tanzid is on 2, and it will bring Shanto onto strike.
Okay,
right,
I've got the chat now.
Oh, I was about to say, there's a few familiar names appearing already.
Yeah. Mayank says, good to see Shami's 2 hair transplants were successful. Yeah, I'm trying to find out where he got them. I need one.
Are you also hoping to get some of his bowling skills?
I think it's a bit too late now.
You can't transplant those.
Turkey,
No.
isn't it?
Well, Harshit Rana, he doesn't look like he needs any kind of hair transplant.
These
Is
are all
he?
usually Calcutta. Calcutta and Bombay are the two big centers for the cricketers and media guys.
Well, Harshit Rana has absolutely got a gorgeous coiffure, and thick and lustrous, and that ball is wide of the off stump and left. And again, there is no run. So 2 for 1, exactly the start Bangladesh would not have wanted, I'm afraid.
Indeed, yeah, and Shantu coming to the crease early as well. It's a huge test for him. Hasn't been in the best of form himself, so yeah.
In comes Harshit again, that's wide, and he's driven on the up, straight to cover, and Shanto, he's gone for a duck, so 2 ducks, back to back almost, one for the loss of Shimar, the next for Shanto, and I'm afraid it's 2 for 2 for Bangladesh. Tawid, what is going on?
What is going on? Yeah, the shot was probably on there, but playing a little bit on the up, and yeah, spoon to cover.
Yeah, he got it from the outside of his bat. The ball basically, I think, moved just as he played that shot.
Well, we've been waiting for Gardo. Here she is.
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
It was Harshit, wasn't it, who came on as the substitute concussion fielder in the T20 series against England.
He did indeed. That's
right.
where he made his debut. Yeah.
Now, I don't think even the most optimistic of England fans couldn't really use that as an excuse for why England lost all the. But it did strike me as strange. You brought on a specialist bowler for effectively a part timer, and he then went and took a few wickets. But there we go. Right, it's Mahedi Hassan Miraz, the 27-year-old right-hander, who is going to be at the crease and taking strike. He's got a job to do, Tawid, for sure, isn't he?
He has, yeah. He was. I think it's a good move that he's up the order. I think they need someone like him coming in at number 4. He's carded to come much lower down, but yeah, good man in a crisis, I feel.
As Harshit is in, and he defends a little bit awkwardly, but out towards short cover, and there's no run. That's jingle him up.
Oh, Mahedi Hassan Miraz, Mahedi Hassan Miraz. Oh, Mahedi Hassan Miraz, Mahedi Hassan Miraz.
One day I'm really going to do a study of Mog jingles and try and see if there's a correlation between mood and jingle. Why does one player get the most happy, bouncy, sing-along tune, and someone else gets sort of a death metal, grungy grind sound? And what's the reason behind it? I don't know. Oh, that's gone up in the air. He didn't get anything on that. It bounced from Harshit. It was a real fence by Mahedi. I think it was more upper thigh or body. Looped, in fact, to short fine leg. But there was no bat on it.
Scorecard.
Anyway, we do have a scorecard. 2 for 2.
After 2.
2 for 2, after 2, all the 2s. And who do we have message-wise? Oh, message master.
Well, we have Dan De Castro asking, is Bumrah injured or resting for stronger opponents?
He's injured and he's out the tournament.
Yes, Mrs. said he was not picked in the squad because he's injured. And Messi is being a bit cynical here, so though no doubt he'll be okay in time for the IPL.
Mohamed Shami with that slip. He's in to Tanzid, who works it away towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. Legacy Adbrian says, what a great start by Bangladesh. Hearty top of the mornings to all you cricket simians. Well, thank you very much for that. Delighted to have you with us, of course. We're watching the earlier dismissal, or dismissals, unfortunately, from a Bangladesh.
Yeah,
I mean,
looking at
they both look loose shots to me, though, Tawid.
I mean, that Shantu shot in particular is a shot from someone who's not.
Shamid and that wasn't at all unlike the second dismissal. It was slightly uppish from Tanzid. He was reaching for it. just
he was
about
lucky
kept
that
it down to back
fielder was a
point.
bit
No run.
further on.
Yeah, he played it more square. The wicket was very much straight to cover, and it had rather popped up on him. But that one he was reaching, I think, just trying to look to angle it between point and cover, and he never got over it. Right, Shami again turns at the top of his mark. Plenty of blue seats visible behind him. So it's a loose swing and a miss by Tanzid. Now, Tawid, I'm going to be kind to your boys here. I don't think the ball's really coming onto the bat as much as they want, because those all look like the shots of batsmen expecting the ball to be coming at them a tad quicker.
Yeah, there might be a bit of slowness there in the pitch, in the surface early on, for sure. I don't think it's renowned for being a particularly quick surface in Dubai, but yeah, I think it's a combination of, I mean, that shot that Shuntel played, yeah, definitely the shot of a man not in touch at all.
Yeah, and he's been there for the past 2.5 overs, right?
Shami around the wicket. That's smashed, though. That's smashed up and over extra cover. Tanzid opens his arms. He's got that all the way for the first boundary, and that will make, all of Bangladesh who might be watching this feel just a little bit better about themselves.
1, 2, 3, 4.
It's the shot they've been looking for all along in some ways, isn't it? Again, he was reaching a bit, but the field was in. He knew how to get it over the top, away it went.
I thought it was going to go for 6, but I think it bounced.
The interesting thing about Bangladesh, I mean, of course they can hit sixes very well, but their strike rate is very low generally compared to the other teams in the tournament. That's great footwork from Tanzid. Goodness me, that was gorgeous. 2 skips down the track, opened his arms, swung it away all the way along the ground through extra cover, and it's 4 more.
Yeah, that was a...
Sorry, Tony.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
That was
2
a better
2,
shot than the previous 4, I'd say. Got himself into a nice position there down the track, and finding the boundary. Two much needed 4s in a row.
8 off for Shami over. 10 for 2. It hardly looks great, but it looks a lot better than it did a couple of balls ago, as that one's nudged towards mid-on. They're going to have to hurry. They do. They get another single and they move on to 11. 3 overs completed. There was 9 off that over. It's 11 for 2, and I haven't yet got over saying, with your messages, is our chief social media operator and author, Anindo. Of the day. Du jour. Here he is.
Yeah. So Brian in Brisbane says, morning all, work is interfering with my attendance this morning. Too many people being born or wanting to marry or passing away. India should have a win here. Messi is replying to something before about the IPL and Bumrah, and says, seriously, I hope he's not out for too long.
Ooh. Super chat, I've just seen it arrive. Oh my word, Harshit, who's getting there more lift than Shami is. Goodness me, smashed that, and Tanzid was, I think, probably just drew his bat inside it. For some reason, Adrian Holdstock in Cape Town is stood doing a bit of a double teapot. He's actually yawning, I think, but he tilted his head down with his big hat, so you couldn't see the end of his yawn. Paul Rifle, the other umpire of the day. Pistol. He's a World Cup winner, of course, for Australia, 1990-99, I think.
Yeah.
He's finally beginning to look a bit older now, Paul Rifle. I mean, he looked too young to be an umpire until recently.
Indeed, he does. Oh my word! That was played down kindly onto his toes, but in actual fact, it was spun back and nearly rolled into the stumps. And Harshit is 1 for 1. He's going to be 3 balls into his second over, and he is It was an attempted heave to leg that could have been a very embarrassing played on.
So Harshit Rana just in this match for the first time since I've seen him play one day is actually pitching the ball up much further. Against England, he was virtually bowling mid-pitch.
Well, Tanzid is retaking his mark and scratching that where he looks like he's on. Does he look roughly
Yeah,
on
it
middle
was-
and off? If I've got
It was
that right.
clearly, the fact that he hadn't marked his guard properly that he'd missed
Well,
that
it's either
previous
that
ball.
or the bat. That one swings a little bit of movement in the air, just gentle into Tanzid. Right, here. Come on, Indo. You've got to be on top of these, Indo.
Super chat.
It just says, I love mutton biryani. Now spinners to come and finish Bangles. But
Bangladesh. Yeah.
if I'm reading that right, is that €40? That is
It's 40 rupees.
Well, whatever it is, it's fantastically,
about-
gratefully
yeah.
received. You don't need to do a conversion. All we need to know is someone's been generous and helped us.
Yeah.
And we are very grateful for it. Thank you so much. Right, Rana over the wicket, swings that in. Nicely played that one by Tanzid, but he's going to have to run in the end. It was Kuldeep who did a bit of a butterfingered fumble as he attempted to pick that up. I think he was looking to pick up throw all in one sweet movement, and it didn't really
shot.
work.
Good sharp single though from Miran.
Yeah, they're running well.
That's
They're
what they
running
need
well.
to do.
Yeah, Kuldeep. If he could have pictured the perfect bit of fielding in his mind and then done exactly the opposite, that's pretty much what happened. Poor old Kuldeep. He's not renowned though, is he, an Indo, Kuldeep, as the liveliest of fielders, I don't think.
But he's an Indian spinner of old.
He is. Also, if I think back, we'll just hold that thought for a moment as we'll wait for Harshit. Again, was taken a bit top edgy to backward square. The throw comes in. That might have troubled Tanzid if he hadn't got there, but he has. The score
missed the
will
stumps.
move on. Only just missed the stumps. Crikey, one ball left of the over. Kuldeep it was, I think, who took 3 wickets in that 2018 Asia Cup final.
Yeah,
So he'll have happy memories of here.
Bowling, I think. Yeah, he's had some very good matches here.
In fact, but Bangladesh, I think, have only played here 3 times, and that was in 2018. They played India twice, lost them both, and only in that 2018 Asia Cup tournament.
Well, it is a bit of a strange place to go and play, really, unless there's something.
Harshit Rana
happening there.
in, and Miraz looking to pull that away. Rather lost his balance, fell back, but it's been given as a wide. And Harshit underneath that. Well, he's got sort of quite a bouncy quiff, hasn't he? Underneath that bouncy quiff of his, he's got a wry smile because I think he might feel just a tad hard done by there.
But that was a beautiful looking full shot without ever having come within a foot of the ball.
Right, so we're going to have one more ball to this over. There's been 2 off it, 1 off the bat and 1 courtesy of that Harshit Rana wide. And there's been another.
You got a new super
yeah,
chat.
we'll do that at the end of the over. That's pushed towards point. There is no run. It's 13 for 2. And Indo, you can start with that one.
Super chat.
Over to you.
Well, Messi sent us 10 Aussie dollars to celebrate me losing my socials virginity. So the GPL is £56.
The GPL. Well, get on board. £56, well worth the winning. And if you don't win, you'll have more chances tomorrow. And if nobody wins, it will get bigger. It just keeps getting bigger through the tournament. The ideal situation, I think, was kind of somebody goes big and nobody wins it until the final, and then all of a sudden somebody wins about £500. That would be fantastic. Obviously not for everyone else, but who knows? That one's defended as Shami was in to Tanzid. I saw a few names I recognised popping up: Dander Castro, Kieran Roseblade, Mog. Who else did I see? I might have seen Pirate Badshaw up there earlier. I think I saw Mutters. A few names. If you scroll back to the top, if there's any hellos that we should have fired people's ways. 28 degrees it is, and with a bit of cloud in Dubai.
Yeah, lovely concrete landscape of Dubai.
Yeah, it's certainly grown in a
You're
hurry.
spoiled living in the UK.
That's launched. It's going to be 1 bounce. Just before long on, I wondered if A, there was a fielder down there, but that would have been unlikely. And 2, did it have the legs? It didn't, but it did just bounce once before going over the boundary rope for one of these. Good aggressive shot.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
Yeah, Tunzid the only batter really looking to take on the bowling, and he's doing well out there at the moment.
Shami in, pulled.
Ooh, that
Pulled to deep backward square though.
came to him much
And
faster
it will
than
just
he-
be a single.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right.
he's Shami getting a bit of extra bounce as well. What would you be accepting as a score, Tawid? Come the end of the innings,
390.
right? And realistically, Tawid, how many would you be hoping for? What would you accept as reasonable?
Well, it's not a high-scoring ground, is it? I think what was the stat? There's only been a handful of games.
Well, 58 ODIs in total.
The score's over 300, I think.
209. 209 is the average, which is shocking. Shockingly low.
So yeah, if they get to that average, I think they've done okay.
What, 209? That is supremely not optimistic. Right, that one kept a little bit low. Whereas prods down in it to short mid wicket, and there is no run. The last 5 games, but they were all, I think, the ICC second division sort of associate league. I can't remember the exact name of it. 4 out of 5 were won by the team batting second. The UAE, Scotland, and Canada, in various combinations, played all of those, and the average first inning score from that 5 was 195. Now I know that's hard to judge because
Yeah, I think
they
it
don't
is
quite
hard
have
to judge
perhaps the
because
hitting power.
It's a ground where the top 10 teams play so rarely.
2 slips now. And does Miraz care about that? Not a jot, because he has leathered that away through cover for 4 of the Queen's finest. It wouldn't be the Queen's finest for Bangladesh. Who would it be?
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
In fact, what
It'd
do
be-
It would be, but the Queen's run away from Bangladesh at the
It
moment.
would be the chief advisor to the interim government.
Well, that doesn't have quite the same ring to it, let's be honest. 4 of the chief
Oh, yeah.
advisors to the interim government's finest just doesn't
He-
quite sound the same.
He is a Nobel Peace Prize winner.
Oh, well, that's pretty impressive, unlike Donald Trump, as that one is defended away towards Backer Point.
Surely
There
he's
is
gonna
no
win.
run.
Donald
Still all your
Trump.
2s for you, 22 for 2. And we can go back to our
Yep.
new
So,
non-virgin
right at
message
the
master.
beginning, Farang had said Bangladesh elect to bat, bear blowout, will be bowled out inside 25 overs. Team Tata to chase down the runs in 12 overs. Okay, that's about as Hendoish as you can get. Farang also says, hope everyone is well this Thursday. Kiran Rosemed says, good morning all. I find myself firmly in Camp Bangladesh for this game. Leah says, morning all. Who'll turn up? The Bang Bros or the Bagged Bros?
Well, we shall see. Still going to be Harshit. So he's going to be bowling his 3rd over. We've had 5 overs so far. Run rate of under 4.5 and loss of 2
Good
wickets.
little mini fight back here.
There speaks the absolute optimist, as that one was just wide and left quite watchfully by Tanzid, who's a runnable 17. So he's been really leading whatever assault there has been. Hello to Milford Pie. I love that name. That's a great name. So a warm welcome to you. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, we're looking at the
Mayank
famous
says
sailboat.
250 is a solid score on this pitch. 250 is ambitious.
Yeah, I think 250 might be ambitious, but you must have a reason for batting first. I think it's the best time to bat. In your bucking trends, that one's defended into the offside by Tanzid, no run.
Eric says 46 would be a competitive total.
46.
Just 46. 46.
Well, my only vested interest is I have my gardener coming round this evening, and I arranged a time with him, and I'm slightly worried because I then realised after I'd done that how late yesterday's finished, and yesterday's didn't even go the distance. So I might have to make rearrange my evening.
He's coming to do your garden
No, he's
after
not.
dark.
No, he's not coming. He's coming to talk about some work we need doing, particularly as that one was worked away towards. Where is he? Mid-wicket is Kuldeep with his floppy hat on. Taker of
just,
3 Asia Cup wickets in 2018.
was just picturing you with sort of floodlights in your garden there, Tony.
No. He was coming around about 5ish, which at the time between 5 and 6, which is still enough daylight, particularly to look
True.
at where we need some slabs replacing on our drive.
Well, if he's interested in a job in South London, then let me know.
I'll let him know. I will let him know. Well, he's very good and very reasonable. Is Stefan?
I don't know why you're surprised with yesterday's match, though, Tony. I mean, you remember our discussion during the pod.
Yes.
This is always going to have to Pakistan.
I do. Right, over the wicket, Harshit. Sort of fenced, really, down to third man. Mohammed Shami is patrolling down there, and it will just be a single, I think. So 2 off this Harshit over with 2 balls left. 24 for 2. Tanzid definitely looking to be the more aggressive, that's for sure.
18 of 19. But just going back to yesterday's match for a moment, I mean, Babar Azam was shocking. I mean, that I have to say.
They just seemed to get so mired, didn't they? They just get completely in the doldrums for too long, and they left themselves way too much to do. And then, not surprisingly, wickets fall regularly when that happens.
It reminded me of KL Rahul in the previous T20 World Cup.
Defended again by Tanzit. That was right on the money by Harshit. Didn't leave him a lot of option to do too much there. Is he a good engineer of shots, Tanzid? I mean, some players you think that's there to be defended, and they somehow a combination of wrist and foot movement, and they do so. Can he do that?
He's definitely the one in the lineup. Certainly of the openers, who's given a bit of license. He's not someone you expect to bat out the even 30 or 40 overs there, So,
does mean a fair amount of responsibility on his shoulders, though, doesn't it?
He does now, but Miraz in with him. I think this is a good combination potentially.
He's from Bogra, is Tanzid Hassan in Bangladesh, which I think is right up in the northwest, isn't it? That's gone up in the air. It's high. Is it long enough? It is. Who's that? It was Kuldeep again, chugging after that, but not in the way that suggested he thought he was going to suddenly put in a giant Superman dive, catch it from over his shoulder. It'll be 2 to Tanzid, and we can go to more messages.
Yep, just coming up.
Making good use of the power play here as well, Tom.
Mike says on one of the betting apps here in the US, Bangladesh are currently 19 to 1 to win. Mike also says Bangladesh already twice as fast as Pakistan were yesterday. Rav Firidine says, Tony, please keep Trump out of your mouth. Let's stick to cricket, he old and wise one.
Well, I think you're probably right. I think you're definitely right. At least
This game
cricket can take our mind off other things, that's for sure. Right, they're continuing with these 2 because it's Shami in over the wicket to Mahdi Hassan Miraz, who defends into the onside, and there is no run. Yeah,
just the 1 ball less than 4 overs of the power play left, and these 2 have seen off the new ball to an extent, so they want to try and get a few in these last few overs of the power play.
Well,
there are 2 new balls, so it's a bit difficult to see the new ball off these days.
It is, it's easy to forget that sometimes in
it's a bowler's game, isn't it?
In comes Shami, edged, taken. There's a swing by Mahdi, taken at first slip, just enough movement. Shubman Gill, who of course is got that extra little bit of height that he has, gave him the reach to just take that over his right shoulder.
Not quite a Glenn Phillips catch, but
no, that was a real worldie, wasn't it? It means it's a 3rd down for Bangladesh. Mahdi'd moved across. In some ways, he rather banjaxed himself because he left himself not quite enough room to play the shot, Tawid.
He's generally he's generally strong on the cut, just behind point. But didn't quite get there, and I'd say of all the 3 wickets that have fallen so far, that's probably the most important one that's gone.
Well, he's gone for 5. He was caught, Shubman Gill, at slip off the bowling of Mohammed Shami. He has his 2nd wicket, and Bangladesh in something of a pickle at 26 for 3. And let's jingle up the new man.
Yep, go for it.
Going to be Tawid Khidoy, if I can find him. Here he is.
My namesake.
On the store. Tawid Ridoy on the store.
Well, let's hope he can open the door to a few runs, or doors to a few runs. We shall see.
I'll just get one in here. Brian
Please do.
Shazo says, "Good morning, Gorillas. Hoping for a Bangladesh win to enliven the group, but my head tells me otherwise."
Well, I think it's probably even with his most optimistic green-coloured Bangladesh-shaped glasses, I think Tawid would be struggling to find a case here for too much optimism.
Early doors.
Early
Barely
doors.
Disinterested handjob is being very, very unkind. It says, "How is sure the 8 best teams in the world have been invited to this tourney?"
Ooh, right, Shami over the wicket, and he rather hurries the new man, Tawid Hridoy. Yes, it is Tawid Hridoy. I thought I've got mixed up then. That'll really confuse me. Maybe a brace of Tawids to deal with.
It's the only time I've ever seen my name in lights, as it were. So you know.
Well, that's because you masquerade under your other personas. Is it sight screen? Looks like cricket.
Yeah, and I'm thinking maybe it's time for a bit of an overhaul. But
yeah. Well, hopefully we'll be
maybe
seeing you at Lords.
Time to unmask
yourself as a
unmask
right. Right, still the 2 slips. That's defended by Hridoy in front of his off stump. Very solid, very correct, very assured.
He's a real sort of stroke maker when he gets going, but again, probably hasn't been in the best of form.
That's a very good point. Let's have a look at what sort of form he has actually been in, to be honest. Okay, so it's Kohli cam time. All he did was bend down and pick a ball up and throw it, but somewhere there is the sound of millions of Indians screaming with delight. Over the wicket comes Shami. Cut on the bounce straight to point, and again there is no run.
Tony, do you know what Hridoy means? Hridoy means heart.
Heart or harsh?
Heart.
Heart, as in heart.
H-E-A-R-T, the one that keeps you.
Yes. Oh, right. Well, that's all right. That's good for him. Well, he was going to need plenty of heart for this innings, that's for sure, and plenty of skill, because he's come in with Bangladesh have dug themselves a bit of a hole. That was short and wide and cut. I'm not sure who that was. Backward point or gully. But they almost did a somersault as they dived. It was one for the cameras rather than one that was ever going to take effect. It ended up just being a single, though, because there was a man in the deep.
That somersault looked like Jadeja.
It was Jadeja. Well, you see, you get literally acrobatics from Jadeja. He practically does a cartwheel and a somersault. Camera doesn't bother. If that had been Virat Kohli, they'd have been replaying that like 50 times. It's 27 for 3, 7 overs complete, an Indo.
Yeah, so Beschutes Kurzes Pine, however you pronounce that.
That's Leah. Just say Leah.
Leah. Oh, that's Leah as well.
That's Leah as well.
Oh dear, Bangladesh. Can they make 20 more runs with 7 wickets in hand to stay in the match? We're all being very unkind today. Tawheed is not liking this. So Eric J says Bangladesh should take a leaf out of England's book and reverse their batting order.
Wow, 27 for 3. Hey, I'll tell you what, Tawid, it's a Bogra double team here. Both these lads are from Bogra, and that's a shout from Harsh. It was down leg. No interest whatsoever from KL behind the stumps. Virat seems to be leading the discussion, but of course he
Gale
does.
said it went off the pads, actually.
It's a wide, isn't it?
I think it went off the pads. Gale said it went off the pads.
Well, KL thought pads. Virat, who seems to be acting like he's forgotten that he's not captain anymore. And at the end of it all, it's a dot ball. You wonder a little bit, chaps, if all the excitement was simply to try and avoid conceding the wide.
That's exactly what I was about to say. Yeah, it's the old
It's the oldest trick in the book.
It hit his trousers.
It hit his trousers. Well, okay. But either way, it wouldn't have been a wide. So it's a dot ball, whatever. It certainly was nowhere near the bat, even if he had a 5 foot wide bat. One slip for Harshit, guided straight to point by Hridoy, no run. Yeah, is Bogra a bit of a hotbed for batting talent, Towid? Or is it just a coincidence both these chaps come from there?
Not necessarily. Yeah, I'd say it's changed over the last few years in terms of where the talent has been identified and kind of nurtured. Obviously, it used to be very sort of Dhaka centric and Chittagong centric, but it's definitely changed a fair bit over the last few years.
Well, I would take that possibly as a good thing if Bangladesh is able to find talent all around the country. That's full. It's a full toss, in fact, and Khidaway has worked that beautifully out through mid-wicket. Is it going to have enough? I don't think it is, No.
It's fairly slow outfield.
It's who was that went chasing after that, Endo?
Was it Rohit?
I think it was Rohit.
I mean, if Rohit's chasing one down,
I was literally about to say that's why I couldn't quite believe it.
It's got to be a slow outfield, hasn't it?
Yes, it did.
Without being too unkind.
Well, he's off and running. Look, he's actually. I wouldn't like him to see him have to run an extra 4 or 5 yards.
He is very, very agile for his size.
I think not the fastest is probably
he's a
being kind.
Yeah, that's damning
His
with
hands
fate
go
praise.
faster than feet, I think.
It was a net result was 3 runs though, and it moves Bangladesh on to 30. But crucially for them, for the loss of 3 wickets, and it'll bring Tanzid back on to strike. Now I think he had a fantastic BPL. I mean, that's down the track, 2-3 skips, lofted over long off, and the ball dies and just almost apologetically rolls against the sponge and does get him 4 runs. I thought for 1 minute it wasn't quite going to make it.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
Yeah, he's kind of making use of the power play, isn't it? Which is what he's supposed to do. Didn't hit that at all how he wanted to, but once you clear that infield in the power play, more often than not, you're gonna.
Well, it's 7 off 2. It's hard. Bangladesh seem to have had little spells where they've got a small clump of runs in a couple of balls, and then it's all gone quiet again. That's nicely flicked off his toes by Tanzid. There is a man though down at deep square, and I will think it's Axar Patel who's down there. They'll just come back for 1. I'm looking at Tanzid's scores in the BPL: 108, 90 not out, 58 and 54 in his last game, and they've all been sort of more, I think, the back end of the BPL. So he's been sort of climbing into form. Sorry, Nindo, you were saying.
No, I'm just saying that of all the batters today, I mean the scores reflect that, but of all the batters today, Tanzid has just looked so much more comfortable than anyone else on this pitch.
Indeed. So the slip goes down. Big high elbowed defence from Hridoy, and there is no run. It's 8 overs complete, 35 for 3. The rather sorry score. Anindo.
Not too many. Kiran Roseblade says, "What's the atmosphere like in the UAE? A bit flat." Yes, I think
there's a huge expat population though, then you'd therefore expect that it would be hugely well supported.
Yeah, you would.
Yeah, but they haven't had too much to cheer for other than Tanzid shots. So I think that's probably the reason.
But India is playing, and India, there is a big Indian diaspora there in Dubai.
I think they're waiting for more things to happen. They're going to have a lot of time to cheer. Disinterested handjob says, "I'm already sick of seeing Virat," as is Tony.
I didn't say that. I'm merely commenting on what I see, and I happen to observe that he really wasn't doing much and got a lot of camera time for doing nothing.
We should have a Jadeja cam.
Yeah, I mean, I think he probably did that on purpose, just to see if he could, just to test the director. Maybe he's going to do a sort of a triple axel double somersault with a pike finish, and they'll still ignore him and show Virat applauding it. 35 for 3. There is a change of bowling. It's Axar Patel who will spin into play for the first time, and it rather squares up Tanzid a little bit, and he prods out with a very sort of flat bat back towards the bowler, and there is no run. Let's jingle up the I'm a big Axar Patel fan, I have to say, the left armour. And I think he's got an edge. No, he hasn't. KL Rahul is convinced. Kale's going. Oh well, hello. Pistol's put his finger up.
He was waiting for somebody to appeal.
Well,
that was very odd, wasn't it?
Kale was convinced.
The DRS
Nobody
countdown
appealed.
started, and then we were down to 13 seconds.
Impressive stuff if you take a wicket before we've even managed to jingle you. So well done, Axel Patel. I might squeeze his jingle
law
in.
of umpiring, right? The basic law of umpiring. Nobody appealed.
Have they reviewed? I'm not
I think
sure
they.
what's going on. Is he walking off?
He's going, I think.
walking
No,
off.
he's gone. Let's have a look. No, it really just seems to go straight on with the arm. It was the faintest of edges. We've already had a very, very faint inside edge. We're seeing ultra edge. Yeah, it's near the bottom of the bat. Actually, it's a little less faint when you see it close up. It thumps into those white gloves of Kale Rahul.
That just went with the arm. That ball just went. It was a dart with the arm.
It was the strangest incident. It's like, surely the basic rule of any bowler, appeal, but Axar Patel
Actually
didn't bother.
And I think what happened was Paul Rifle didn't see KL appealing, so he basically thought nobody was appealing. The moment KL appealed again is when he put his finger up.
Was it? Sorry, I missed the snicko there. Was there a spike?
Yes, there was.
There was a big, though. There was a huge spike. It was a bigger spike than I think any of the three of us expected there to be. So well done, Kale Rahul. One for taking the catch up close, and two for having absolutely no doubt. It brings Mushfiqur.
Yes, well done for appealing, Rahul.
Number 6, yeah, just as well he did, because Axel wasn't sure. So he's got 1 wicket and no runs against his name. We'll jingle up the new man, Mushfiqur. Here he is.
Mushfiqur Rahim.
Ooh, that was short, sweet, and to the point, and rather jolly. He's prodding at his mark. So we've got 2 new batsmen, but with 35 for 4, it's no one's really got going. Possibly Tanzid more than most, and now they've lost him. It's going to be tough. We've got a slip. We've got a ring of 3 on the offside. There's also a fairly short fine leg there. I think he's got another one. He moved that away from Mushfiqur. Forward he prodded. That did take an edge. Taken by 2 and 2 for Kale Rahul. 2 and 2 for Axar Patel.
That is
5 down now for Bangladesh. And crikey. Well, the fat lady who decided to go out shopping in Dubai for a little while because she didn't think she'd be needed might, I think, be having to come back and start to gargle in time for her performance. Goodness me. Tawid.
Yeah,
what do you think?
Not the sort of ball you want to be facing first up when your team's in trouble. Lovely delivery by Axar there, and Mushy, the veteran, the old time.
Well, oh yes, let's do this one, I think.
All of the dreams that I dreamed
2 in 2
were mine are going, gone.
35 for 5. Goodness. Now, Tawid, as I was writing my notes last night, I went through most of the Bangladesh.
You write notes?
I do write notes, actually.
This is
and I
went
through most of the Bangladesh team. And I was thinking, it was getting late, and I was thinking, who's definitely not going to play? I probably don't need to bother. And Jacker Ali was on that list, so I ended up just writing like
hat-trick ball.
His birthday. It is the hat-trick ball. You're absolutely right.
Yeah,
so I was going to ask you about him, but let's see if he survives, and then you can tell us a little bit about Jacker Ali.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
But well, let's see, 2 slips and a leg slip. Edged! Oh, dropped! Oh, he's been dropped! Rohit has dropped.
How can you drop that?
Jacker Ali, his first ball. Axar Patel was on a hat-trick. It was the easiest of the chances. I mean, I know the other 2 went to Kale Rahul, but it didn't fly at him at speed. Crikey.
I feel Rohit's just dropped the Champions Trophy. That's it.
Well,
it's gone.
I don't know. It just seems so straightforward. Hands on heads all round. Rohit is thumping the ground in frustration and anger, and a hat-trick.
Shouting his apologies.
Well, as indeed he should. Aksar again, who drops it short.
That was
and
terrible.
Jekar Ali
I think
just went well. 100 incoming for Jekar Ali, Tawid.
absolutely. I think it must have been that chase in the deep that Rohit was still recovering from.
Well, it could have been. Oh, chase! I thought you said cake. Chase! Maybe that's what he was chasing. But perhaps did he think KL was going to go for that? It was a legitimate slip catch to me.
No, that was really bad.
Well, that is defended out into the offside by Khidoy. Jekar Ali is off the mark.
That's how not the way you want to miss your hat trick. Huh?
Well, no. Rohit just continues to hold his head back and look at the skies. Well, frustration for Indian fans, frustration aplenty for Aksar Patel and Rohit, and relief, I suppose, to a point for Bangladesh.
I
You got
suppose
plenty
so, yeah.
of messages.
Yes, please do. 35 for 5. 36 for 5.
Okay, so if Rohit and Virat don't score generously and voraciously in this tournament, can we expect them to end their cricketing careers? Says Rav Piradin. Messers is talking back to Kiran about the atmosphere, that there's a good chance that a big part of the expat Indian and Bangladeshi folk in Dubai are actually required to work on a Thursday afternoon.
Another change of bowling, some
Very
right
good,
arm
Tony.
seam. It's Hardik Pandya and Jekar Ali
Very, very good point, Matt.
defends into the onside, and there is no run. I missed the point because I was calling the ball.
Yeah, Messi was talking to you, telling you that Indian and Bangladeshi expat workers will be working today.
Well,
So-
that I suppose is true. Well, are we watching all three? There it
Most
goes
of them.
again. Oh,
Unfortunately, most of them working on construction sites in ridiculous conditions.
yeah, no, I agree. Had they moved Rohit just a little bit finer to accommodate the second slip? I think possibly that was the case. That's rather wafty outside of Jekar Ali's off stump, but he doesn't really get hold of it. Just bunts it towards cover. Or
So
extra
the
cover.
thing
There's no
about
run.
Jekar Ali to look out for, he's got a very, very unorthodox technique, particularly against quick bowling. He almost ends up batting outside his off stump. So
do we know where he's from?
You've basically got 3 stumps to aim at whenever he's batting, but he did it very effectively against the West Indies, particularly at Sabina Park, and kept clipping the bowlers through sort of square leg and backward square. So something to look out for if he gets going.
In comes Hardik. Khidoy it is this time. Jekar Ali's got 2. Khidoy 4. He'll stay on 4 because that was just away into the offside. No run.
Did you
Rohit's
ask?
still shaking his head.
We're
Were
doing
you
a
ask-
change at the end of this over. The bear.
Were you asking where he comes from?
Yes.
He's from Bangladesh.
No, well, okay, I know that. I also know he's 26, but none of the info I could find would give me a.
He's actually from Sylhet. He's from Sylhet.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Which, a place I know very well.
He did play in the World T20s,
Well,
but he didn't do much.
everybody
at all.
in London, Brick Lane, comes from Sylhet.
Not quite everybody, but
Well,
yeah, the
most of them.
majority for sure.
Is it the Sylhet Strikers? Is it the Strikers? In
Who
the
in the
BPL?
BPL?
Yeah. This one is wide, and sort of tennis ball bouncy, and given as a wide, is outside of the off stump. Hardik hasn't really got himself going in his start. How's Aksar Patel feeling? That's what I want to know. Not only have a hat trick dragged from underneath your feet, but it's your captain that does it. What do you say to your captain?
Not much.
I won't repeat what the bear suggested, but you may be able to imagine it. Okay, in comes Hardik. Again, it's short and wide, pace off. Adrian Holdstock says that's not hittable, that's a wide as well. So it's 2 wides.
Bowling completely.
It's pants for bowling, isn't it? It's rubbish.
Yeah, it's complete rubbish. I mean, what Hardik is bowling right now.
I'm looking at the BPL. Let's have a look. His highest score yes, it was a Sylhet Strikers. 47 not out. He got a few 20s and 30s, but not much in a big scoring league.
Generally comes down the order.
Hardik in, that's a slightly better ball. Khidoy quite wristily angles it, but straight to short third.
Mayank says Rohit should be dropped for doing that to Akshar. Could this be Bangladesh's turnaround? Maybe.
Well, you do wonder.
So
I have to say the bear is sporting a terrific haircut. Looks very sharp. Hardly recognised him when he came in.
A turnaround for the whole tournament, surely. I can't see India winning from here.
What, the drop? Yes, have they,
Absolutely.
as you rightly said, have they dropped? Well, let me see.
The Champions Trophy.
The ring of fielders in the offside is Aksar Rohit and I think Jadeja. That was defended. Back to the bowler though.
I mean, the
Legitimate
way
ball
that
this time.
Rohit was slapping the ground, you would feel that they had lost the final or something. It was
I think
quite
you would
dramatic.
do that for any teammate.
Oh, but
wouldn't
you feel really bad. I mean, you
yeah.
deprive someone of a hat trick with the ball coming straight into your hands. I mean, that's just ridiculous. What he dropped there.
I don't know whether they are
Anybody
both
would,
drink, but if that had been a club game, it would have been quite a lot of drinks. I think that Rohit would have to be buying at the bar. Oh, Ridoy, that was again. That's that short sort of tennis bally bounce, and Ridoy leapt up in the air and sort of
smashes I hit, which drop into my own court.
splatted it into the ground. It's 39 for 5 after 10. It's a shocking power play for Bangladesh. A great one for India. It could have been worse, but for Bumbly Rohit. And we're going to have a change. The newly shorn and injected bear is going to take over.
I think we have to give credit where it's due. And Indo has done an extraordinary job for India in his first half hour, and he's got another half hour on air. Don't think you'll need it all at this rate.
Well, it's time. It's enough time to get Bangladesh all out. You mean?
Yes. Oh dear! It's I've just put in some more GPL picks. I've got 10 picks, and the lowest one is 183, and that's probably too high. Anyhow,
Could be struggling. Aksar is going to continue around the wicket, and Jaka Ali just defends it back down the track. There's no one. Well, look, I was listening to you guys talk. I think we've all experienced enough of the UAE and Dubai and stuff. I think 240, 260 on these pitches will be a good score.
Oh,
I think if you can get 220, you might be in with a chance. And there's a lot of time left in this game, as that one's turned around the corner.
Well, there could be. I don't think there is actually.
Well, I mean, I say this all the time, but yesterday it was 2 innings basically got the score for New Zealand plus one other. Hidroy, these two are probably the last chance to get any serious runs. But if they can eke out 220 from here, which is a possibility, that defended into the offside and there's no run, I still think India will, they might well blat it off. But, I mean, these pitches are slow, they're low. I don't think they get any better. I think they get slower and lower as the game goes on.
I'd be very surprised if they get any more than 165 on this.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm trying to get some fucking optimism in India. That we get a game that's played out to deep cover. And we get a single. Plus, I put £2 on.
I'd be surprised if they get 3 figures.
I put £2 on Bangladesh at 14-1 early on because I thought, well, if they recover, the odds will go the other way, and I might be able to hedge. That's defended out into the offside, and there's no run. So I'm backing Bangladesh all the way currently. Yeah, I mean, it looks like that, but just defended into the offside, and there was no run. Aksar's just gone for 2 runs, last ball of his second over. He goes back and plays it into the offside. Past the backward point out to the man fielding on the boundary, and it'll be just the 1 run to end the over. 3 off of it. I think. Go on.
So Kieran Resblay says, to be fair to Rohit, the way Bangladesh are playing, he was probably very surprised the batsman actually hit it. Barong says, Jaka Ali came into the spotlight in 2021, played some international matches across all formats. He was known locally as the Basket Man.
He's a bucket case?
Man, sorry. He likes to eat buckets of KFC.
Oh, right, okay.
Doesn't look it.
He looks all right. Young, his body can metabolise it quick enough that he doesn't just balloon out like the rest of us would do.
Mike quotes Tony saying, had they moved Rohit finer, isn't he the captain, Tony? Seems that that's his job.
Yes, very much so. No, he seemed to be in the right place. He just fucking fluffed the lines, didn't he? That's just dropped into the leg side, and there will be a single.
Hardik's got
no
his
run,
line
sorry.
In the first innings, the first over, he was all over the place.
Yeah, Rohit. There's some poor shots.
So are we now confident that you're not going to get tetanus, Bear?
Yeah, well, apparently tetanus comes from the ground anyway, not from dog bites.
Oh.
That's something completely different. So they've given me fucking course of antibiotics and I had to get a tetanus. Which then it turns
What
out.
happened? It was a stray, or
No, it was a tenant's dog, but I didn't know he had a dog, and I opened the door, and obviously it was being protective, and it happened to be a bully as well, it wasn't a big bully. That one seemed to keep low, duck back into the pads. Jack managed to get an inside edge that's gone down towards fine leg. Are going to get back for 2? No, they take the safe option, just stick with a single. Yeah, and he just belted out the door and lunged at me.
The dangers of being a slum landlord, eh?
Well, he's supposed to, if he'd asked permission for a dog, I probably would have given to him. I mean, the woman downstairs has got 2 dogs, but I asked to meet the dogs before letting the flat, and they're very chilled. But this dog, I don't know what. The problem I have is I don't want to see a dog destroyed for no reason. No. And I kind of think that me opening the door, not knowing it's there, and it being a dog, it was being protective, and
protecting its stuff. Yeah.
Well, exactly, and it is the breed. That's behind point, and chased down by the fielder, but they get through for a single. So everyone keeps telling me I've got to phone the police. Even the doctor yesterday was like, you're supposed to report every time you get bitten by a dog, and I was like, I really don't want to. She was even offering to do it for me. I was like, no, I'll do it, and I'm not going to do it.
Good on you, Bear.
Well, some people say I'm stupid, but I just think, I don't like seeing animals destroyed for no reason whatsoever.
Yeah, and human beings make many, many more mistakes and get away with them.
Exactly.
if you put down every human who made a mistake,
well,
there are a few out there I'd name.
Well, there's
when you
there's one sitting in a very, very big house that's white that I would do, but hey, that one's pushed out to the boundary on the offside, and there is a single.
When you consider that 30,000 Americans a year are killed by guns, most of them are accidents.
It's incredible.
But you could also add to the list everyone who voted for Trump.
That's a big list.
We're going to get some abuse now on the old tube. Hardick is going to continue bowling to Hidroy. He just works it into the leg side to mid wicket, and he'll get no run. Yeah, I think this pitch is just really slow. I don't think it's going to be easy to score on. And I think once the ball gets even a little bit older than this and the spinners come into the attack, it'll just be a grind.
Well, you've got Kohli Cam active again.
Well, today Cam too.
Yep. Tony's got his wish fulfilled.
45 for 5 Bangladesh. I do in 11.5 overs.
Well, the GPL's open for another 13 minutes, so get in there.
Yes. Short, wide, cut well. Hidroy got on top of that one. A rare ball that has been given licence to hit, and he has. He's connected it, got it all the way. It's 4 runs.
4 on the floor, and one more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4's are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Good shot.
It was, yeah. Mog says, are we calling Bangladeshi expats over in the UAE workers and not indentured servants?
Ooh.
Yeah, well, it's pretty grim for most of them.
It is pretty grim for most of them.
Mike says, score predictor 129 for Bangladesh. I think they'd be happy to get that at the moment.
They got a
he
long
says
way to go.
Bangladesh is 38 to 1 right now, $5 to win 180. Very tempting.
Yeah, well, exactly. I did that at 14 to 1. I just thought, well, it's early in the game. If they recover, it'll go back the other way. But unfortunately, it's gone more the other way. That one on the back foot is pushed out into the deep by Hidroy. He'll get himself a single. They got time.
Well, they're currently 90 to 1 on Betfair.
Oh, wow.
90 to 1, 9-0.
Yep.
You could put some in there.
Well, I did reactivate my Betfair account because there's some odds that are much more competitive in some of these other apps. It's cut only as far as point, there is no run. But weirdly, the runs for the next wicket were better on Bet365 by 1 run, which is interesting. That's cut out behind point. And it goes to Shubman Gill. There will be no run. 49 dot balls already in this innings, out of what?
But the bowling's been pretty good, you have to say.
Yeah, it has been. That's going sliding down leg side. There's an appeal for LBW, but it's
it's a bit high, maybe.
It's a bit high. I don't think it's straightened enough, and the line was going down. At best,
Definitely going down. Yeah.
At best, it may have clipped leg stump, but I don't even think it was doing that really.
Oh, I think it's going to miss it by a wire.
It's hit him outside leg stump.
Yeah.
And it's just going on. So I floats that one up. Oh wow! There's an appeal. If he's appealing for LBW, no, because it's hit him outside the line. Could be an inside edge. Should have bowled him, but didn't. And in the end, they decide nothing. It wasn't caught if it was an inside edge anyway, because Rahul didn't take the ball cleanly. And the bails were knocked off by the ball.
To tell him there was nothing there.
Yeah. It was a good ball. He gave it a little bit of flight. It came off the pad, I think. But he was well outside the line of off stump.
Rahul dropped it anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Played back to the bowler. Last ball of the over. Was that a maiden? No, one off the first ball of the over.
Yeah.
We're gonna have a look here. No, he missed the bat. It was definitely pad, but he was outside, hit outside the line by quite a long way. Never going to be out. Anyway, Messi.
Farong says Jagger Ali is trimmed down. Is limited to 1 KFC bucket per week, not per day. Kieran says dogs hiding in behind doors in the tent sounds like a rough area there.
No, it's not.
Ranak says, oh man, I just opened the stream. Bangladesh is hammered already. Eric says, try slipping a note under the door next time, Bear.
Well, if I'd have known he had a dog, I'd have made sure that he came to the door. But he just wasn't coming to the door. He was playing music really loudly, and I banged on it really loud twice. And I wasn't going to go in. I just opened the door and shouted his name. Anyway, and the dog bolted at me. That's driven by Hidroy down towards long off. They'll get a single.
You got a jingle?
Oh, 4? Jadeja. Of course. Yeah, I do. And it will go. Here's the one I haven't actually got in here. I just need to go and find him. Hold on. I knew I was a man short. That one's into the pads. There's a half appeal, but it's no run. Right. Let's find him. Sorry, people. Give us a tube. Oh, well, I don't need to. Ooh, and driven at by Hidroy. Floated up wide by Jadeja, tempting him. Just missed his outside edge through to the keeper, and there's no run. That's a good delivery. Just throwing it a little bit wider, doing the old temptation. That one is clipped out to wide-ish mid-on. Cool deep fields, and I'll get a single. Right, let's see what we got. Let's try this one, because I don't even know what it is. No, can't have that. That'll fucking ding you. Let's try this one.
They need a more controlled Jadeja's on.
Well, that's going to ding YouTube as well.
Yeah, it might do. That's the problem with this. You never quite know. If it's under 10 seconds, and that one might be, sometimes you get away with it. It's a very odd thing, because yesterday that one is defended, just dropped out on the leg side by Jaka Ali, and there is no run to end the over. 14 off it. 14 gone.
Very weird way of defending the ball.
Yes.
Yes, he does.
His bat is a 45-degree angle.
Mr. Campbell on Blue Sky earlier. Legacy Brian says, hearty top of the morning to all you cricket simians. What a great start by Bangladesh here. And Farong says, Blue Sky, greetings to you all. My all-out in 25 overs is still on the cards. This enables the GPL to at least be open for this match.
Yeah, true. What it shuts in 7 minutes, actually, the GPL. Axar Patel is around the wicket. And Hidroy goes back, knocks it into the leg side. I think about 2 here. It's in the middle of nowhere, and no one's approaching it. And they get back for an easy 2 in the end. And it probably only went out as far as the square leg umpire. Interesting. And Jadeja had to come in all the way from the boundary. Apparently it's really long. It's 88 yards on one side. and really short on the other. They must have the wicket in the middle of a strange position. Oh, there we go. Oh, no, it's not 88.
74 and 62.
Okay. That's quite a big difference.
Yeah.
That's just knocked out into the legs, and he'll get himself a single.
But the thing with multiple parallel wickets is that, right, these days you're always going to have one side which is significantly shorter than the other.
Yeah, especially in not so important games. But that one slid on. That was a quicker delivery from Axar. And Jacko Ali was lucky to be able to get his bat down on that. He jammed it down. I thought it got his pad, but it hadn't. Well defended in the end. That was a good delivery. Axar's only gone for 8. He's in his 4th over. He's got 2 wickets. Should have had 3. Rohit dropped the bloody hat-trick catch. Idiot. Ooh, he stepped outside leg there, did Jacko Ali. But I think he went a bit too early, and it was signposted.
Axar delayed it a bit.
Yeah. Well, he went very early, did Jacko, and that allowed Axar to alter his line slightly. He's done it again. This time he has cut. He's got on top edge. He's racing away down towards the vacant third man. Kuldeep is chasing after it. He's not going to catch it. And they needed one of those. It's a 4th. He hopped on the back foot, realised it was a little bit short. If there'd been a gully, it'd have been caught, but of course it's one-day cricket and there's no one there. So he gets away with it. Axar, last ball of the over. Gets that one a little bit there. It's just driven up to long off, and it'll be the requisite single off the last ball of the over. And it'll be over the message.
Ray Peridine says, when a dog bites a bear, why should the dog be put down? The bear is the wild one. Kieran says, option for the bear, let the dog live, sue the tenant for breach of contract, donate the money to the beer pod in the new gorilla house. Farong says, Bangladesh 49 runs, Kohli Cam 36 showings. And Kieran, oh dear Kieran, if the dog bite wasn't in a rough area, where was it? Berkshire? Oh God,
dear.
That's a Tony level joke. I think we're on a drinks break at the moment, by the way. Banu Prakash says, can I know the song that played right now? What was the last one you did? I can't remember.
Jadeja. That was Ground Control to Major Tom, isn't it? Yeah. Ground Control, David Bowie.
Yeah. Eric J says, I think Rohit was distracted by our commentator looking like a dead gringer for Colonel Sanders. I take exception to that. I'm much more solid than Colonel Sanders.
Well, yeah, you know.
And I'm actually slightly more alive than him too.
Yes.
And you're much more distinguished anyway.
Thank you so much. Yes. And I don't have a fake rank.
Well, today's the day we're going to sign the lease agreement. We've got to take out a deposit. So, it's all becoming real.
And when does the actual tenancy begin then?
Well, we're planning on the 1st of May. That should give me enough time to get the sale completed here.
You're ready for the summer then?
Yeah, well, that's the idea. I mean, it's kind of perfect timing.
Yeah, well, the first match is the 22nd of May is the Zimbabwe test.
Exactly. So if we get in there, it gives me 20-odd days to prepare the place, which should only take... I mean, the biggest thing is I've got a scaffold pole that just goes wall to wall, which allows me to hang the lights from the ceiling so you don't have stands everywhere. Whereas there, because it's going to be in the middle of a room, I've got to hang some shit from the ceiling, and I've got to figure out how to do that. And I've also got to get a man with a sky dish installer to put a sky dish on the roof. But apparently there's access to the roof, so that should be easy enough. Those are the 2 most challenging things. Everything else is just organisation, sorting through stuff.
You can reach that on the train?
Yeah. Lewisham train station's a similar sort of walk to here. It's about a 15-minute walk. You've got to walk the whole length of basically Lewisham High Street, but around the side of it. There is a station that's about 5 minutes away called Ladywell, which is on the line down from London Bridge, I think, through to Sevenoaks.
No, it's not. I had a look yesterday. It's to Hayes.
To Hayes, yeah, but it goes on beyond that as well. Some of the trains go beyond that, further down to Sevenoaks.
No, but Sevenoaks is a different branch.
Oh, is it? That's interesting.
Yeah.
Anyway, trains that go through Catford go through Ladywell, basically. So it's got good transport links. There's plenty of buses because Lewisham's like a bus central anyway.
That's perfect. Yeah. Oh, well, Jason will be able to complain about even more buses not arriving.
Well, the thing is that Lewisham Station is actually a bus station as well. So if you get to Lewisham Station, there's definitely a bus that will be coming down past the. You know, you don't have to walk it if you don't want to.
Verong makes the point that May the 1st will be match 64 of the IPL.
Oh, fucking
no IPL live. We'll probably do a few IPLs.
Well, we will do, and we might have to stop because we're in the middle of a move. But that one's jabbed out into the offside, and there is no run. I mean, once this tournament's over, I'm going to start sorting out stuff in this flat, dumping all the crap that needs to get dumped.
It's amazing how it accumulates. Is your mother's booze still there?
Yes. A lot of it, anyway. All the stuff that no one really wants to drink. One is just defended by Hidroy. Dropped down in front of him, and there is no run. Yeah, there's lots of my mum's booze here. Yeah. There's lots of. I got loads of shit from when my mum died. Is in the loft. That one is clipped up to mid on, and it'll be the 1 run for Hidroy.
I suspect you're going to get Kuldeep in next over from the other side.
Well, they're going to bowl about 30 overs of spin on the trot here, aren't they? In some formation. And then the bowlers will come back and bowl cutters at the end. Oh, that one. Ooh, did he get bat on that? If he didn't get bat on that, then must have done. Otherwise, there'd have been a pig peel. That was fast and jammed into the pitch by Jadeja on about a line of leg stump. And it squared up Jacka very quickly. But he did manage to jab a bat on it before it hit his pad. Otherwise, it'd have been out LBW. That's just defended back to him, and there is no run. I'm whipping through the overs here. In the 16th, Jacka pulls away.
I'm in love with Jacka's defensive shot.
He's kind of a little bit unorthodox, as our man Jacka. He's given himself some room outside the leg stump. That's a great shot. He's pumped it out to deep cover. There is a man out there, and they will only end up getting one.
He's like Bangladesh's Steve Smith.
Yes, a little bit.
Not quite as successful.
No.
Not as quite as unorthodox either.
Yeah. Oh dear. Mayank makes a very rash promise. He says, "What booze is at the flat? I'll drink it next time I'm at the new studio if it's coming along." Well, I got to tell you, if every gorilla has been in the flat has declined the opportunity to drink that booze, then it's got to be pretty shit, because gorillas aren't all that choosy a lot of the time.
No, the one person who did go through quite a lot of it. Guess.
Grubby.
No. Well, Grubby had a go, but our Irish friend, that one is defended back up to the bowler, and there is no run.
Ajit.
What's his name? Jesus, I forgot. His name's just gone from my head now. From Belfast.
No.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, exactly.
I can see him.
Exactly. So can I. Roger.
I'm glad that happens. Yeah.
Rog was making cocktails out of some of the shit that was in there. There was a period when he was in. He was giving most things a go. Axar Patel around the wicket, gives that one a little bit of air. It's defended by Jacka out to the offside. There is no run.
What is this? It's whiskey or what?
No, God, if it was whiskey, it'd be drunk, mate. There's some liqueurs. There's some amaretto. That one slides on and it's cut by Jacka. Can't beat the man at point though. Although there's a bit of a misfield, they don't run on it, and there is no run. There's some little bottles of port, if you're into port. I guess some people are, but I don't really like port. There was some sherry, but I did actually take that to do cooking at home for Christmas. There was a bottle of Bacardi, that went. There's some weird cidery shit. Ginger something. That one is driven back to the bowler, and there's no run. Yeah, a lot of nasty stuff, basically.
Nothing wrong with a bit of ginger wine.
Yeah, there is some ginger wine. I think that's what Rog tucked into that a little bit, I think.
I've never had ginger
That's
wine.
Defended back to the bowler, and there is no run.
Do you have it warm, like mulled wine?
No. It's when I was... My first job was in a bar as a barman in 1968, and a very popular drink in those days was a whiskey mac, which was whiskey with Stone's green ginger wine.
Defended back to the bowler, and there is no run. Last ball of the over. Over to you, Messi.
Jay Grover just said Roger. Of course, he knows. You're very quiet today, Jay. Are you up late or up early?
Yeah.
Eric J says quite correctly, Jacka has a touch of the Derek Randalls at the crease. He does, doesn't he?
Yeah, a little bit.
Jay says, I'll give it a crack. I used to be on the Pulse cider in the dark days, and if you can drink that, you can drink anything.
We're
back already.
We are back already. Jadeja is in, and it's defended by Hidroy. Back to the bowler, and there is no run. 65 for 5, Bangladesh. Approaching 20 overs. That one is guided out into the offside, and they'll just get no run as it goes to point. 68 dot
next
balls.
Time you go on socials, there's a couple on Twitter, not many. No.
Twitter? Oh, goodness.
Just an
I
exchange.
barely go to Twitter these days. I hate it so much.
That's into the pads and clipped into the leg side by Hidroy. He'll get himself a single. And a little bit of a recovery here from these two. I mean, they pretty much got a bat till 45 overs, you'd have thought. If they manage that, and that's a big if, because that's another 28 overs. That's just defended, and there's no run. It'd be interesting to see where this goes. It's clearly not easy to score off the spinners, and Bangladesh will have got a few. Oh, there's an attempted scoop by Jacka, but he doesn't get on top of it and ends up almost hitting the Q end of his bat and going out past the slip.
Not even Steve Smith would have done that.
No, got down very early.
Bizarre shot.
Oh, maybe got a top edge actually into his glove. Drives that one out to cover, and there is no run.
Legacy Brian's got a suggestion. She says, Amaretto, get some scotch and make Godfathers. I've never heard of that before. But
yeah, I like my scotch on the rocks or with just a little tap of water. I don't need weird sweet shit in it.
Mog says, I've never going to be there to drink it, but port is excellent stuff.
I don't like port.
Yeah. I like good port is very nice.
Yeah, it's too sweet.
With cheese.
With what? Gin?
Cheese.
Cheese. Port
cheese. Yeah. I like port. Well, I mean, there are ports and ports, but I do like it. Of a winter night, it's a very warming drink.
That one is clipped into the leg side. Out to a vacant mid-wicket, and they'll get themselves a single. As we watch the wickets go down. And there've been 5 of them so far. Oh, some terrible shots and some good bowling. That one is driven up to long off by Hidroy. Get himself a single. Or was it Jacka? It was Jacka. Sorry. All seems to have quietened down now, doesn't it? I mean, they're not getting a lot of runs, but not giving any chances particularly either.
Well, they've nearly doubled the score for this wicket.
Yeah, and that one's really just floated up and driven out into the deep by Jacka. And is just a single. This is it. There's a long way to go. Someone gets a big score. It's a big if someone gets a big score, but you know, if you just play out the singles and there's an appeal there that's going down leg
down the leg.
Yeah, it's drifting down legs. Probably might have hit him in line with leg, but it certainly didn't seem to be straightening enough. Let's have a look. It's not even straightened a little bit. And, that's defended by Jacka. No run. 1 ball to come on the over. I mean, the current run rate's 3.66. If they can get that up to 4.5, approaching 5 by the end of the innings, they'll be on somewhere between 230 and 250. And then
I think they want to just make sure they're playing 50 overs, which is sensible, because then.
Well, I do think that is sensible. That's just worked around the corner. There's no one. Look, as I said earlier, I would expect
India, get up to 200 plus.
Yeah, exactly. I would expect India to win, but you know, any team's vulnerable, and this is a pitch that may well suit Sri Lanka's bowlers in the same way that it suits Indians' bowler. And if they can create a bit of pressure, do the similar sort of thing. I mean, you don't see that happening, but I don't think it's an easy pitch to bat on.
No.
Mayank says, maybe I'm ruined by T20, but I find 50 over cricket so archaic. Should be just tests and T20s, if you ask me. No, just tests and 50 overs. I could do quite
I don't
well
mind 50 overs. The problem is that this point in the game is really dull. That's the point.
It
the
can
first
be, yeah.
20 overs are okay, and then you just want to get to the last 10, so you want to miss out those 20 overs in between.
But it's still a strategic game, whereas T20 just isn't.
I mean, it does play out in that way in the end. But I mean, like yesterday's game ended up being really dull because Pakistan were shit. Kuldeep is into the attack. We'll give him a jingle in a second. His first ball is driven back past him. He doesn't field off his own bowling. It'll only be a single. And that is it. Kuldeep sounds like this.
I thought that Kuldeep was science fiction until I saw him today. Now that Yadav is my addiction, I've thrown all that Virat junk away.
Kuldeep managed to twist his ankle after his first ball.
Who did? Kuldeep. That's defended back to the bowler, and there is no run. He looks all right. I mean, yesterday you had to feel a bit for Farhad. Yes, third ball of the day. I mean, that must have thrown him a bit. Oh yeah, he did, didn't he? Turned on his ankle a little bit there.
Eric J's got a couple of suggestions: Snowball, Advocate and Lemonade, or Baby Sham for the Bohemians. Very, very 1970s sorts of drinks, those.
We have a no-ball. We have a no-ball.
Free hit.
From a spinner.
Yeah.
Appalling.
It is appalling. But it is what it is. Kuldeep will come in to bowl that no ball. It's a free hit, and it's gone all the way, I feel.
Whoa.
No, it hasn't. But it has gone for 4. It's a long boundary out there. It was hoiked out towards deep cow. And Hidroy nearly got it all the way, but it did bounce just inside the boundary in his 4 runs.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
That'll make him feel good.
Do you want to let Forthy in, Bear, if he's there?
Ah, yes. Other things that Tone didn't do.
And Will.
Will do. That one is cut out towards deep point. And there is, well, see, deep cover. And there is just a single.
Kuldeep, in the last couple of games that he's bowled since he came back from injury, has really not been getting his line and length right. He's been a bit all over the place.
Yeah, he was all right against England. That one is played up towards cover. Mid-off. They scoot through for a quick single and they get it.
I think Varun Chakravarti bowled much better than him against England. He's really not had time to settle down in. He came in for one match, was dropped. It takes time, I guess, when you're out for injury for a while.
It's interesting, isn't it? Varun Chakravarti did very well against England, but now he is not in the side.
No, he is in the side.
Oh, what? Not for this game. That's dropped. Oh, that's appalling drop at mid-off. Straight to him. It's the second one. Who is it? It's Hardik Pandya. Just driven by Jacka Ali straight at Hardik Pandya. It was a very simple catch at this level. Shoulder high, and he's just shelled it. And it was going quite quickly. Should have caught that. It's terrible. He's got on the end of his fingers. That'll hurt.
Terrible catching today.
It's been really poor catching.
Well, apart from their first one.
Good catching by the keeper. That's the defender in the offside and there's no run. There's another drop. Jesus Christ. Jack has had 2 lives. He's bound to get 150 now. And Bangladesh will win. Anyway.
We're due a change.
We are due a change. Tony, Forty and Will.
Okay, just one last thing. Mad Old Batty says, new competition, win the contents of the Gorilla Cricket Drinks Cabinet, terms and conditions, death by poisoning not covered by company. Thanks all, I'll be back. Leah is the next message, Forthy.
Thank you very much, Messi, much appreciated. I'll just welcome Will. Hello, Will, how you going?
How's things, Forthy? I'm good.
Very good, thank you. Splendid in Melbourne. I was brought forward 10 overs, so I've left my wife halfway through a Netflix series. I will
what
catch
are you
up.
watching?
Honestly, I'm slightly embarrassed, and it's really quite poor. It's called the Night Agent. Anyway, over to Stoney.
Yes, Jadeja. Well, over to Jadeja, who's bowling to Hidoi. These two are still here. When I finished after my 10 over stint, I wasn't expecting these two to get through the entire next 10 overs, courtesy of a couple of pretty shocking drops, to be honest. No, not you two. No, I was thinking more. I was thinking more about Jacarali and Hidoi. Tariq Hidoi, indeed.
Jacaranda, isn't it?
Not Jacaranda. Jack of all trades, and that is pushed down towards longish off. Guess who's there? Is that Virat Kohli? He hasn't been banished out there. Surely they have to put him wherever the ball's going to go most, so he gets loads of camera time. Was a single though, so 2 runs off the first 2 balls of Jadeja's over. Rohit is still there at slip, possibly still mulling over what might have been. Could have been. I genuinely think the innings could be done by now if that catch had been taken and it was pushed away into the onside. How are you, Will? First, are you in good order?
Oh yeah, everything's all right. Yep, going along all right. Yeah.
Delighted to hear that. And I noticed fourthly. Well, we'll just hold as Jadeja throws this up, defended into the onside. Jadeja has to run across, and he's slapping the turf in frustration now. He sensed India getting just a tad sloppy here. Fourthly, you were on the naughty step. What had you been up to? I noticed you were getting some being told off earlier.
Yeah, I didn't turn my audio and video off when I was off air, and I was coming back later. And the world was treated to me eating some avocado on rice cakes.
Oh, delightful.
Unbeknownst to me.
Well, that was dragged down outside of the off stump. Hidoi slaps it, but straight to backward point. Avocado and rice cakes. Rice cakes would be quite sort of crunchy and chewy, I would imagine. You could hear a fair bit of mastication.
I think real treat for the world to hear all that.
That's what they'd want to hear. Well, they've heard the bear shouting about 4-inch fucking screens as Hendo and I helplessly tried to figure out whether we were on air or not. That was out to Kohli. The camera lovingly lingers upon his Kohliness. To be fair, well, he actually dived over the top of it. He did put in the dive. He got one good hand on it, and then his momentum really rather carried him over.
Yeah.
But all of that is fabulous telly that will put on the audience numbers without a doubt. A tumbling Virat. Kuldeep's going to continue. All spin. Taker, of course, of 3 wickets in that Asia Cup final in 2018. Last time these two met here. And squirted off the outside edge.
God, they rattle through them, these spinners.
They do, don't they? They do, hopefully. Yesterday's game seemed to go on forever. That one nips back. Oh my word, what a delivery that was from Kuldeep. It was classic left arm delivery, and it really jagged back.
Well, they were about 20 minutes.
Yeah, sorry, just got the bat down in time. Did Jacarelli attempted sweep, miss. It bounced. KL threatened to take the bails off. Didn't. Will, sorry.
I was just going to say they were about 20 minutes behind the sort of time yesterday, weren't they? In the first innings.
They were, and you can't blame that just on the injury to, who was it who went down quite early on? Fakhar Zaman, wasn't it?
Yeah,
that's a rinse and repeat. Another attempted sweep from Jacarelli, who's got a dose of the ducats. He'll connect with one would hope, in a minute. Big front foot forward, too much bounce from Kuldeep, who's smiling because I think he's enjoying it. He's probably got his man on the run a little bit here. He throws that one up a bit fuller though. Jacarelli pushes forward and they will get a single. And the score will move on to 84. 84 for 5, considering they were 30 odd for 5, is a pretty good effort. What's this partnership got itself to?
Must be about 40 or 50, yeah.
Is that the end of the over?
No, I think there's one more ball, if I'm right. The partnership is 48. And it's been a terrific. It was the end of the over. I do beg your pardon. It is the end of the over at 84 for 5.
I just got a few messages. Leah Straight in with a classic Leah. I recently learnt that the capital of Hyogo Prefecture is the centre of Japanese cricket. Hopefully they have a store around it. They could call him the Kobe Beefy. I see. Classic Leah. Mayank, they're struggling with the spin on this wicket. If they can just score singles and play out Achar and Jadeja, they can then try to hit the fast bowlers. Yes, they could. Messi, talking about the Nige agent, says the first series is okay, the second one's rubbish.
Jadeja continues. And again, he foxes Jakar Ali. He's a bit do or die, isn't he? He's all or nothing for his Jakar Ali, Will. He doesn't let much go past him without attempting to do something, does he?
He really, really doesn't.
He just strokes that quite pleasingly after that, though. Down towards long off and takes a single. And that is indeed the 50 partnership. So very, very well done to these two. It was a missed-stumping chance as well.
Yeah.
From KL Rahul. So where does the camera go? It goes to Virat Kohli, swearing or cursing. Another lost opportunity for India, who have got sloppy. That's a good ball. Hurries Sridoy, just about fences it out, and there's a dot ball.
The keeper had a chance to drop that, pick it up, drop it, pick it up, and stump the guy.
Well, he did. He'd come a long way down at Jakar Ali. That's defended again, very slowly and easily. Back to the headbanded Jadeja. If he wasn't bowling for India here, he'd be the DJ in a club somewhere, I reckon. He's just got such a cool look to him with that headband. It's defended into the offside. Can't you see him behind the decks with the strobe lights going and the arm in the air?
Depends whether you think headbands are cool.
Well, true enough. That one's cut by Hridoy out towards cover. Harshit Rana Fields, they take a single. It's the end of the over. Lord above. Fourth year back on. 86 for 5.
I was going to say, I think of Mark Knopfler in Dire Straits. I wouldn't call him. He's the classic headbanger.
He might have been once upon a time.
Yeah, about 1978 for a couple of months. Eric J says, Son of the Century is a Netflix series on Mussolini, possibly a forerunner of Bazball. I do not know it. That's the only message we've got there. But, if you can think of anyone cool in a headband, apart from Jadeja, do write in.
Tom Petty used to sport one pretty well.
Didn't he? John McEnroe, obviously.
John McEnroe,
yeah.
Cool, never being
Hendricks.
used default mode. Now you're talking, yes. Now
that is sort of ultimate cool.
Dylan's worn one at various times, but you wouldn't say it was his what he would be most remembered for, sartorially speaking. 86 for 5. Kuldeep's going to continue. None for 10 for him so far, although he is going to look at that drop catch to think it really should have had one by now. And indeed a missed stumping. That's worked nicely off his legs by Tawid Hridoy. To backward square, they'll take a single.
I'd like to see Keir Starmer in a headband. I think that would work well for him, make him cool.
I think he'd be struggling there. You've got to think about what raw material you're starting with. It would have to be some sort of magic headband. Got his work cut out. Although I'll say that, and that one is it just went on with the arm really, and Jakar Ali looked like he'd played it forwards, but in actual fact it ended up rolling to Rohit at slip. It's clearly, we've always said right at the start of play, it's generally a low scoring ground. That's swept by Jakar Ali. He does like that shot. He doesn't always connect, but he's certainly prepared to try it. And he'll get himself a single and bring Hridoy back on to strike. 209, chaps, we were saying, is the overall average first innings score in 58 ODIs here. That's pretty low by any standards.
Yeah.
Even allowing for the fact that scoring rates have increased, as that one is cut. Don't forget, Dubai's history is more recent than many other grounds. And the throw comes in, but it will just be a single. 26 and 29 or 50. They're going at a 0.5 run rate, both of these two. But I suppose you could argue from a Bangladesh perspective, well, at least they are still there.
They are, and also if you take into consideration that the average score is 209 or whatever.
Yeah, 209. maybe it might not end up so bad, and they'll have something to bowl
That's
at.
not too bad.
That's defended into the onside. There was Rohit there, was very kindly stooping to do up the shoelaces of Jackarali. I wonder if he was sort of half tempted just to tie them together, just to see if he could just break this partnership. Kuldeep, there's that sweep. It's up in the air. It's dropping well short and safe, and is going to be fielded at deep mid wicket, and they should come back for 2, one would hope. No, just a single to end the over. 90 on the board, some recovery with a 50 partnership. It's 94-5 fourthie.
Well, Eric J says Terry Butcher, who famously wore a headband in that, I think, a World Cup qualifier against Sweden, was covered in blood.
But that was because it was covered in blood. Yes.
Yeah. Which reminds me of a couple of other footballers. There was a centre back for Brighton called Foster who wore a headband.
Steve Foster played in the cup final for Brighton, didn't he?
He did. And the other, and this is very un-PC, so I apologise in advance, but Paul Ince once gashed his forehead and wore a white headband, and Paul Gascoigne memorably referred to him as a pint of Guinness, which is very inappropriate.
Oh my lord, Jackarali defenders will quickly move on over that. Jadeja's first ball, none for 14 to him. That's a horrible ball, and Jackarali shovels it around the corner, but there is a man at fine leg. Not quite sure, is it Mohammed Shami down there? No, it's Shubman Gill. I wouldn't normally. He's got a very, very flower pot man look with his big sun hat on, hasn't he?
Yeah.
His old Shubbers. Dragged down a bit by Jadeja, but just defended to backward point by Jackarali. 26-year-old.
Favoured the headband at various times.
Who's that?
Oh, that's a good ball, I have to say. Well, the interesting thing about Jadeja's headband is he's got lots of hair. I mean, some people resort to a headband to cover up the fact they haven't got much hair. In Jadeja's case, it pushes it all up, doesn't it? As that one's defended around the corner. But they choose not to run. And the bearded...
What's that, Jennifer Lawrence film set in the 70s, where I'm sure they've got headbands, some of them in there.
57 off over 100 balls is pretty slow and steady. That one turns back into the right-handed Jackarali. Again, he looks up rather suspiciously at Jadeja, who's rolling tightly, just 2 from that over. It's 92-5, and there's no sleep for a naughty fourthie.
No sleep till Hammersmith, and no. Well, in fact, there's nothing really happening on the socials, I've got to say, since
rather reflects the game.
It does, Ross. It's happening so fast. People can't type that fast. So it's a little quiet on the YouTube front.
Well, I was really hoping that this game could be done and dusted. Not that I've got anything against Bangladesh. I just got something I need to try and get home for. And if it had been like yesterday's game, where Pakistan eked it out for an eternity to not get it. Well, actually, what did they end up getting? No, they were well short in the end, weren't they?
60 runs short.
Yeah, 60 runs short. That one's defended into the offside, and there is no run. I thought, I mean, if any side, if you have two in an ODI, if you get 2 Centurions and someone coming in slapping, a 200 strike rate 60 or so, you're going to end up in the winning side more times than you lose, aren't you? That one's worked away around the corner, and it'll be a single for Kridoy. He moves on to 30, brings Jackarali back onto strike. We're looking at a very thoughtful Gautam Gambhir, which I think, if he's there, a very thoughtful
Gautam Gambhir
up on the balcony. Big front foot forward by the Jaker or the Jackar, and he gets a single.
Jackarali really does like to plant a very heavy front foot, doesn't he?
Yeah, Tawid, who's very much our Bangladesh expert, said he's unconventional in his approach. Certainly not out the coaching manual. That one's worked away by Hridoy to mid-wicket. They don't think they did take a run on that occasion. But it was Kohli doing the fielding, so let's celebrate that fact. 95 dot balls this innings.
To reflect the way the world has changed.
Hang on 1 second, we'll come back to that question because it sounded quite a philosophically interesting one. Up onto his toes goes Hridoy, punches this down to long off and jogs a single. What was the question, Forthy?
Do they update the coaching manual to reflect the change in the way that cricket is played these days?
When you say they're talking about the world changing, I thought you'd gone rather more deep into philosophically than the question actually was, but they certainly shouldn't they?
I think so.
As that one is defended by Jackarali. There is no run.
I don't know how you were taught to play, Will, because you're a little younger than us, but it definitely changed the time I was a coach, and they were encouraged to children when they first started to play cricket, hit out, enjoy yourself, just feel the swing of the bat, whereas we were taught to play like Jeff Boycott when we first started playing cricket. So for you, Will, how were you taught to play cricket?
Well, that's it. I would say it was still fairly kind of conservative when I was sort of being taught, but then I suppose also because I've got CP, so I didn't fit any of the manuals, which pissed off most of the coaches. But
okay,
right.
It sort of was a work it out and see where you're coming from kind of thing. But now I'm doing a bit of coaching for Somerset. It's interesting because...
Interesting change of bowling, if I can just stop you there for a second, because Mohammed Shami, taker of 2 for 20, is back into the attack. So spin has been given a bit of a break, and Shami will get the chance to see if he can break what is becoming quite a stubborn partnership for India. I'll jingle him in a moment. Here he is.
Muhammad Shami, Muhammad Shami.
Ooh, well, in he comes, and it's short and it's wide, and I think it may be given a wide. Down leg, yes. Pistol, Paul Rifle, the man from Box Hill in Victoria, spreads his arms, and Shami will concede a run and have to bowl another ball.
Didn't realise
96 for 5. Where is Box Hill?
It's about 2 kilometres from where I am in eastern Melbourne. It used to be flat as a pancake, and then they've turned it into a second central business district, skyscrapers everywhere, and it's become the East Asian capital of Melbourne.
That one's nicely whipped off his pads by Hridoy down to fine leg. Hardik Pandya fields. Hardik, he should have softer hands though, would have helped him, because he dropped well, frankly, a sitter. Take those two and a missed stumping. This game could really be done and dusted, but isn't quite yet. 97 for 5. Because there's a Box Hill in, but quite near me. Don't go far into the Surrey Hills, of course. Full, floaty, whipped off his toes nicely by Jackarali. Down to, who was it? Hardik Pandya was down there, wasn't he? Well, he's still down there. And so he's been busy.
Yes.
2 and 2 come his way.
There's one fairly near me as well. You know, where the box tunnel is.
Oh, right. Okay.
So, it's about, I don't know, 5 miles away from me.
Axar Patel has just been receiving a little bit of physio and seems to be struggling a little bit with his shoulder. Now, that would be a serious blow to India if that is the case. So let's look at Virat for a while, because obviously that's far more interesting than a potential injury to your gun all-round spinner.
Yeah.
Shami in. That's well defended by Hridoy. Nearly half misfielded by the bowler, and they thought perhaps about a run for a moment and changed their mind. 98 for 5. There was a point. You would not have given much money for Bangladesh to pass 3 figures, but they're only 2 off it now. It's not much of a milestone, but it's at least a milestone, and one I suspect might have feared they wouldn't reach. Forthy.
For sure. There's a question for Will from Pirate Badshaw, says, from Eric J. Does Will know Mike Yu of Ilminster Down at Somerset? We'll come back to that.
Defended into the offside, no run. I once stopped years ago, it was in very early 20s, I was doing a road trip around the US, I think we were somewhere in Montana fueling our RV, or it was really just a van at the time. And the guy who was the petrol pump attendant, which in itself dates it, clocked my English accent and said, "Oh, you're English." As I'll just wait for Shammy. Onto his toes, defended to short third, dot ball. And I said yes. And he went, "Do you know Phil Morris?" I went, "Should I? No, why? Where does he live?" Birmingham, I think. I went, "There are about, 57 million people in the UK, and I don't live anywhere near Birmingham." This guy was convinced I probably must, because I'm English, it was such a tiny little island, that I must therefore absolutely know everybody. Don't know whatever happened to the lad. Probably still in the same petrol station, I would imagine. Anyway, 98 for 5, fourthy.
Well, I mean, presumably, the answer to the question is no, you don't know Mike Yu of Ilminster Down.
Yes, sorry,
I have met him. He is one of the he's one of the mods on the Somerset YouTube channel as well. So when they do the county thing, so
Cool deep wheels in, defended by Jackarelli, back to the bowler, no run. So is he famous for something, this chap, or is he just a local?
He's just quite heavily involved in Somerset.
Oh, okay. So there's a reason to know him.
So it's
a cricket connection.
There's a reason.
He's not just from Ilminster.
No. I mean, I don't know him well, but I've met him, I don't know, a couple of times and have interacted with him on the YouTubes.
That was a sharp bit of work by Kuldeep, by the way. There, he was 3/4 of the way through his delivery, and Jackarelli decided something had upset him, stepped away, and somehow Kuldeep managed to pull out quite effectively. Defended into the offside. Kale Rahul wanders around to field. Another dot ball.
Do you know Eric J, who is keeping us going on YouTube, Will?
I don't think I do.
Fair enough.
Well, you sort of do now.
Yeah, well, exactly.
Thrown up. Again, worked by Jackarelli, but straight to square leg. Oh, the camera's going to linger for a while. Wonder why. Who do you think's there? I won't tell you. You can guess. But there's no run.
These camera people are definitely in the pay of a certain person's press officer.
Defended again by Jackarelli into the offside this time. He's a ball of energy. He's always busy, isn't he? If he's not, he's always looking for a shot, which you kind of have to because you've got to put some runs on the board. But between balls, I notice he's a walker and a talker, is Jackarelli. And he plays that off the back foot, right in front of his stumps. And he's again having a wander round, mopping his brow, pacing backwards and forwards before he sets himself again to face the last ball of Kuldeep's fifth over.
Almost got a baseball stance there.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he? And he lifts the bat high from a crouching stance. It's a bit Clive Radley-ish to me.
Yeah, it is. That's a good.
And he will get a single. Down to long on. It's the end of the 28th over. It's 99 for 5 fourthy.
Pirate Badshaw says Box Hill, where the cycling happens.
Yep, that's the one.
Right. Well, certainly doesn't in Melbourne. You wouldn't want to cycle around Box
Hill.
Oh! Yeah. But
is it a hill in Melbourne?
Well, sort of. We don't really have many hills. So
that's what my memory. I don't remember many hills in Melbourne.
It's pretty flat. Eric J says famous for the museum as well. He also says I deny it. I'm not sure what. And Mayank adds the camera isn't even on Kohli. It's on Chakravarthi now. Tony, your bias has confused you.
Oh Lord!
Got over the knuckle.
Right. Yes. Well, we're both in trouble. Fourthly. This only 2 games into the championship. That one's dabbed down to Kuldeep. You've been in trouble for eating your avocado and rice cake noisily in front of an open camera and microphone, and I'm in trouble for misidentifying his Kohliness. I think that's the greater sin if you're Indian.
I think you're okay so far, Will.
Will, you're golden bollocks. You've done nothing wrong. It's Fourthie and I are in trouble. In comes Shami. Oh, that's cut up in the air. It's going to drop short though of the man who's down there, which I think was Kuldeep again. Isn't that the way? It's always the way. You bowl an over,
Always.
you wander off down to somewhere in the deep, hoping for a little quiet graze, and then the ball comes straight to you in the start of the next over. We're watching the catalogue of drops and misses. And there's been a few of them, that is for sure. Isn't Dubai one of the grounds where the catching has been seen as a problem, but normally only when the lights are on, because that one's defended down to mid-on, no run. On the floodlights, quite bright at Dubai.
After the Hardik Pandya drop, the camera went across to Rohit, who was hardly in a position to give him a bollocking.
No, well, poor. How many times have we seen it? If I was the groundsman at Dubai, I'd be worried about how hard he was slapping my precious grass afterwards. He really gave it a whack. Axel Patel doesn't. Well, I suppose he's smiling down there. Whatever was troubling his shoulder, hopefully, is not going to ail him too much. That's pulled away by Jackarali, not stylishly. Shubman Gill dives, puts in as half a throw, not well directed, and we see a little bit of football from Rohit, and we see a big, bright, toothy smile from Virat Kohli, who I am pretty sure on this occasion was Virat Kohli, and there too is this man.
Gautam Gambhir.
And it's 102 for 5. Thank goodness Gautam Gambhir has such a ridiculously short jingle. Otherwise you wouldn't still be able to keep playing it every time he pops into view. Shami in again, defended into the offside, no run. Sorry, Will.
I think we should start doing a Kohli tally every time he turns up on screen. Sort of, I don't know, ring a bell or something.
I don't think there is a nomenclature for number high enough. You'd be into gazillions, by the end of the third over. It's 102 for 5, and Jackarali in his own idiosyncratic way, and Tawid Hridoy have done a terrific job for their team here. That's pulled down to five leg. Hardik Pandya is also one of the dropsy victims. Throws, and it's the end of another. Even Shami gets through his overs at a pretty decent lick. 2 for 27 for him, 103 for 5. Bangladesh, the recovery, albeit slow, does continue, Forthy.
They do. I haven't got anything else on YouTube. I was just looking up cricketers in headbands. We've got Dennis Lilly. Dennis Lilly, famously.
Oh, yes, he did. You're absolutely right. He did play in a headband.
Yeah. Dale Steyn.
I don't remember Dale Steyn so much. I definitely remember. I can't.
Yeah,
yes,
no,
I do. Now you mention it, I can picture Dale Steyn. Hello to Hattie the Mad Old Bat, by the way. If we haven't said hello earlier, that was on Blue Sky.
Nathan Bracken had less of a headband and more of a, what's it called, an Alice band. That did not look good.
No, I always think that doesn't quite look right to me on footballers either. Now you've got something to celebrate, Forthy, on the YouTube front.
The chat.
Harshit Rana, so we are going back to the pace attack that did the early damage. It's Harshit Rana and Mohamed Shami, but single this time for Hridoy, and it will bring Jackarali back on to strike. Let me give you a little lead in. Here we go.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
Richard Milgate, $2. €2 rather. Just because, he says, which rather reminded me of I'm Not in Love by 10cc.
Just because. Yes, it's not quite the way I remember it, but we wait for Harshit over the wicket. Short and pulled by Jackarali. It's on the ground. It's down to fine leg, and they take a single. 105 for 5. They're edging and inching their way forward. But all pretense of genuine aggression seems to have rather gone, Will. It's like watching Pakistan yesterday.
Yeah, this is just sort of turned into a see out the overs kind of thing, I think.
What looks less cool, although, can you see little hints of George Harrison with KL Rahul when he's got that cap on and the long hair behind it?
Yeah.
Is that just me? That one's worked away down to square leg. Take one, they think about 2, wisely decide not to. So 3 singles off this ball. Yeah, have a look at KL. There's definite hints of George Harrison there.
What are you saying? So circa 1971 or something.
Yeah,
I get.
A later period, a sort of George Harrison, or mid-period.
Caps don't work when you've got long hair. Believe me, I know.
Well, I was just thinking
you're
you're lustrously coiffured, and I
was thinking
I can't see you necessarily in a baseball cap.
I was thinking the other day, my oldest son is now older than George Harrison was at the end of the Beatles.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
wow.
That's something that definitely ages you. When I watch, most players playing for Watford now, my youngest is older than most of them. As that one's defended into the offside, there is no run. I mean, they say 106 for 5. They say when the policemen start to look young, you're getting old. When the footballers are younger than your youngest child, you are definitely getting old.
I know I've said this before, but when Archie Gray plays for Spurs, he is the grandnephew of a player I used to watch, Eddie Gray.
Eddie Gray of Leeds. That Eddie Gray. Yes.
Eddie Gray.
Terrific winger. That one's driven straight down the ground. There was some aggression. It was well controlled too. It was a beautiful on drive from Jackarali, who we get some temporary respite from the dots, ones and occasional twos, and get a really good one of these.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Thought that you were saying.
Oh, sorry. I'm just saying my act says this is slower than a test match. And it kind of is.
Yeah.
Poor old Tawi Trijoy, by the way. He fell over trying to get out of the way of that. That's how beautifully straight the drive was. That one's worked off his toes again by Jack Harry. He plays that rather well. He's moved on to 40 off 74, so he's accelerated a tad. We've completed 30 overs. Crikey, I'm done. Nelson's on the board, 111 for 5, and the Bangladesh continue in their own steady way to recover.
Yeah, I think that might be a ball. Yeah. Just one last.
See you later.
One last. See you later, Will.
See you,
Thanks
Will.
very much. One last tweet while we're. Oh, actually, no. If Messi, who never hangs around, is in position, I'll leave it to.
Have we done the super chat, Forthy?
Yeah, we've done the super chat. The next one for you to read is Leah at 9:59.
I just realised we're reasonably tightly staffed today, shall we say? And it's a three-man Zoom, so I'll have to stay and pull your strings.
So be it, so and not otherwise. We are on the end of 30 overs. If you double the score, as the old maxim, you get to 2-2-2. We're now on 1-1-1, so we're on Nelson. Whether that will bring luck for India, let us find out. They don't
maybe an Indo will. He took 5 wickets in the first 10 overs. He's back to take some more.
Yeah, I would hope so. I mean, this is really boring.
Action into the attack. He's 2 for 17 off his first 6, so he's certainly done it. Should have been 3 for 18 for obvious reasons. It is.
But if I was the swearing kind, I would say it's been fucking boring. But I'm not.
And that's stroked by Jackarali for a single out into the offside. He moves sedately onto 41. In comes Akshar again. No run there, just played out on the offside. A Ninja boring, I know, but looking good for India, I guess.
Yeah, I mean the last few overs, just, it's typically the kind of ODI you don't see and nothing happens, right? Very attritional.
It's not a great. If you're looking for an argument for ODIs to still pull their weight in the world, this is not it.
Well, I mean, it's adding to the proposition that Rohit has dropped the Champions Trophy, isn't it?
Yeah, sure.
I thought it was rather good that time, yeah.
I've no idea what's happening here. Everything's stopped, but I don't know why, really.
Well, I'll read out Leah's tweet then. Over 20. Oh, yes, Leah says over 20 overs since the last wicket. What bowling attack doing? And Eric says nice background murmur of the crowd, like being at Lord's. Yeah. we tried for a while to do it without a crowd soundtrack, and it just sounded weird. It sounded a bit hollow, particularly if there was a gap in the talk. I wonder what is going on. They're completely stopped, aren't they?
Where are you in the world? In India, Singapore, or Mumbai, or elsewhere?
No, I'm in Mumbai.
Mumbai. Are you back there permanently these days?
Yeah. Sort of.
Yes, right. Yes.
I was going to ask you. Anindya, I don't know if you've been able to pick up the vibe about how people in India feel about the IPL just getting longer and longer and longer. Are they happy with that, or is it just a bit much to take?
No, I think the group of people, primarily the younger lot and people who treat it as entertainment, which is a lot of people in this country, are perfectly fine with it. They all acknowledge it's a bit long, but then they just seem to keep enjoying it. So.
That's a dot ball.
As long as that happens, the money keeps coming in.
From Akshata Hridoy, and there's another dot ball from Akshata Hridoy, so you're not missing any action. And a couple of balls of Akshata.
It's done wonders for the sport in India. There's no getting away from that.
Another dot ball. I must say, Bangladesh's top is magnificent. So that's compensating somewhat for the boredom of the cricket. It's like a work of art. And that finally, the shackles are released, but only to the degree of a single played wide of the man in the covers. Played out to the sweeper on the offside. That means that the strike will be maintained by Hridoy, is that correct? Yes. 113 for 5 at the end of the 31st over, Messi.
So Rich Turner is with us, who was somewhat critical of you yesterday, Forthy, I noticed in his tweet, with a tongue firmly in his cheek, I think. He said, I'd be surprised they make it to 2-2-2 for 9. Will Reynolds says, how do the panel feel about the very all-rounder heavy 11 from India? Well, it depends who you regard as all-rounders and who you don't. When Virat Kohli bowls, I'll know that they're desperate.
Right, well, it's Harshit time. We might get at the end of, won't forget the Harshit delivery. First one done. I get a ninja to commentate on whether he thinks this is the ideal first 11 for India or not. That's played wide with the man at gully. Goes down to third man for a single.
I think it's as close to it as possible, given the team they've got there. This is a pretty good first 11.
Who would
apart from Jasprit Bumrah, who are the players you would have who aren't here?
No, but Jasprit Bumrah is not there, right? So of the people who are in the squad, I think the only change you could make possibly is in the opening bowling if you were to bring Arshdeep in for either Shami or Harshit, who, to be fair, have both bowled well today.
All right, so it's a pretty uncontroversial selection. Thick outside edge, spattered out on the offside. They'll come through for a single. Jackarali's on 42, Hridoy's on 38, and the score just ticks over quietly, 215 for 5. I mean, they are staying in there. Priority number one, staying in touch.
I think they can go 200 plus if they just stay here.
That's all they can do, really.
Yeah,
they've made 82 runs in the last 21 overs.
I mean, it's hard to know what else they could have done in the circumstances. And don't blame these two guys. Okay, in comes Harshit again, first ball of the over, and it's a wafty old full toss. And really, Hridoy could have done a bit more with that. He'll come back for 2.
I was just wondering, Anindya, is there anybody not in the squad who you would have had in the squad?
Probably not. I think it's a pretty decent squad. Whoever was not injured and should be in there. I mean, it's a different conversation if you don't want to take Virat and Rohit there, but I think for this tournament, you would have them in there, and they did have a couple of scores against England. If you keep them there, then there's no one else there. You could have conceivably taken Jaiswal, but then the moment they dropped Jaiswal, the next day he injured himself.
Yes.
So anyway, he couldn't have played.
You regard India as favourites for the trophy?
Well, I think it's sort of even Stevens. I was discussing that in the pod. For me, India, South Africa probably have the best chances in this group, and maybe New Zealand. In this tournament.
New Zealand looked their usual disciplined professional self last night. Played well. That's Haridoi defending that one. Top ball.
So, Forty, are you back in Melbourne now? I know you were away in England.
Oh, I had a little time in Sri Lanka. A little holiday. I'm just going to be having a little Western European jaunt in the summer. But yes, I'm very much.
When in the summer are you away?
I am away in June and July, basically, and maybe a little bit of August as well. I'm going to take in a couple of German spa towns because I've never been to those to start with.
Oh, nice. Well,
then I'm going to wander over to Alsace have a little wander around. Okay, that's clipped off. Enough of my holiday arrangements. That's clipped off Haridoi's toes. And now Jakarali and Hridoi both stand proud on 42, and that's the end of the over. Bangladesh 119 for 5 at the end of the 32nd.
Mudley says, "Woof, morning primates. Only just woke up here. Love and sausages. What, Griselda didn't wake you this morning, Mudley? That's very poor on her part. Usually we hear that Griselda is up before you are and determined to get you awake." I have plans to go and visit Muttley that's the extent of it at the moment, in Wales on my travels.
Wow, you've got a gorilla-centric trip coming up. That's nice.
Indeed.
Round the wicket comes Akshar, and that's stroked down to long off for a single. Let's rotate, just ticking the score. Look, honestly, I don't think much is going to happen for our time on air, because the next 8 overs, India are prepared to, just put it there and get whistled through the overs. Bangladesh are happy to scurry along at 4 and over. I can't really see much variation on this for the foreseeable.
Just agree on 3.5 runs per over and move on to the 40th over.
Yeah, move on to 40. This is what people complain about with ODIs. If only there was a mechanism by which we could get rid of the boring middle overs and just compress the competition. If only someone would just do that. Akshar in again to Hridoi. And that one's more on the left side, and they scurry through for a single. Oh, they're coming back for 2. Yeah, and they make it. Nicely run.
So I have a question of you, Aninda, around Rohit's captaincy. I just get the feeling he's letting it drift rather than getting sort of aggressive in this and just letting them take these runs.
He is. I don't think he's trying to particularly do much.
Akshar again, defended, dot ball. Yeah, carry on, Aninda.
Oh. But then, what do you do? I mean, the only other choice I would think of trying to make a breakthrough is bring in Hardik Pandya. Because he's pretty much been bowling all the bowlers around otherwise.
And again,
he's got 6 bowlers.
Just nurdled round the corner, wide of the man at square leg. Rohit, the captain, does the fielding. And we've got our required 4 runs and over.
I just don't feel the field placings are challenging, though. Sort of giving away singles all over the place.
Well,
I think he's a great T20 captain, to be very honest.
Forward defence to end the over. At the end of the 33rd, Bangladesh 1, 2, 3 for 5.
So Kieran says, I tuned out for a while. That, to be honest, as the innings rebuild operations go, especially for Bangladesh against India, this isn't too bad from these guys. Good job, Bangladesh. Target 200, see how you go. Yeah, from 33 for 5, it's significantly better than that. Muttley said the meowing usually starts around 7:30, but the alarm is set for 8 a.m. Yeah, well, you don't need an alarm when you've got a cat, really, do you, Mutts?
True. Oh, I guess these guys will just go through for another 10 overs. If they're still just 5 wickets down in 10 overs time, then
they just go for it, yeah.
A little bit of an assault at that point of what have Bangladesh got on the bench to come in? Some big hitters? Just having a think.
So they've got Rishad Hussain, Tanzim Hassan.
But they can swing the bat.
Yeah, that's about it.
Kuldeep in again.
I wouldn't call them big hitters.
No. And that's big, thick outside edge. The man darts in. They come through for the single. It's been I think I started at the 21st over. I can only remember one boundary, maybe two in all that time. Jakar Ali facing up to Kuldeep now.
Ooh.
Oh, and that is, well, as an
Did he lift
attempted
his
stumping,
leg?
but it rather looks as if the back foot is planted. Of course, they'll go upstairs. Double check.
Unless he briefly lifted that. You need to get really lucky to get that one.
Can happen, but the keeper looked completely unconvinced as he barely appealed.
It was beautifully bowled, though. It beat him all ends up, didn't it?
The leg did go up, but I think it was down by the time the ball came, by the time the bails were down.
Well, the third umpire is an Englishman, so that's of interest to a lot of our listeners. Richard Illingworth comes into play.
Wasn't it Richard Illingworth who was a bad luck charm for India for a while?
That's right, in finals or knockout matches.
Yeah. So that ball missed the top of the stumps by about an inch.
Yeah, his foot is clearly.
Foot was down before the ball came down to the bails.
I mean, he's doing a good job of keeping the toe down there because he stretched a long way forward, but that's where all the yoga comes in.
Yeah, so Richard Illingworth has a 100% record. India's lost every single knockout game he's been umpired in over the last 10 years, something like that.
Try not to take it personally.
I do take it personally. I think it should be banned.
I think he got a wicket with his first ball cricket, didn't you? And again he's beaten Jakar Ali all ends up. Again there's an appeal. Again the keeper is convinced the foot was just raised momentarily. Will Paul Rifle say, now come on, forget it? Or is he going to go upstairs? I mean, he's going to have egg on his face if it's the one time he doesn't go upstairs and the foot is lifted by a millimetre.
That's beautiful.
Yes. Oh, he's out. If he goes upstairs, he's out.
Because he just dragged his foot across for a moment, didn't he?
And his foot was in the air when the bails were.
Well. And I don't think they have gone
And Paul
upstairs.
Rifle didn't go up.
No.
Hilarious. Not if you're Indian. In comes Kuldeep again. Big sweep from outside the off stump. And that's gone to deep square. In fact, that is a boundary. A very welcome boundary. And Jakar Ali, who arguably shouldn't still be there, that's his 50.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Don't
Or is it
stop
maybe
just cause you got to 50. Don't stop, treat it as a start. You can use this to get a better score. The first 50's done.
But to be fair, it was a bit of
for
a touch and go, I think.
Thank you very much for the 50 jingle, Tony, but I set you off prematurely.
Oh.
Because he's on 47, I'm afraid. I assumed that the scoreboard had yet to tick over, but in fact it had. It preempted me before the ball even got to the boundary. So he's still on 47. My mistake. Not my first mistake.
Next you're going to be accused of match fixing.
Dot ball to finish the 34th over Bangladesh, 128 for 5 at the end of it.
Vera Yadav says it was Richard Kettleborough, not Illingworth.
This is true. My bad.
Right.
It is Richard Kettleborough.
All English umpires look much the same.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't think
English.
Richard Kettleborough's not English, is he?
Kettleborough is.
Yeah.
Is he? I thought he was a Kiwi. Huh? God, we're making mistakes left, right, and centre.
The Mad Old Bat says, I like Will's idea to expand it to viral match bingo, all squares with different Kohli things, e.g. smouldering look, unwanted team advice of the captain, etc.
He's English.
He is English. I just checked. He didn't have. He certainly didn't play Test cricket, did he? I can't remember what county he even played for.
No, he went straight into umpiring to make sure India loses.
Oh dear.
Jacarali just turns that round the corner, but there's no run to be had. We're having a look at KL Rahul's record as a keeper, 58 catches and just 7 stumpings. And I think the commentariat probably convinced he should have had another one there. And that's swept round the corner down to long leg for a single by, I assume, Haridoy.
Richard Kettlebird played 33 games for Middlesex.
Okay, right. Obviously,
Scored 1 century.
Tony probably knows him very well.
Can't believe Tony didn't stage an intervention there, and that's
hold on.
And that's played in the gap on the offside for a single.
Tony was screaming from there.
No, sorry. Actually, he started off with Yorkshire, then he moved to Middlesex, but never made 100 for him.
I mean, Tony's head is nodding so much it's going to fall off to him.
Single from. I mean, these overs go through so fast. I can't even just to say it's Jadeja bowling at the moment. In fact, and Jadeja's bowling this over so fast. He's only got one ball left. 1.111. Just to clarify how this over has gone so far, and he ends with a dot. So that's the requisite 4 runs off that over at the end of the 35th. Bangladesh 132 for 5.
So social media's gone a bit quiet at the moment. Yeah, Eric J says Richard made a ton for Yorkshire. That's correct. Yeah, he made several 50s for Middlesex, but no more.
Well, at least
Released
now
by
I know
Middlesex
why,
at the end of
why
1999.
Tony's
And he only made, I think, he only passed 55 times for the middle.
Was he popular man in the dressing room, Tony, as far as you know?
I can't honestly remember, which may say everything about his stay at Middlesex.
Which, of course, doesn't stop Tony from defending him every time I pressure. But now I know why.
He's got a little bit of a look to the Kiwi about him. I can't. Sometimes I just get blind spots. I was convinced he was a Kiwi, but no.
But where are the Kiwis originally from? I mean, most of them would be from England anyway.
I guess, or Scotland. It's a fair Scottish representation down in. There's actually not many Kiwis left, as we know. The Australian possums, took care of the Kiwis. Only about 20,000 left, I think. There used to be about 5 million on New Zealand.
Wow.
Yeah, there's a lot of bloody possums in New Zealand. They're not popular there. So we're on a drinks break at the moment.
I don't think they're indigenous. I think they were brought over with fatal consequences, as so often happens.
Yeah. So they put on 97 for this wicket, which is not bad from 33 for 5. At 3.66 per over.
And not bad at all, Messrs, given that you did expect them to reach 3 figures.
I did not. No, I really didn't.
Do you think that Bangladesh now have any realistic chance in India in this match?
Well, more than they did at 2 for 2.
For sure, yes.
Yeah. No, but anything can happen. As long as they've got this many runs on the board, you can have a few collapses. The bowlers can bowl really well. You never know. But I mean, even before the match started, I just didn't expect Bangladesh to win this one, and I still don't.
Have Bangladesh had any recent success in ODIs against India?
Yeah, I think they've won 3 of the last 5 or something like that. But the last one they played was 2 years ago.
Okay.
The record, I think, is 35-8 or 40-something-8 or something like that overall.
Spinners have had some joy on this strip. It's not turning square, but by no means. But it is turning somewhat. And Bangladesh, if they have nothing else, have got a good spin attack.
And these are tired pitches, you must remember. I mean, the ILT20 has just been played on them.
Yes, the groundsmen have been slightly tearing their hair out, aren't they? So this is the best I can give you, but these pitches are indeed tired. which often makes for a better contest, of course.
Of course.
I don't know why we're looking at some ancient ODIs. There'll be a reason, no doubt. Maybe it's
the reason is 2013 was the last time India won the championship, I think.
Right, gotcha. It feels like longer than 8 years ago, that footage. It looked like something from about 2000.
It was 12 years ago, actually.
That's 12 years ago, Porthy.
12 years ago. Right.
Time flies, huh?
Yeah.
I was thinking it was the one from 8 years ago, which Pakistan won, of course.
Yes.
And showing Jadeja, so I guess that's why. Showing Jadeja running through. That was a big tournament for him.
It's quite a wide-brimmed hat Jadeja's got on there. That's nerdled around the corner down to fine leg, and the man comes around for long leg, which should mean they come back for 2. And I went prematurely before. I can confirm Jackarali now has his 50.
After being dropped twice.
Yes.
You know you live with your 50.
Normally you'd say with a strike rate of 58, what are you doing, man? You're clogging everything up. But considering that Bangladesh were about 40 for 5 at one stage, it's riches indeed. And that's
They've also reached their 100 partnership, actually. They've put on 101 now.
Very impressive, actually.
But they can go up to 225 to 250 from here.
Yeah, you always feel get it towards around 225. You never know. I mean, 8 times out of 10, you know, but at least there's always the 2 times out of 10. Jackarali facing up to Kuldeep. And the consequence of that is a single, which is bunted down to long off. Stop me if you've heard that one before. Interesting celebration there from.
WinViz now has Bangladesh way up at 14%.
Feels about right, I'd say. Yeah. I did say sort of 8 times out of 10. That's what we're getting towards. 2 balls of Kuldeep's over Lesnar. That's a fuller ball, and Hrido plays back to it and probably regrets that now, but the ball squirts away off the outside edge, but there is no slip or no gully or anything like that, so he comes through for a single.
That could very well have taken off his off stump or onto his back pad.
Yes, he did not play that ball well. 6-wicket partnership of 101. Indeed. Ooh. He's not really reading it, Jackarali. He just seems to be playing it off the pitch. It's a dot ball to end the 36th over. Bangladesh 136 for 5.
Well, I have to say that unless Bangladesh are all out without scoring any more, then if India win, the GPL is safe, because my highest pick was 273. Where are we?
There's still time for the GPL, right? You haven't closed it.
Sorry? Or is it we're out of time for
GPL? There's still time. People.
No, it's GPL's well and truly closed. Quick converse with Raghav says rash shots at the power play by Sumya and Najmul. This shows the mentality of the Bangladesh team. If you see the Bangladesh team, they are not thinking for a move on, and many youngsters hadn't got chances in their careers in there itself.
That's a nice thick outside edge, which will go just about all the way. So that's another welcome boundary. It looks as if, and is that 50? Yes, it's Tawid Hridoy's 53 off 85. So well done to him.
Partnership 53.
We have no Tony on the controls, so we'll just have to imagine a 50 jingle there.
Well, we did get
both of them are 50s now.
We did get 2 50 jingles. It's just they were both to the same man. And that's dab down again, but this time a little more purchase, which means that it goes straight to the man on the 45, who is Kuldeep, and they'll just take a single. Hridoy moves on to 54. These two are nip and tuck. They've got their own little competition going on here. Jack at 52 and Hridoy 54. Oh gosh, he's in again, Jadeja. He does not hang around, this man. And that's
We
the
almost
whole-
missed an entire over a little while ago.
We did, yeah. I think I missed 4 balls. So apologies for that, but nothing much happened. Big forward defensive. So there's another dot ball. 2 dot balls have literally gone by in 30 seconds there.
I think Jadeja's got the world record for the fastest, second fastest, and third fastest.
Has he?
Something
It does
like
not
that.
surprise me. And that's pushed wide of leg stump, and it's swept down to long leg. An old-fashioned bowl in down there, which is always good to see. A throwback to the 70s. At the end of the 37th over, Bangladesh 142 for 5.
Well, just to respond to Raghav's question about Bangladesh, my sense was that they came out as if they were playing a T20 and just went rash. I mean, there was some decent bowling and a really good catch early on. But they started off as if they weren't aware of the fact that they had another 49 overs to go. And I think these two have actually made the best of the situation without taking any serious risks, apart from the 2 drops, of course. I think most of these runs have actually been gifted by India because of the drops.
They're not gifted, but it just feels as if we're in a sort of détente where both sides are sort of happy with the status quo here. Around the wicket comes Kuldeep, and that one kept a little low, but Jakarali playing it off the back foot was equal to it, nudges it round the corner for a single. Yeah, it's not one. This has not been a classic to set the pulses racing. It's fair to say both batsmen now on 54. It almost as if it's taken a while for these players to adjust to playing ODIs once more in the competition.
Yeah. Whoa.
One step backwards, and that has been heaved, and it's gone all the way. Is that the first maximum of the innings, I think, from Hridoy? Well done to him.
Well, it's a 6. I don't think it qualifies as a smaximum. A smaximum has to stay low. That was a long way up.
We had one of those last night, actually.
We did.
Very low trajectory 6 from Glenn Phillips, I think it was. That disappears over the Royal Stag advertising hoarding, and it's a stag of a shot. Do like the green and sort of fiery red of the Bangladesh top there. Slightly reminiscent of Freddie Krueger in Lightmare on Elm Street. And that's played wide of the man at mid wicket for a single. Jakarali is watching Hridoy disappearing from sight. He's into the 60s.
So you reckon if people were strips from horror movies, it would make life more interesting?
I think it would make this match more interesting. In comes Kuldeep. Big, thick outside edge, but all along the ground. In fact, Tobe Hooper, who directed Nightmare on Elm Street, chose green and red together because apparently they're the 2 colours which clash the most, and that's what he wanted.
Could have Rohit as Edward Scissorhands.
And that's dabbed down on the offside to points. Think about a run for a couple of seconds and wisely decide against it.
Oh, that was a harsh one, Tony.
Accurate, though, in this match. Absolute system. If you weren't watching earlier, Rohit put down the hat-trick ball off Akshar. Played round the corner for a single. Hridoy will keep the strike, and at the end of the 38th, 1-5, 1-for-5, Bangladesh.
So they're almost up to 4 runs and over. Farong says the Tigers are keeping the GPL dreams of Messi alive. If Messi just collects, Chingford branch will offer free rickshaw for the upcoming safari. And Crick Converse with Raghav says you're 4-4 for Champions Trophy 25. What, you wondering who we think will make the semis? I see India, South Africa, New Zealand, and somebody else who'll lose.
Well, I think everyone agrees India, South Africa, New Zealand. There's very broad consensus on that. There's much less consensus on the 4th team. Round the wicket comes Jadeja, and that's full. Stroke down to long off for a change, and that's a single.
So my vote goes to Afghanistan.
Afghanistan, yeah, interesting call. Fantastic spin attack. Not quite sure how strong their batting lineup is in this.
It's never been too strong.
And that's played out on the offside, little gap for a single.
So they would need Afghanistan would need to beat Australia and England to get through, wouldn't they?
Well, I wouldn't put it past them to beat Australia. Well, actually, I wouldn't put it past them to beat both of those countries.
Yeah.
Afghanistan will cause England a lot of trouble, I should think. Very good spin attack. Single nudged round the corner.
So they would be playing in Pakistan, I imagine.
You would think so? I'm not sure. One so far this over from Jadeja. Launched. It's gone high. Has it gone long enough?
Yeah.
You bet your bottom dollar it has. It's gone way, way, way over the boundary rope for one of these.
6.
Well, were this to be the start of an assault, and were it to be a successful one, it would get the embryonic outline of an interesting contest opening up. I mean, there's a long way to go. It's only 160 for 5. Off the back foot and played wide of the man at point for a single. And one senses that they'll say, okay, yeah, we'll take the singles where they are, but perhaps one shot every over will just take a little bit of a risk from here on in.
They had a 6 off Kuldeep last over, and
6. So seems to be the way to go. So they're targeting 10 and over from here. Well, 10 and over for the last 10 overs would get them up to around 260, 270, which would be very competitive. Yeah. End of the 39th, Bangladesh 162 for 5.
Eric J says there's no clash if you're green-red colourblind, of course. Raghav's top 4 would be India, New Zealand, Afghanistan and Australia. I would be amazed if Australia make the semi-finals, to be honest. Will says, I reckon Afghanistan will beat England. It'll be interesting.
Yeah,
in fact, the Ashes battle between England and Australia could be the cellar dwellers of the group.
Well, it could be. I mean, don't forget that Glenn Maxwell's famous double century came against Afghanistan, and people who haven't been following cricket and don't know a great deal about it in the recent past. I mentioned this innings, and they said, "Well, it was against Afghanistan. Doesn't really count," which is, Afghanistan have
got a very good bowling attack.
Yes, these days. It's Hardik Bantia dime. He's only bowled 2 overs so far, and that's a slower ball from him. A successful one. It's played down to point. Gully, perhaps, for no run.
This is our last over. That's amazingly quick.
When you're having fun, it was cricket.
And you didn't haven't yet taken a single wicket in India?
No.
Lost your touch.
I'm being nice to Bangladesh. I'm in a generous mood today.
Might ask Ninja after this, but what's the nature of the rivalry between India and Bangladesh? I think we know what it's like between India and Pakistan. We've got that. But what's it like between India and Bangladesh?
It's quite interesting you asked that. Very recently, before the Champions Trophy, a friend of mine from Dubai called me and asked me if I knew anyone at the ICC, because he was trying to get tickets to a match, and the tickets were sold out online. So I asked him which match he wanted. I assumed it was India-Pakistan, and he said, no, India-Bangladesh. And I said, so why do you want India-Bangladesh? He said, because I think it's going to be a far better match than the India-Pakistan.
Is the rivalry between the two teams good-natured, as it were, and it's all okay, or is it a little bit embittered?
I think the embitterment is created more by the media and the fans than anything else. Right. On field, there have been a few clashes and in the past, but not too much. There have been a couple of clashes.
That was a run clipped down to deep square, so Jacker Ali just gets a single. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, no doubt.
India-Pakistan, surprisingly, actually, you rarely have clashes in the matches on field. It's a really good, really good atmosphere on field.
India-Australia is probably A little bit more fiery these days, perhaps.
Oh, yeah.
In comes Hardick. Down the wicket comes Fridoy. A real symbol of intent, but he can't really get that one beyond the sweeper on the offside boundary, so he'll only come through for a single. But clearly there's been a bit of a switch up of strategy here.
Yeah. But Australia, going back to Australia doesn't like anyone else behaving like Australians. So
that is absolutely correct, yeah.
So it's hardly surprising.
Yeah, it's quite funny when you listen to my friends who are Australians talking about Virat Kohli. Well, I do have to point out the hypocrisy. He's
looking in front of a mirror, right?
like an Austrian. Exactly, yes, but they don't like it. It's funny. Hardik Pandya into Jakar Ali. 2 balls of our spell left. And Jakar Ali stands at the crease exactly like a baseball player with his bat raised on the horizontal.
And
I don't think the IPL's had a significant impact on that relationship, though. I mean, someone like, Kohli and Maxwell are very, very good friends because they played together in the IPL, basically.
Maybe.
Many of them are good mates, yeah.
Check out Sam Constas and Virat Kohli's relationship. It's probably not quite.
Yeah, but Sam Constance is doesn't really count. I mean, he's a nobody, right? Except
he's a mosquito.
Australian media.
That's very true. Okay, Hardik Pandya in for the last ball of our spell. Bowling to Jakar Ali, and he hits that straight back down the ground, but at no great pace. So they've just come through for a single. Jakar Ali will keep the strike, and at the end of the 40th over with 10 overs to go, Bangladesh 165.
Yep.
Thank you so much.
India-Pakistan game, because I'm not there at the second.
Lovely to catch up with you.
Yep.
Thanks, guys. Crick Converse asked, from when are you guys watching cricket? Can you say what year? I started in probably 1958. There you go.
Watching it properly will be 81 for me.
1975.
72 for me.
Yeah, late 60s, early 70s for me.
A lot of cricket.
2000s for me.
So a lot of cricket. Yes.
Right, here we go. Run rate in the last 10 overs.
Oh, hang on. I'm off, aren't I? Sorry.
Yeah, you are off.
You are. It should be Will making his appearance. There he is.
It's 5.4 in the last 10 overs was the run rate. It picked it up a little bit. I still think that this pitch doesn't have huge amounts of runs in it, guys. And I think if they can get up to 240 somehow, might have a smidgen of a chance if they can get some early wickets. Anyway, Jakar is facing up to Shami, and he pulls him behind square, and he's going to get 4 runs for that. Sweet shot. Thought there would be someone out there, but he's much more in front of square out of deep mid.
Giuliani had his reasons for selecting his landscape seasons. There were
4. A bit of football attempted by Axar on the boundary. Not successful. And the score moves on to 160. I went over 186.5 a long time ago, but that's going to be waltzed past, it looks like. Shami is in, defended into the leg side, and there will be no run as it goes to mid-wicket. But it's starting to up the pace a little bit.
Yep, just sort of cranking it up slowly.
70 off the last. I mean, it's 70 off the last 10, which isn't unreasonable completely in the modern era. We'll be 240 roughly around abouts anyway. Won't be enough, you wouldn't have thought, but strange things happen, and I do think that it does get slower and lower in the UAE and Dubai and around these areas. These pitches aren't great. That's clipped off the toes by Jakar out towards deep backward square. There is a man there now. It's Axar Patel. It'll just be the 1 run. 170 for 5. Shami gone for 5 in the first 3 balls. And now they've got wickets in hand, effectively, haven't they? I mean, they've got 5 wickets and 10 overs. So now the
35 for 5. Remember this?
yeah, well, that's what I mean. But now they've got into the 40th over. If these guys last another 5 overs, they really can give it a heave for the last 5 with wickets in the hutch. And that's pulled flat over the top of mid wicket. There's no one out in the deep behind the mid wicket. And that'll be enough 4 more, 9 off this over. 2 balls to go.
2 plus 2 is on my mind. 2 plus 2 is on my mind.
And the Bangladesh should have something to cheer about in the crowd. Come on, Pete, we want some super chats. Super chats, Patreons.
Well, Patreon, plenty of Patreon benefits now.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're moving. We're going to pay our deposit today on our new studio.
While I think about it, Hattie, the mad old Batty, I think messaged us. Does she get her name onto the...
I did that yesterday.
Oh, you've done it?
Yes.
Oh, Hattie, it's been done. I said I'd talk to the management.
You got to wait for it to come around and then make sure you see it when it's your time because it's constantly going around. And there are a lot of names on there. That one is clipped out into the leg side. Admonishes himself, the Jacker, for not getting it further, but he gets a single, and that brings up double figures for the over. It's 10 off the
as well as the glory roll, our undying gratitude. You can get merchandise. You can get content before anyone else gets it. There are
Discord channel.
You get your own Patreon members Discord chat channel, which we're all members of as well. So natter away to you on that.
Shami is in, and it's just worked off his hip by Hidroy down towards the long leg, and he'll get himself a single.
Studio Foundation member, I think you will be able to visit our fantastic new studio. It'll have a little social area that we're putting in the corner.
Yep.
Not quite. Where are we getting the sofa from?
We're taking it from here, mate.
Are we?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Look, there are
I might even invest in at least recovering it, but
well, there are upgrades possible. Let's get in there first.
Yes, well, absolutely. Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
There are other things that we're going to have to buy. So on the move,
you can promote any cause. Obviously yourself. You can promote any cause that you may have. You want to talk about. We'll definitely do that. So it's what keeps us going. Our outgoings are going to go up.
Yep.
We can cover it at the moment, but we're close to the wire on it. That's the main thing. The best summary. If we can just keep getting wonderful people to join us and help us on Patreon, that will keep cricket free across the internet, keep us doing what we do and we love doing for you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Jacker is going to face up. Hardik Pandya's coming in for his 4th over. Gets steps across, cutter into the pitch, and he just nudges it up to long on, and there'll be the 1 run. Do you notice that your own headphones sound dull, but everyone else sounds really clear on these things?
No, these ones are all right. I didn't realise we had more than one. I thought we only had 1 set of these. Have you got 2 sets of these?
Well, I'm wearing one and you're wearing one. So what does that say, Tone?
It says it says there's 2 that I can see. Are there others?
No, there isn't.
Right.
Yet.
Okay.
Well, I was trying. I still think I prefer to go back to those mics. I'm going to get them fixed anyway, if I can.
Oh, I quite like these now.
I don't mind.
They're just a bit heavy on the ear.
No, well, it all depends on the volume. That's pulled by Hidroy out to deep mid wicket.
Physically heavy on the ear.
Oh, right. No, they're not that heavy. I mean, they are professional. That's a signal, a single even, out to the deep. Was that 2? No, they got back for 2. That's good running. Hidroy moves on to 77 off 95. Jacker's on 67 off 111. Hidroy's the man going on. Well, India won't have problems with fielding. They're 13 minutes ahead.
Well, it's complete, diametrically opposite to yesterday.
Yeah,
it was behind forever.
Pakistan were bad. That's a little wide down the leg side. We'll have one of those. And the score moves on to 180 for 5. Still 8 overs and 4 balls left.
Wide.
Why were Pakistan so slow yesterday? Was it the injury? Did that?
There was a couple of injuries, weren't there? And not only were there a couple of injuries, there were time wasting going on and decisions being made. They just weren't very organised yesterday. That's short and into the pitch, and Carr really dies as it gets to Hidroy. He comes down the track and thwacks it out to deep mid wicket. He'll get himself a single.
Because I came on in the second spell and they were already about like 10, 15 minutes behind, I think. And I just didn't know where that time went, but I didn't know whether it was Thacker getting injured.
Yeah, there was a bit of the Thacker getting injured thing, and there was also someone else got pinged on the head, didn't they? Didn't Glenn Phillips get knocked on the head?
Oh yeah,
just before or after he took.
But I mean, I think they take all that into account. I mean, if there are injuries, they add time onto the amount of allotted time. So it was genuinely, the rest of it is taken out by the slowness of your play.
Yeah,
that one is guided down towards third man. And there'll be no run as it hits the fielder. Looking disappointed with himself, Jacker, that he didn't miss the fielder. Hardwick's gone for, what, 18 in 4 overs. So, I mean, they've all been reasonably, well, it's not surprising really when at 181 after 41.4 overs that everyone's been reasonably economic. Funnily enough.
Why are we seeing loads of people taking selfies of themselves?
I don't know. It's the modern era town.
It speaks volumes about the gripping nature of the cricket that you're having to.
Well, the problem with a game like this, isn't it, is it's only going to become gripping if Bangladesh takes some wickets and it gets tight in the second innings.
Yeah.
But none of us really expect that to happen. I'm kind of hoping it does. So that's clipped up to long on, and it's a single. Apparently, Bangladesh have a reasonably good record against India, and they'll have a similar bowling attack. They've got a couple of quick guys, and Taskin, who's now.
I don't know where you got that from.
What?
A good record against India.
That's what Towid seems to be telling us.
Yeah, well,
he
thought Bangladesh were going to win the tournament. So
well, yeah, I mean, obviously, you can.
I can tell you
big
exactly
your own guys up, but
what their record against India is, if you give me a second.
Income Hidroy, sorry, Hardick to Hidroy, and he just knocks it out to the man at deep cover, and there will be a single.
So, a good record against India, you say? Overall, 41 ODIs between the two of them. India have won 32. Bangladesh have won 8. And there was one no result.
That doesn't sound like a very good record.
No, it doesn't. Unless you're really putting a sort of a gloss on a lipstick on a not a particularly appealing pig.
Exactly.
That was me, isn't it? You're asking me for information at the same time as I'm supposed to be doing social. So there's a few. Let me think. Farong says the current Kohli Cam counts 75. Bracket Shakir's number. Will he make more runs than Cam appearances? Well, who knows? Who knows? No. Our own message is saying, having used headset for 5 years now, I'd hate to go back to losing one and have to hold a mic. So much more you can get with 2 hands free.
Yeah, it's true, but it's quite nice having the mic in front and being able to pick up, because you take it away and then you can speak to other people and stuff.
Well, Muttley points out that he might be rather setting himself up for one-handed jokes. Eric J says, gust of wind to leeward. And I'm not quite sure why you're saying that. Eric, can you explain that one to us? But welcome, whatever. I'm delighted to have you with us.
Having the handhelds would
down and
bugger
there's
me
no
up.
run. What the fuck? Oh, Christ almighty, I don't know what's going on there.
Are you alright?
No, I'm trying to deal with somebody.
You're trying to deal with somebody?
Yeah.
That sounds very ominous. In a very sort of mafioso kind of way. Get somebody dealt with.
It said I had a voice note and then opened up. Basically, my
Deal
phone,
with
my
him.
phone updated its operating system the other day.
Well, mine hasn't got enough capacity to do it, I was told.
Well, that's been smashed into the leg side and we've lost the signal. It's gone out to the boundary. It's 4 runs. I don't know what happened there.
Oh, it was.
It was 4 runs. 87, 187 for 5. I got my over 188.
Well, 35 for 5. You surely weren't genuinely expecting it, were you?
What? That they get to 180?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course they fucking was. Well, they still have 40 overs left. You know, if you have
Yeah, but they were 5 wickets down.
Yeah, but they were
under
5
50.
wickets down. Yeah, but fuck me, how much cricket have you watched, especially ODI cricket? If someone's 5 wickets down, you've at least got 2 batsmen who can bat, and really the wicket isn't doing a lot. The fact is, if they stick there where you can't get bouncers and you've got 5 men out, you still should be able to get yourself to 200, really, if you are a smart batsman, and that has worked out to deep square leg for a single. No matter what people say. You know, in a modern age, if you can't score 4 and over for the rest, and just keep yourself there, especially if there's no real danger balls. Let's face it, there aren't any danger balls. They're going to get themselves out if they're going to get them out. There's not a huge amount of turn. The pitch is quite slow. I mean, that's the biggest danger, I think, is you mistime a shot to a fielder. But
if they'd have held the 2 catches and taken...
If they'd have held their 2 catches, true, but they didn't. And, you know,
yeah.
And at the end of the day, that's going to be a wide. I probably went over the top of that, but it's wide. Go on, Will.
Other than the UAE, I think you know, if it was anywhere else in the world, I think it might be a slightly different story. But I get what you mean. Like,
well, that is my point. I mean, my point is that I've watched a lot of cricket in the UAE, and I don't think they're particularly high-scoring pitches. And if you can get a score on the board, you've got a chance. And I think you need 240 plus. I think you give yourself a decent chance at 260. To be fair, that's gone up. That's got to be out. I fear for Jacka. He's tried it one too many times, and he has gone. He's tried to pull that from well outside his off stump.
Guess
tried to clump it over the leg side. It was Virat. Cody Cam is in the game. As that one is pulled out to deep cow, and he'll get a wicket.
Well, that was the highest 6-wicket partnership against India in ODIs by any team. But it's ended.
Well, it has, and now I think Hidroy probably has to see them through to the 48th, 49th over, to trying to score runs. Whoever comes in at the other end, I think, now has licence to give it some biff. Although I don't think it's easy to biff from the start. But we shall see. Shall we not?
Are you on the move?
Yeah, I am. I'm just going to turn myself up a fraction because I think I'm a little low. It feels a bit low in my ears. That's a bit better.
Sounds very quite loud in mine though.
Oh really?
Yeah.
That's what I mean. These headphones are a bit odd. I don't
hear
much. Yeah, it was a good catch.
And needless to say, the camera lovingly lingers
on Virat.
On the
He's looking a little bit older these days. He doesn't get as much camera time these days as he used to.
He's had plenty today.
He's had a fair bit.
Shift in policy from the England series.
It looks like. However, the new batsman, no, it can't be the new one. Hidroy looks like he's got a little bit. I mean, he's come out.
That would be a real problem.
It would be a real problem. But Hidroy looks like he's got a bit of cramp. Sammy has 3 for 44.
He's also got 200 wickets now in ODIs. That's his 200th, so brilliantly bowled him. Shall I do some messages while we wait? There's a few.
Might as well.
Muttley says, Guerrilla Gangster in London, coming soon to a cinema near you. Bada bing, bada boom. Mutters. Leah says, it's Bangladesh's game to lose from here, I reckon. Rajesh Mohan says, Bangladesh have given themselves a fighting chance with this partnership. They certainly have. Effing finally, says Leah. Kohli's imitation of Merkel in slow-mo was pretty good too.
What?
He did.
Merkel?
Angela.
Angela
Merkel. He did judge it very well. And don't worry, plenty of opportunities to enjoy it several times over.
Well, of course.
But he took that supremely. Well done, Virat. Coming to us, more likely to be coming to a cinema. Virat Kohli the movie.
So do we know anything about Rishad? Has he got a jingle?
I can tell you a bit. Well, I would imagine he has a jingle, and I can try and tell you something about him in a minute. Did you load it?
I did. I loaded them all.
Absolutely will have a jingle. None were missed, except possibly him.
Rishad,
here he is.
Rishad Hussain.
Bangladesh, you created a monster, and its name is Rishad Hussain.
Oh, I like the little sting at the end of that.
Well, give me some info on Rishad Hussain.
Well, give me a moment to find it, and then I will.
22 years old and 220 days. Right right-handed bat. Apparently he's an all-rounder. He bowls leg breaks, but I wouldn't say that he's particularly sort of, his stats don't say that.
Well, he's defended his first ball back to the bowler and there's no run. What about his
Bowls
batting is what we really want to know.
breaks and googlies.
Yeah, well that's
He's
fine,
from
but he's out here to
Rampur.
bat right now, so I want to know what his batting stats are.
High scores 48, average 18.3.
Strike rate 61.76. It just came up on the screen.
He did pretty well in the World T20s actually. His highest score there was against India. He made 24.
Okay.
And
well, if he can give it some welly.
Highest score in the recent BPL though, just 18. So he's not done much with the bat there. And
he doesn't look
played
like
quite
a
a few
great
of them.
batsman, it has to be said, as he defends that next ball from Shami out into the offside and there is no run.
And that, I think, between Will and I, is the entire catalogue of everything we know.
Right, okay. Was that just crick info then?
No.
No?
No, don't just rely on one source.
Crick buzz?
No, well, possibly.
Yeah. Which has got probably
I phoned his mum up. I phoned his mum up.
Yeah, of course you did, yeah.
I know him. He's a very dear friend.
Yeah.
Well, there you are. Exactly. Exactly.
Well, hopefully, I'd like to see if I just think that if Bangladesh can somehow wangle away to 230, 240, we might, I suggest might, have a game. Especially then get a couple of early wickets. Get Rohit early, get Virat early.
He hit a 6 off his very first ball in ODIs.
Oh, right.
So
we used to have a
has
jingle
aggressive
about
intent.
a Kiwi who did that in his first ever Test match. I can't remember the Kiwi's name.
Should we jingle up the new bowler, or do we just?
No.
Do we not jingle him up? I just like his jingle. That's all.
Well, no. Jingles only one jingle per man per game per innings.
I wasn't aware we had that restriction.
Well, yeah. We don't really. It's just that's my.
So 7 overs, 4 wickets in hand. Not 190 or thereabouts, 189 for 6. They could go at 7 and over. 7 says a 49. That would get them to
around about 240.
Competitive enough.
Yeah,
it?
Exactly. That's what I mean. If they can do it, it's bowled. It's clipped into the leg side. Probably should have gone for 2, but they weren't very quick on the first one. Kuldeep has to chase down his own bowling, and they just get the single. Obviously, Hridoy is still there. What's that, Will?
I was just going to say, was it that bloke who was he's the shortest international cricketer? He was that Kiwi who was.
No. He was a big hulking. Was it Craig? Mike Craig, something like that, or Craig something.
Craig McMillan? No, he wasn't. Was he a Kiwi? Yes, he was.
He was a Kiwi, but I don't think it was him. That's defended into the offside out to cover, and there's no run.
I'm still getting those George Harrison vibes from KL Rahul.
Yeah, it's the hair, isn't it?
It's
Really,
the hair.
it's the hair and the
definitely
beard
the
and
hair.
shit. It's not dissimilar. I get what you mean there completely. Kuldeep tosses that one up on the leg side. There's an appeal for LBW. I think picked outside leg.
Well outside leg.
Yeah, they picked well outside leg. I think it was a googly. I think it was probably going on to hit the stumps, but it might have bounced over because, well, they're going to review it. I don't think it's out. I think it pitched outside leg.
Just going to say a quick hello then to Opus Cizzoni, who joined us on Blue Sky. So welcome to you. That looked outside. What did you reckon, Will? That looked outside a leg to me.
I think it was outside, and I think it was probably going over anyway, maybe, but I'm notoriously terrible with these shouts, so I don't know.
I mean, look, it's Richard Kelborough. Illingworth, even. We're having a little chat. We're going to get some. They're very slow at getting all this shit up, aren't they?
No, it is Illingworth who's the TV umpire.
Yeah.
And I think Kettleborough. Is Kettleborough on field? No.
Oh, okay.
No, he's not. It's who is it today? It's Adrian Holdstock and Paul Rifle.
Ah.
Kettleborough was yesterday, the Kettler. What are we going to be like after 2 weeks? Different teams every day. It's going to be all over the place.
No, it's not hit the bat. I think the first thing you should fucking look at. Look, it's passed outside his bat, outside leg stump. It was a googly, so it's pitched further outside leg than that. Maybe you should look at that fucking first. They do fucking irritate me.
It's like VAR. Yeah, I mean...
City got thrashed last night. It was quite amusing.
Was it 6-3 on aggregate and 3-1 on the night? But the one came in like the 94th minute when nobody really bothered anymore.
No,
look at that.
That's
a mile
outside leg stump.
And we've just wasted all that time.
Yeah.
Which, had they been under the gun for over rate and time,
I think they still
would
get
be deeply unfair.
Well, yeah, I think that all gets accumulated into it. It's like the clock stops when they go for review. I think. I presume it does. I mean, it would be unfair if it didn't, to be honest.
Yeah, I bloody well hope so. If they were,
because they take so long over
stung
it.
For
little walk down the track by Hidroy. Didn't get to the pitch of the ball, just bunted it out on the leg side. He looks like he's cramping up quite seriously, and he gets himself a single.
Well, he's in sight of what would be, I've got to say, a magnificent milestone if he can get there. Because when you look at the state of play as it was, and that 6 innings record against India in partnership with Jacquer Ali, he's probably looking at what we've seen of Rishad so far. He's going to be largely doing the heavy lifting.
I mean,
to
what
get
was that
Bangladesh
partnership?
to a
160?
bigger score.
158, something like that? The actual
Yeah,
partnership? They were 33 for 5. Rishad just lunges out and defends it out to the offside, and there is no run. You haven't got much time to fuck about here, mate. Colty's only got one over left.
To just kick off, and if he gets out, he gets out.
Well, exactly.
Ooh.
And he does have a big heave at that one. He misses it. He misses the stumps. He doesn't lift his back foot. No attempt to stump. And that is the end of the 44th over. 192 for 6. They need another 50 runs, don't they, off the next 6 overs.
Michelle Pfeiffer says Khan Tigers in large capital letters. But you're going to have to remind me, Michelle Pfeiffer, what the context of that was. Eric J, meanwhile, and I'm pretty sure this is referring to the George Harrison connection with KL Rahul, at least in looks, says, whilst my sitar gently weeps. Look at the floor and I see it needs sweeping, while my sitar gently weeps.
White Album, of course.
Yeah. Bit more Axar?
He's got 2 left as well. How many Jadeja got left? I don't know. That's toss. That's a horrible ball.
What was that?
And gets what it deserved. It was a full toss wide of the off stump. Oh, there's a fielder out and a deep. They should get back for 2. They do. Hidroy is kind of struggling a little bit now with his cramp. What are you?
I'm looking at what that information that suddenly appeared there for no reason.
It's been there all the time.
Oh, has it?
Yeah.
Oh, right, good.
Because that's the panel it's on.
It's not where you normally look, that's probably why.
Yeah, exactly. And since you don't really know what's going on there, just clipped into the leg side, and Hidroy has hair down the track, and he's cramp is coming again. He's knackered.
Get him some salt tablets.
I don't know what the temperature is out there. I imagine it's very hot, very dry.
Well, it was about 27, 28. Not super hot, but I mean certainly warm.
Yeah, when you're running around all day and sweating.
And he's doing a marvellous job for his team, you have to say that.
Yeah, he is.
He needs some electrolytes in him.
He does. He's probably cramping up all over the place, isn't he? His hands look like they're cramping. His legs look like they're cramping.
Yeah, he's in some discomfort. A Mr. Handjob has posited the thought that if Hidroy gets a ton, he's sure the BCCI will put in a protest. Stephen Kelk says a whole 20 minutes of freedom from the boss man. 23 even. Not quite sure what that means.
23 minutes?
The tech really creeps up on you, doesn't it, Tony? Says Mr. Handjob. Yes, it does. I'm afraid to say, from time to time.
Time to time?
Well, regularly. There's a question of how you define time to time.
Yeah.
Alright, don't make me feel like a marriage counsellor again.
For a will.
He almost got there this morning to Tone.
I was pretty much there this morning.
Yeah, you've got to share the TV feed. That was the only thing you hadn't done.
Yeah, that was the only problem. Other than that, it was all fine.
Yep.
I found the on-off switch.
And how does that make you? And how does that make you feel, Tony? What would you like to say to Bear?
Water. I'd like to tell him to fuck off most of the time.
Yeah, of course you
But
would.
it's water off a duck's back by and large.
Exactly that. And then I lose my rag.
You did when I was squirting the microphone this morning.
Yes!
I could hear you. I thought, thank God I'm on air at least.
Oh, big
well,
swing, big outside edge. Probably going to get 4 for that. Richard gets himself off the mark with a 4. Down through where first slip would be. But I don't suppose he'll care that much. 7 off the first 3 balls of this over.
Which one are we going to use? We'll go with this one. Hit me, baby, one more time. Not where I was expecting to be hit.
Yeah.
Poor Raxon, I wonder he's a bit miffed with that. That was
joys of being a
100%
bowler.
what he didn't.
Well, he's got hold of that one, and I think that has gone all the way. It's gone a long way into the top. Well, not the top tier, but the raised tier over long on. 6 runs. Richard gives it some.
That was an absolute belter.
It was. 200 runs, 20 kits delivered to grassroots cricket.
Well,
I want to know what those kits consist of, is what I want to know. That one is, consequently, he drops that shorter. I'm going to go for Smaximum there. He's hit that hard and flat over wide, long on. 6 more, 2 in a row. Come to life as Richard.
Smack it in the air, beyond the boundary. Smack it in the air.
And this is what you need.
Smaximum.
They've only got, what, 5 overs left after this? 4 wickets in hand.
Suddenly it's Rohit's. Penny, he's got those wraparound reflective sunglasses, but behind them he's going, what have I done?
Well, I'll tell you what.
What have I done?
If you're one of those people on Betfair who got 90 to 1 on Bangladesh at whatever point that was in the innings, as that one's clumped out to deep cover and there's no one. Which reminds me, and I've said this story on air a million times, I think, well, not a million times, but several times. When we were doing Test Match Sofa, before we became Gorilla, we used to use a site. We decided to get into betting, and we used a site. It was one of the first sort of in-play betting sites. There's a site called Cricket Bet Live, and they were an Australian side. And you only have 4 options. It was like fall of the next wicket, partnership, who was going to get runs, and who was going to win. Basically, there was like basically 4 options. In the World Cup final in Sri Lanka in the T20, it was West Indies versus Sri Lanka in the final. And after about 14 overs, I mean, literally, West Indies were about, I don't know, 50 for 6 or something, looking like they were going nowhere. And then, what's his name? We've got the saluting dude.
The saluting dude.
The one who saluted to Ben Stokes.
Oh, Marlon Samuels.
Marlon Samuels got about 70 in double quick time, and they got to about 130. But at one point in that innings, the West Indies went out to something like 320 to 1. That's been cut out into the deep. And that was a replay. I think Hidroy basically cannot run, so 2s look like they're off the table. Easy walk singles are on. He knocks a single and gives Richard the strike. And I was so convinced that Sri Lanka would win. I just kept piling money on Sri Lanka. But if you'd put money on that at that point, they went on to win it. And the odds went out to 320 to 1. It's like madness. So I always think of that when odds go out silly, like on this game. Too early in the game to really be able to make that decision, you know?
Yeah. All I know is that you lost me a lot of money in my mid-teens because of that.
What?
That partnership with Test Match Sofa. I just got really into it for a summer and lost a load of money.
Oh, what, betting? Defended out into the offside and there is no run. Well, but cricket, you got to rely on what you understand of the game, really. I mean, it's why I often go under for the fall of a first wicket in a white ball game. People are trying to attack, yeah? I mean, you know, it may be 50-50. I mean, generally the odds are only 6 to 5 on. So, I mean, it's always around about evens, but if you watch how a game progresses, you can kind of make him play bets reasonably well. Oh, he's out. Rashad has tried to cutely guide that over the top of short third man, but he hasn't got enough elevation on it, and it's gone straight down the throat of Hardick. He's caught one.
I'm a loser. Yeah, I'm a loser, babe. I'm just a loser. Whoa, whoa.
Just needed a little bit more elevation on it, really, but it wasn't to be had.
And 7th wicket goes, 214 for 7. Get another 25 runs. I think this could be an interesting game. It'll all depend how India come out and whether Bangladesh themselves can get some early wickets. I think they've got a reasonable spin department. Is Mehdi Hassan playing?
Good question. I will tell you. I think he is, from memory. Yes, he batted earlier, but not for long. Mehdi Haran, there he is. Yes, he's batting. He was batting at 7, but I think they brought him in early.
They've lost their other mystery spinner, I believe, haven't they, through injury? Is that right? Here's another Hassan.
It's Tanzim, isn't it? We shall give him a welcome when I find him. This is Tanzim Hassad, isn't it? Or is it Hassan?
Is this Taskin?
It's this chap. No, this is the fella.
Oh, right. He's
A synonym for slim and trim. Swim in the gym just on a whim. I do not go out on a limb. In this hymn, that's for Tanzim.
Sort of jolly and Tyrolean in feel.
It's made from under 19 World Cup. Don't know when we did that. It may have been Rogers' days when we were in
Saqib.
In Kate's place. She was an Indian supporter, of course. Into the deck and wide. Won't be given as a wide because I don't think it was. Harshit, who's got 2 for 31 off 6.5. You can go through to the end. 214 for 7, 4 overs and 1 ball left. They'll give themselves a chance. Taskin's a pretty decent bowler. I think Tanzin, isn't he reasonably quick?
Yeah, sort of late 80s.
Yes, he is.
It'll be interesting to see how they go. They've got to get early wickets to make this interesting, I would suggest. That's into the pads and well dug out by Tanzin to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Only 2 runs off that over and a wicket. Hidroy will, on 90, will face up to the next delivery. Tone.
Oh, sorry. I was just engaged in something else, actually. I was sorting some money out for us. Right, let me see. Oh, there's, gosh, shut your eyes for a moment and everyone leaps in. Let's have a look. Leah, that man looks knackered. Get him some strychnine. Worked in 1904 in St. Louis at the marathon. Won't hurt here. Stephen Kelk just says, Tony. Oh, did you know deer can jump higher than the average house? It's because of their strong hind legs and the fact that the average house can't jump. Love it. Love it.
Fuck's sake.
Love it. I thought the joke would be in hind, but I was overthinking it.
Yeah.
Maxwell made huge runs with no functioning limbs, no eyes, only one nostril and about 40% blood loss. Toughen up, Towers. That's very funny. I like that.
Carved into the offside by Hidroy, but only as far as the man who is out on the boundary. And he's just wandering down to the other end.
Right, Brian in Brisbane. Hey, here I am again. Work has quietened a bit. Just done a birth certificate correction for a mum to remove the wrong dad from her son's birth certificate.
Oh, Jesus.
The son's 14.
Oh, my God.
'Cause he's in Hatch Match Dispatch department, isn't he, Brian?
You don't want to be the dad getting hassled for...
Oh, he's gone.
He's gone. Tanzin, though, is the one who has gone. He's tried to give it a big heave. He's gone inside edge onto his stumps, and he has made no impression on the runs, as has wasted 4 balls. And has gone 215 for 8. So basically,
Please fuck off, you useless twat.
Well, that's a bit hard. I didn't even know we had that. Has that one just appeared?
No, it's been there forever.
Has it?
Yeah. Doesn't get used a lot.
Well, oh well.
Mainly for Australians.
Oh well, it's possibly. I apologise.
All fuck off jingles are mainly for Australians. And actually,
apologise to Tanzin.
and actually our own batsmen as well. When I'm getting very annoyed with them.
Yes, I can well understand that. Well, while he wanders off, let me catch up a bit here and there. Rajesh Mohan, DP World and GPJ India collaborated with partner agencies to repurpose 3 shipping containers. The containers had the capacity to hold 250 kits each, including bats, helmets, gloves and pads. That was the answer to your question.
Oh,
What's
cool.
in the kits? So there you go. It sounds fantastic. Mr. HJ of Melbourne says, my sole victory betting on cricket was backing Bangladesh at 25-1 against Australia in 2007 or so, and didn't those plucky little bangers get up?
Absolutely.
Eric J. 500-1 against England in 1981 were odds that I talked my mate out of having a quid on. Oh my lord. Muttley, was it the 2009 Ashes where England won? I won £20 on that, which was enough to get drunk at the local British Legion and get a chippy on the way home via bus.
Yeah, you could do that in those days at 20 quid. I went to the pub the other day, 2 pints cost £15.
Ugh.
Fucking horrendous. Chamois is in. They're driven at by Taskin. Down towards, gets an outside, half of the bat goes down towards third man, and they'll get a single.
Well, you say that, I could give you the exact opposite of that. The Highland Laddie in Norton, which is a suburb of Stockton, although a very nice one, which is it's basically a spoons. Pre-match couple of pints after I'd gone up to Middlesbrough, and there was 5 of us I think at the time. 5 pints, guess how much?
£12.50.
£5.50.
£5.50?
Yes.
What the fuck?
Well, that was my reaction. That was exactly my reaction. I thought, I nearly said, but I didn't want to sound sort of too southern and soft.
Well,
but I nearly said, are you sure that's quite correct?
Hidroy is really struggling. He's cut that straight to cover, and he's gone down like a sack of spuds.
Unless that's a replay, Bear.
No, it's not.
Is it not?
That was live. He just played that shot, and then
oh yeah, he did. Look at that.
His legs
his legs gone.
Oh, cramp.
He needs to see them to the close somehow, doesn't he?
Well, I mean, the problem with cramp is it just comes on, doesn't it? There's nothing you can do about it. Keep losing the signal. I don't know why.
Yeah, that is a bit bothersome. Do we need to reset the box during the interval?
I don't think so.
Well, I'll keep going actually then, whilst that happens and we keep losing the signal anyway. 1 pint, Muttley says, 1 pint of Brains IPA was less than £2 then. I remember Brains Essay. Do you remember Brains Essay, Mutters? It used to be called Skull Attack. It's Welsh, isn't it? Brains is a brewery. Brains Essay it was called. Everyone called it Skull Attack. Maybe that's actually what it was. I don't know.
There was a pub at the end of my mum's road growing up called the Brain Surgery.
The Brain Surgery, I like that.
Well, the Firkin, Fox and Firkin is basically going to be our local. Firkin, obviously, back in the 80s, they brewed all their own beers, and all their beers are Firkin beers.
Leah's got her marketing head on. I like this. She says, if people do want to know what that strychnine joke is, become Patreon so you can check out my post on Discord. There you go. Well done, Leah. I like your marketing thinking.
Look at that. One partnership of 158, not much anything else over 25.
I know. It's crazy, isn't it? Absolutely crazy.
Well, this is playing out quite long at the end of this innings, just because Hidroy...
I was expecting to be home mid-afternoon, Bear. I'm
marginally
disappointed.
You are marginally disappointed. I did think this could happen. I still don't, it's questionable whether it's enough, and India should be able to chase down.
Is he going to be able to go on?
Well, he probably won't come out of the field.
Can he carry on batting? He's in massive pain.
He's got to see it out, hasn't he? There's only 3 overs and 2 balls left.
Make him sound like the Black Knight in the fight on the bridge scene.
Yes, I'm still here, even though I've got no arms and no legs.
Yes. Come back and bat, you coward.
I played out a game after I broke my nose.
Yeah, that's just a nose, isn't it?
I remember when I was a kid, and look, my mate was about 6'5" when he was 15, and he bowled pretty pacey, and we played on a good pitch, Hertfordshire League. And of course, we're all playing against adults.
Is that Shikhar Dhawan, isn't it?
Yeah, it is Shikhar Dhawan.
Looking very sharp in a suit there. That's Jay Shah, I think.
With his weird-shaped head. And, these adults are just chatting. It was a really hard, solid pitch, and one where, as a kid, you think, oh yeah, I can hit the deck here. And he was quick. And obviously he was young, and he was tall, and he hit the deck hard. And this adult was giving him all this, and eventually bowled him a bounce and pinged him in the jaw, sent him off to hospital.
Nice.
Exactly. Taught him a lesson.
God, I love doing that.
Yeah.
Muttley is trying to make me feel old here. He said, yes, the old boys at the Legion told me about Skull Attack. You can still get it, but it's not as strong as it used to be. They would remind me. Probably isn't. Probably isn't. For wrong, honest stakes. Tonight's winner, TT, the Tigers, and predictions, i.e. Bangladesh win by 27 runs. Team Tata win in the 36 over. How many runs Virat Cam?
Well,
there it is. There's that drop. That's what changed the game, I reckon.
Well, it is. And he also got dropped down at that one as well. I mean, he hadn't got many runs when that was dropped either. It was as well.
They were both very poor drops. KL's was a harder one, but you'd expect a keeper to take it.
Well, a proper keeper.
Not George. Not the ghost of George Harrison.
No.
With a big pair of white gloves on.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Shami's going to.
It's very hard to play guitar when you got there.
Yeah.
When you're wearing those.
Hidroy is gonna continue. Looks a bit over. Is it? Oh no, that's the roof. I was going to say it looks a bit overcast in Dubai. But
It's got the old ring of fire, doesn't it?
Yeah.
The Dubai floodlights, which does make catching quite difficult. But no excuses.
No excuses during the daylight.
eh?
Yes, precisely. Shami is in. Hidroy gives it some Humpty. He gets it through the gap.
It's a beautiful shot.
A great shot out to extra cover boundary for 4 runs. Is he on the floor again already?
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
220 for 8.
I suspect he can't run, so we're going. And obviously, Tempest is fugiting, so he's going to probably try and do this for most balls and just
I would have
try and
thought
get
so.
himself over the line, because he's not going to run a quick single 199. I don't think.
No. That one he just clips down to long on. He's basically walking a signal. Now, if I was an Indian, I'd be running in and trying to get that in as quick as possible, and make him run that. I mean, it may not be very sportsmanlike, but what the fuck? It's professional cricket.
Genuinely like an old man out for a Sunday afternoon walk with a walking stick. Only it's his bat.
That's the end of the over, so he'll retain the strike. He got 7 off that over. There was a wicket as well.
I think I've been rather cheekily. We've had so many breaks for Hridoy being down with his cramp that I've kept us pretty much up to date, I think.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see where this one goes.
But if you want to join us on Patreon, I'll give you another reminder of that. It's GorillaCricket.com /
No, it's patreon.com/
patreon.com/GorillaCricket, or you can find all the details, because it's literally the first thing that smacks you between the eyes when you land on our website at GorillaCricket.com.
Exactly.
And plenty of benefits for joining us. Most importantly, you're with a gang of listeners who are a cut above the rest, we like to think, and I'm pretty sure we're right.
Absolutely. Kuldeep is going to bowl his last over. It's just worked around a corner. Hidroy will
but we don't
waddle down the other end for a single.
Waddling, hobbling, hobble and waddle. They were. Didn't they have a single once? Oh no,
yeah, they did.
Hoddle and waddle. I didn't remind Glenn Hoddle of that when I saw him in one of my local pubs before a Hampton and Richmond game.
God.
In the Jolly Coopers. I looked up and I said, "That's Glenn Hoddle. What's he doing here?" Obviously, he didn't hear me. But his son was playing for whoever the Beavers were playing that day.
Yeah, I remember you putting that on the WhatsApp group. Yeah.
I didn't mention Eileen Drury either.
Kuldeep is in, cut hard by Taskin. Has he got it through the gap? No, he hasn't. There's a guy down at long off. Now, if there was a fit man in the thing, they might have tried 2 there, but there's no way that Hidroy is going to go back for 2. He's on 97. If he can get a boundary, he'll get himself a well-deserved ton. And those people who thought Bangladesh wouldn't get a score, well, it's not a great score, but it may be something, and maybe enough to work with. As Hidroy goes back and just works that out.
He's going to have to do it in singles as well, poor lad.
And at least that man on the boundary got the right idea, got it in hard at the bowler's end. Rohit's having a giggle.
I'll tell you what,
I'm sure he wouldn't be happy if this was him and people were hurling it or something.
Well, he may not be giggling if somehow Bangladesh do pull this off. Only the hardest heart would begrudge Hridoy's ton now, wouldn't they?
Yeah, absolutely.
He's done a magnificent job for his side.
He has indeed. Flat, horrible.
He's going to have to
And
Walk
it's
another
just
one.
Hoiked into the leg side. Hidroy will have to walk another single.
So he's got 2 balls to get 2 runs.
And another couple of overs.
Well, yeah, if he wanted to do it in this over.
Well, if he got 1 single, he's not going to get a chance in this over. He'd have to do a double, and I can't see him running a double. It's either a boundary, or he's going to get it next over, or he's going to be out.
Actually, he's behind a runner ball, but considering where they were, he's not massively behind a runner ball, is he?
If Babber had managed this yesterday rather than getting out in the 60s and caught up later in the game and stayed there, may have been a different outcome. Tossed up and just defended back to the bowler, and there is no run. I think Coldeep knows that he's so immobile that he's hardly likely to run down the pitch at him if he floats one up there.
He's a canny bowler.
Yeah.
Took the 3 wickets that won the Asia Cup last time the teams played here against Bangladesh.
Floated up again and just dropped in. He does go sprinting for this one, and he does drive.
And he's gone
again. Of course, he's gone again. No.
He has, however, kept the strike.
He has kept the strike. He's got himself a single, and he's moved on to 99.
Well.
He's like a turtle on his back.
Michel Pfeiffer says Dhoni or Virat. Is that a general question as to who is the biggest icon?
Dhoni.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know.
Possibly just. I'm kind of with Will on that one. Although the camera didn't follow MS Dhoni half as much as it follows his coliness. Leah, this was a bowling and fielding display worthy of Nasser Hussein's England. Well done, no-hit Sharma. Hasn't been great, I have to say.
No, I mean,
after
they've kind of
such a wonderful start.
Well,
they became sloppy.
Well, yeah, to a degree they came sloppy, but also Bangladesh played well within themselves, really, didn't they? They just knocked it around. I mean, they knew that if they didn't lose wickets and 2 people could stay there, they could get a score. And I think most of these players have played enough cricket in the UAE to know that it's possible to get a result with a reasonably low score. That should be a wide at the beginning of the next over.
Yeah, shocking ball, isn't it?
Has been given as one.
Legacy Ad Brian wants to know whether you're going to finish your Firkin Brewery anecdote. Were you in the middle of one and lose it halfway?
Well, no, I was just saying that Firkin make all their own beers. So I mean, there aren't many left, as you found out. But virtually every Firkin pub back in the day basically had their own Firkin beers.
They did.
And they had a very strong one. There was a particularly strong one that was like about 8%. It was like treacle. It was a bit like Red. Do you remember Red Label?
Yeah.
Or was it Gold Label, not Red Label? But weirdly, the label was red, but it was called Gold Label, which was basically barley wine, wasn't it, or something? That one's cut out to deep point, and that is Towed Hidroy has got his ton. 100 off 114, which isn't too bad from where he was earlier in his innings.
Well,
give him a jingle.
Richly deserved this.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100.
Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
And with 12 balls left, 12 runs to get him to 250.
He can barely lift his arms up, to actually celebrate it.
I know, what are they on? 228?
What an effort.
12 balls, 11 balls, I think they're... No, 228. So run a ball from here to the end, we'll get them 240, which is the bottom end of what I think possibly is defendable. Round the wicket, and Taskin tries to scoop it around to fine leg, misses it, gets hit, and there is no run. He's batting very well, this Towed, really, to be honest.
I like the way
not a huge amount of boundaries either, really.
When they're doing the graphic of where all the runs have come, mysteriously it's conceived in a completely full stadium.
Yes,
the crowd was. It hasn't been anything like, even for India. You would have genuinely, you would have thought.
Well,
I know it's a lot of people
I
working.
mean, not only that, that's driven at by Taskin. It goes out to cover. He can't run a single because Hidrel is basically not mobile. I mean, we covered a lot of cricket out there. I mean, when Pakistan, that was their home territory. There's a lot of Pakistanis out there, but as everyone says, they're mostly indentured workers who. And a lot of the stadiums are well out of town and stuff as well. They're not easy to get to.
You would have thought, though, that they'd look to try and
make
games on a Friday and Saturday for India, wouldn't you?
Well,
perhaps they have.
Oh, now it's got hold of that one as Taskin. I think it's going to go straight down the fielder's throat at cow. Shami, is that his 5 or was that his 4th?
It's his 4th.
It is his 4th. No, it is his 5th.
Oh, it is 5th.
5th 5 for 53. Well bowled,
Fantastic.
Shami. Coming back off injury, and he gets himself a 5.
A farewell to Taskin.
On your bike, mate.
Is Shami?
Well, he passed his 200 ODI wicket, so he's had a good day out.
He has.
You can't blame him for the drops or the anything else. He's done more than his job.
Is Mohammed Shami a Muslim?
I don't know. Why do you ask?
Well, I just wondered when he looked at the sky and all that nonsense.
I think that's a general. Either way, that's a quite normal. Probably relief to have got there. He's passed that big landmark. He's taken a 5 for lots of reasons to be celebrating. Well, here's a well-known character.
Well, his first name is Mohammed as well. It's a very
well, that is
Muslim name.
That's a clue. Where's the fizz? Where's the fizz? Here he is.
I noticed that they've still got bloody Mamadullah in this fucking squad. I mean, he must be like.
He's 38, I think.
Is he?
Yeah, 38, 39.
Yeah, 37, 38.
With his knackered knees. That one is defended.
That's Mushraf Mortazar.
Is it? Oh, damn.
All your
That's
knees
a
are
shame.
fucked.
Yeah.
That was Mushraf Mortazar.
That's a shame. Taskin picked that up quite nicely. But
who was captain in 2018 for the Asia Cup final here between these two teams, and who nearly got a victory for Bangladesh, just not quite nearly enough.
Shami was starting his running, and the fizz wasn't ready. I think it's been a bit unfortunate here. If Hidroy had been a little bit fitter, I think they'd have probably got another few runs, but being on the outside edge, the fizz. Through to keeper, no run, 1 over left, 228 for 9. Maybe out defend this. I think they'd like another 10-15 runs, take it over to 240. But that's going to require a bit of stand and deliver from Hidroy in this last over, and I'm not sure he's got it in his body. We shall see. Harshit Rana is going to bowl the last over.
Take a bow, Hridoy, says a Mr. Armchair Cricket podcast of this parish. Amazing innings, full of grit and purpose, blocked out the tough phase, and in Jacob's company built a 154 runs partnership that's brought Bangladesh into the game, even hobbling. Can he finish strong and take Bangladesh past 240? It's going to be pushing it, but you never know.
A couple of sixes in this over, and that gets him there. 3 fours. The thing is, he can't run singles, and certainly can't run.
They need
twos.
12 or more, don't they, in the last over then, to do that.
And he's not particularly mobile.
That said, he did. As soon as the trouble is, as soon as he runs, he has to have another lie down.
Well, that's it. Well, he's hit that one into the onside, out towards deep mid wicket. He's not going to run. He can't run singles. And this is a bit
he also
unfortunate.
doesn't want the fizz to have the strike, I don't
Well, no, not only that, but he just can't run singles. He's completely immobile now. And he looks reasonably fit. It must be just lack of fluids and sweating too much and cramp. The problem with his Oh, is that an appeal for OBW? I would appeal for that. But it's hit Hidroy on the back leg. Front leg stump. Deep in his crease. No one appealed. Maybe there's a bit of inside edge. Let's have a look on the replay. Oh yeah, big inside edge, that's why. Hit it into his front leg, in fact.
Mark Arnold has confirmed that Wikipedia confirms that Mohammed Shami is indeed Muslim.
Okay. That makes sense. Harshit, who's got 2 for 31. Oh, excuse me. Bowling to Hidroy. And he's coming in now. It's full, it's outside off stump. Big swing, no ding from Hidroy. And every time he basically plays a shot, he looks like he's in absolute agony. He's only got to face 3 more balls. If he can just hit one of them for 4, they'll get over 230.
Yeah.
We shall see. Of course, if they had got Jackarali a lot earlier, it probably would have been the end of it. But, let's see what Bangladesh can do. Don't think it'll be enough, but you never knew. They've got at least something to play with. They will have to get wickets. That one's going straight up in the air. This probably will be the end of the innings. Underneath it is Mohammed Shami. So having got 5 wickets, he catches the last wicket. It is Hidroy who gets himself out for 100 of 118. Completely immobile by the end. He was just swinging the bat in the last over. There's only 2 balls left of the innings. It is a bit of a shame.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
You kind of feel that if his body wasn't so knackered for the last 5 overs, they probably could have got another few runs. But it's a blessing that they got there in the first place, mainly thanks to him and Jackarali, who between them scored, 160 runs out of 228. So the rest of the team managed 68 runs, and the 2 of them managed the rest. So Bangladesh make 228. India require 229. It's only just over 4.5 and over. Looks like it should be an easy chase, but I got a feeling this wicket is just not that easy to play on.
Well, look, we've been talking a lot about the
average score 209.
209 overall. Last 5 ODIs, admittedly,
have been
by no powerhouses in batting departments, UAE, Scotland, and Canada. But 195. So all in all, it's it's not it's not easy to score runs here. It's generally low scoring.
All right.
Oh, there is our man. I think he would have been a lot happier had those catches been taken and the game could have been wrapped up by now.
Yep.
Gautam Gambhir.
Good old Gautam. Right, well, I mean, I guess the intrigue will come after the innings break and see how the Indians do on the chase.
Will, final thoughts from you?
I think I'm actually really impressed with how far Bangladesh got, considering where they were.
Yes.
You know, they were 36 for 5 or something. So to get an extra 200, it's pretty good going. But yeah, I reckon they're about 15-20 short of where they want to be.
Yeah.
Probably.
Left, right to the thing that looks like a microphone. That one.
Yes, absolutely.
And just press resume.
Well, hang on. Which one do we want to play?
That's the one.
Is that our Champions Trophy preview?
Indeed, it is.
I just want to wind it back.
No, don't.
Yes.
No. Otherwise, no one ever hears the end of it.
Right.
That might be a little bit controversial.
We'll be back after lunch.
I just like sort of guys that are a bit more agricultural, I think, just like crash and bash.
He does have elements of route. You look up and he's on 14, but you don't actually quite remember how he got to it. Yeah, I think there is a bit of that about him.
Well, for me, it's more the annoying bat flick he does every delivery. And he rolls the bat a few times in his hands, a bit Steve Smith-esque, but without
if he gets a few hundreds for Middlesex, he can twiddle his sodding back.
I'm sure he'll get a few hundreds for Middlesex. Christ, fan over here, yeah.
That's right, yeah. Are they still in Division 2? Or are they
yes, we are still in Division 2. But anyway, so let's get to New Zealand, though, rather than England specifically. Reasons to be cheerful. What's good? What fills you with optimism for your Kiwis?
Well, yeah, I am actually quite optimistic about this. They're in good form, given they won this little tri-series thing they had the other day, which is probably more of a lead-in or better lead-in than a lot of the teams have had. They've got a settled lineup. I think that's part of it. Devon Conway appears to be scoring a few runs again. I think Lockie Ferguson's been withdrawn now, but he was, it was good to see him back. But I think he's injured again, and they've called in Duffy, I think, who hits the deck pretty hard. I actually saw him a bit this domestic summer, and he might surprise. Actually, I mean the pitches won't probably suit him that much, but he bowls a heavy ball, as they say. And I think with the ever improving Will O'Rourke, who's rapidly developing into a pretty good bowler, actually.
Yeah, he's rapid.
He's good, yeah. I mean, he's
from Kingston Bear.
150 mark, yeah.
He's going to be good, isn't he? He comes from Kingston on Thames.
That's right.
We breed some good cricketers in Kingston on Thames.
Well, I thought he was the pick of the Kiwi bowlers in that Test series, which you lost to us not that long ago. But he was good. There were some spells in that were properly testing.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, he's definitely come along and rapidly. Ben Sears is another guy who's got a bit of gas about him. He's he gets a bit of white line fever too. Sears off the field, he's quite a
feisty.
He's always a lot more subdued than he is on the field. He just gets red rag to a ball once he gets a ball in his hand, which is good. But and I felt like Nathan Smith, who's come into the team, sort of an all-rounder, bit of a farm boy, I think, originally from down south. But he's got a little bit about him. I think he played for one of the counties this year.
I can tell you he's got a cracking jingle.
Is it?
Got sent to it. Yeah, got sent to us. Yeah. Well, no, because Mog's only just sent us to us, Bear, and I don't know you don't listen to him in advance. No. Whereas I do quality control of all.
There is no control of quality. I don't know what you're on about.
The fact is 100% of them pass, but I like to listen to them. And it's let me think. What is it? It's an old Westlife song, I think. Definitely into Ronan Keating in there, but it's great.
Unfortunately, I've worked out that we can't use Shreyas Iyer's jingle anymore, which is really annoying because that got dinged on fucking YouTube.
Anyway, we're back to poor old Jim. But yes, Nathan Smith does have a great jingle. So you were talking about Nathan Smith, Jim.
Yeah, I think he's got a little bit about him. As I said, he played for one of the counties this year. I just can't recall which one. There's so many of them.
18.
There you go, 18. Probably should be less, but that's another argument, isn't it? And I mean, they look good aside from the spinners. I think that might be the one Achilles heel. They're trying to turn desperately trying to turn Glenn Phillips into an off spinner. He was a net bowler up until a couple of seasons ago, but now he's one of those guys that can sort of do anything. So he's coming along. There's part-time stuff as well.
There's no wrist spinner, is there?
No, Michael Bracewell is pretty much a part-timer as well. Well, he's a bit more than that now, but they picked those three guys to back up Santner. I don't know. I think that could be a downfall, to be honest with you. But
same problem that we have, really.
Well, it was quite. I mean, another publication referred to a cream in the batting lineup, but I think they said the seam attack was squishy, which I think they meant possibly vulnerable and likely to be hit. How would you defend your Kiwis against that accusation, or is there some truth in it?
Well, I think anybody can be hit these days if they bowl quick enough. No, I think Santner's, he brings himself on to drag back the rate usually, and he's pretty effective at that. It's pretty rare for him to get hit, but I think any of the bowlers could. I don't know who wrote that, but I would back any bowler to get thrashed around. If conditions don't suit. Matt Henry's developed into a pretty good seamer. He's quite well regarded across.
Will they be conducive conditions though? That's the only challenge we saw in India with England's seamers. It was basically, buffet open, throw the ball to Gus Atkinson, help yourself.
I just hope that they don't resort to just bowling cutters and taking the pace off, which is a bit lame. You might as well just pack a team of medium paces if you're going to do that. But yeah, look, I think we've got to punch his chances. Probably the way I'd put it. Coming off, as I said, some good form. it's a big gap in the domestic international season here because they're all taken off overseas. There's nothing much happening here. It's pretty flat, to be honest. Timing is pretty bad. So they should be all relatively well rested, and that sort of carry on. And as I said, they had a good performance the other day, albeit against Pakistan and South Africa, who didn't really look like they were trying too hard, from what I saw anyway. But it's all momentum, these tournaments, isn't it? And we do have some, some history. I think we won this a few years back. Well, probably 20 years ago, was it? I can't remember. Yeah. And Chris Ken slugged one down the leg side, and I remember him taking off.
I think you won the second one.
It was the first
Kenya.
one, wasn't it?
It was either the second or the first. It was the one in Kenya, from memory. New Zealand. Let's have a look.
That was the first time we'd won anything anywhere, so that was good.
You did. You won it in Nairobi in 2000, which of course
that's right. It was
a long old time ago. To be fair.
No, yeah, exactly.
You have got one of my favourite cricketers in Daryl Mitchell. Do you think he's going to shine in this one? This tournament?
Son of Mitchell, they call him here. But he,
the rugby player.
Yeah. Well, he was the England coach. Yeah, his father. So, when he, he's been a little off colour. He's coming back into form, I think, but he's probably not at the heights he was when he was in England a couple of years back when he got that score. Was it Lords or something? Was that Conway got a big score? But Mitchell, they couldn't get him out for a while, could they?
Yeah, no.
He's dependable enough. He's he's got some grit about him. He's probably not the he probably hasn't quite developed to the point that the potential was there. But he's a scrapper, and we've got a team of scrappers because no one ever expects us to win. That's the thing. So we sort of
everybody's favourite second team.
Yeah, absolutely.
We revel in proving people.
Apart from Indo, actually, who will probably slate them when he comes on air, eh?
Well, he's about to. He's going to get. I could see he's already chomping.
But they shut me. They shut me up with the fucking $3,000.
Fair play. Yeah.
And what about? Jim, they've had experience. Yes, they've done very well. Which is the Gaddafi Stadium? Is that Karachi or is that Lahore?
I can't remember.
Help me out.
Yeah, Lahore.
I think it's Lahore.
You go with that?
Yeah. So, and the first games are in Karachi, but they've got similar conditions. They've had two highly competitive games, and won them both, haven't they, in that tri-series? So that's against what? Against Pakistan. Which is the Gaddafi Stadium? Is that Karachi or is that Lahore?
I can't remember.
Help me out.
Yeah, Lahore.
I think it's Lahore.
You go with that?
Yeah. So, and the first games are in Karachi, but they've got similar conditions. They've had two highly competitive games, and won them both, haven't they, in that tri-series? So that's against what? Against Pakistan.
And
now they play again, and South Africa. So that's got to count for something. So semi-finals or not, Jim?
Definitely semi-finals. Whether they get further than that would be
definitely semi-finals.
To be determined. But I can't. Yeah, I think they will. Yeah,
I think you're in the harder group, aren't you? As well. You've got India. Who's in your group? India, Bangladesh.
Yeah, it's
Pakistan.
Pakistan.
No, I think Jim is right though. I don't see how New Zealand can't make the semi-final.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if we rolled India, to be honest.
There's an interesting thing in relation to New Zealand. When I look at the Cricket Info
keep dreaming, Jim. Keep dreaming.
I love it.
Cricket Info lists each team according to batters, all-rounders and bowlers. And most teams have got 4 all-rounders, some 3. Bangladesh has 6 listed as all-rounders. New Zealand has 7 listed as all-rounders. That could be handy. You might be stretching it a bit in some of those descriptions, but it's interesting.
Well, looking at the lineup, only really Will Young doesn't bowl out of all of them. Well, Mark Chapman, who's there or thereabouts, he bowls a little bit of left-arm spin, but and Conway keeps wickets. But yeah, that's for assumption. Because we develop those kind of players because we play so much white ball cricket. Because no one wants to come play us at Test. So
We do.
You'll never have a problem
We
with
love tests in New
concussion
Zealand.
substitution. You'll never have a problem with concussion substitution.
So if they're not going to make the final, if New Zealand aren't going to make it, who is going to make it in your book, Jim?
I can't look past Australia, to be honest.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, Messi will have his say in a minute, but for those of you who can't see the pub, Messi is shaking his head like a
I don't think
grumpy
Australia
old
makes the
man.
semi-finals.
No, I think you could be right. Yeah. Well, let's go on to an Indo
with this team.
Hey, well, I was going to say, poor old Messi, but we'll leave him till last. Not necessarily worst, but definitely last. An Indo, you've got your drink, you've got your Bloody Mary. Your poor struggling underdogs, India. How do you think they'll go playing in Pakistan's tournament? Sorry, in Dubai. How are they going to go? What do you think?
I think they're not going to have an easy time of it. For the biggest reason that Tawhid referred to, the absence of Bumrah. I think England was rolled over despite that, but I'm not sure the other teams will. India should, I think, from a batting standpoint, not do too badly now that Rohit Sharma's had a decent opportunity to go out there and score some runs. But Virat's
I wonder who gave him that opportunity.
His PR agency, probably. Yeah. I think Virat's had an opportunity to go out there and score a few runs in the last match, and he's been struggling for a very long time. But the white ball, specifically the ODI format, suits him. So if there is any way that he comes back to form or shows some form, it's the white ball. It's a pity that they didn't take Jaiswal, but then it's probably good that they didn't take Jaiswal because he got injured the day after. So so he wouldn't have made it out to Dubai anyway.
I did see an analogy which has been used before, I'm sure. It was going to this tournament without Bumrah would be like Argentina of the 80s or 90s.
Without Maradona.
Going to a World Cup without Maradona or without Messi. But surely it's they've got the resources to cover for that, haven't they?
I think they've got a decent pacer in Arshdeep. So Arshdeep, I think, is really good. The problem, I think, is the second pacer, because they are going to have more spinners in there than pacers, that's for sure, because Hardik Pandya is already there and he's bowling well. So I think the chink in the armour is Harshit Rana, and Shami, after a year and a half away, is nowhere near what he used to be. So I think that's the weak link. Sorry.
Given way, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So I think Harshit Rana is the weak link. It depends on how much bounce there is in Dubai, because he's just a hit the deck bowler. So I think he's immature. So I think the batting is better than the bowling is my opinion. But then again, you've got spinners. So you've got Jadeja who should be able to bowl well in Dubai. And you've got Akshar, who's both batting and bowling well.
I always think Akshar's a real trump card for India.
Yeah, he is a proper.
To have his height, his bounce, his accuracy. You look at his overall economy rate, and the fact that he offers you real, batting depth.
I mean,
which
he's
is
been batting at number
adaptable as well.
5 regularly. He's been batting at number 5 regularly, which is
and he can
scoring
accelerate,
runs as well.
or he can reinforce, or he can consolidate or accelerate.
Yeah,
and he seems adept at both. I mean, he's a really, really handy cricketer. And you never normally mention him first in really good players these days. You don't go Akshar Patel, but to me, he's proving himself to be an absolute, diamond for India.
Yeah, and as far as the semi-finals are concerned, because I'm conscious that the pub might close at any time. So I would like to give Messi and Bear and you enough chance, and I'm not going to hog the time. But as far as the semi-finals are concerned, I think you might be surprised with how close the India-Bangladesh match is. I think it's going to be a good match. I personally think it's going to be far closer than India-Pakistan, which I don't think is going to be I think it's going to be a bit of a damn squib. That's just my...
Usually is, weirdly enough, isn't it, a World Cup?
Not always. You remember the 2022 T20 World Cup or 2021?
Oh yeah, well the one where Pakistan threw it away in the last bloody over.
Yes, 17 runs in 3 balls out of 23 runs in 3 balls or something like that. Virat hit. So yeah. Other than that, yeah, it's not been. So I think it's still India-Bangladesh will be close, but I think India wins, and I don't know what's going to happen against New Zealand. Probably India. Jim might be right. India might lose, but then India and New Zealand, I think, make the semis from this side. That's my take.
I think.
How much does Dubai suit them? Do you think?
Well, that was my question. I mean, this is it. You just rolled England in India, but now you're going to Dubai. Probably not a lot of warm up. We all know what Dubai is like. I mean, there was a T20 World Cup there. Exactly that. You win the toss and it gets dewy later. You want to be bowling first and batting second. And
I think the other thing that you can't really gloss over is that India are the only team in the tournament who are playing all their games in the same place.
Well, I don't get...
Almost like the authorities have loaded it in their favour, isn't it? Almost like that.
They're the only team.
The moment you put Pakistan as a host, you're loading it in India's favour. I mean, there's nothing much you can do about that. You just want to be stupid to do that as an organizer.
Well, I mean, I do. I mean, India get to the final. I think it's a bit bloody cheeky that India should then demand that the final be in Dubai. I mean, I don't. I get the situation.
They didn't demand that. I think to be fair to the BCCI didn't demand that it be in Dubai. They just said it can't be in Pakistan, which I think is a big difference. I would not let India, if I was in charge, I wouldn't let India go to Pakistan. It's as simple as that. I just think it's completely a place which puts the safety of the team at risk.
Do you honestly think that in a World Cup situation?
I think that's a perfectly reasonable thing. I agree entirely with India.
I mean, I don't know.
It's not Australia. It's not New Zealand. It's India. And I'm telling you, India. Every Indian player is at risk from terrorism in Pakistan because Pakistan government breeds terrorism, as far as I'm concerned.
I know, I get all that, but I don't know if you've just watched the Netflix thing that weirdly came up about India-Pakistan series 2005-2008, where India went to Pakistan. And
it was a very different scenario. It was a very, very different scenario.
Yes. Well, that's mainly because you didn't have Modi in charge, isn't it? I mean, Modi is...
No. It was nothing to do with Modi. It had everything to do with the Pakistan government terrorists attacking Mumbai. That's what really triggered everything thereafter. This was before that.
Yeah,
send Donald Trump in. According to him, he'd probably have it sorted in a day.
Completely changed from there.
He's just busy. He's just busy sorting out.
Well, I think we just accept that it is what it is.
Yeah,
let's look at how it's going to be.
Yeah. So yeah, big question for you then, because you think, will they get to the final? Will your boys in Indo get to the final?
I don't know. I don't think it's the best team in the world right now. So whether they get to the final is a tough one. If they get to the final, I think they have a reasonable chance of winning it. Well, the question is whether they'll get to the final.
That's gosh, it must be really uncomfortable on that fence. Okay. But fair enough. But I mean, if they don't win it, who will? That's the other question then.
Yeah, I was just going to say that.
Okay.
I think South Africa's got a really good chance here.
Yeah. Yeah. Therefore, shocking. Unfortunately, our South African couldn't make it. Was it? He's not the one taking his brand to the doctors, is he? No, he had a business meeting popped up at the last minute.
It's a South
We'll come back to them.
From the other side, just in case you want to know.
It's what? Sorry, say again.
South Africa, Afghanistan, semi-finals from Group B.
Yeah. Shatter. We shall see. All right. So that's it. We'll stay with
all the matches, right?
We shall move on because Messi's been patiently sat there. I think he's on his.
That's unusual.
What, being patient?
Yeah.
Oh,
He's sat there drinking away. We want to catch him while he's still vertical. And so Australia, they've got a really interesting approach to this Champions Trophy. They've basically just injured all of their main fast bowling attack. To start their messes, what do you make of that?
Well, you asked for reasons to be hopeful. I think the main reason for Australia to be hopeful is that they fucking pulled off the World Cup when they were down and out. Nobody was expecting anything. So, weird things happen. But, you look at it. Hazelwood, Stark, Cummins, Stoinis and Marsh were all picked in the original 15. None of them playing. All of them in the World Cup squad 2 years ago. I think fundamentally Australia see this as an opportunity for a few people to get some exposure to ODI cricket. I don't think it's at the top of their priorities to win it. It'd be nice to win, put it like that. But frankly, when you look at their lineup, I'm just not convinced. You got Smith, Carey, and Head, who have some decent records in ODIs. You've got Josh English, who's I think got a lot of potential. You got Marnus Labuschagne, who's Marnus Labuschagne, and then you got Fraser McGurk Short, who basically got no record to draw on. They can hit the ball hard in the BBL. Well done. So can a few people. You've got a bowling team of Dwarshuis Ellis, Spencer Johnson and Adam Zampa, with Tanveer Sanger as a possibility, which apart from Zampa, none of those are really rated as great bowlers. And you got all-rounders of Abbott, Hardy and Maxwell. Now, we know what Maxwell can do, but will he? He's only got
probably
3 games. Yeah, maybe once, but I don't see them. They haven't won a Championships trophy game since 2009 when they won it. Now, admittedly, there's only been 6 games since, and 3 of them were washed out in England, I should add. But it's sort of like, we'll see what we can do. We're giving Fraser McGurk and Short and Inglis a chance to show a bit of form, but if we don't win it, who really cares? The level of consciousness in Australia about it is just about zero, I reckon.
Well, let me twist the question the other way slightly for you, out of interest. Because your first game, of course, is England in Lahore. England have just come off the back of an absolute battering, having got, I think, tactically inept in a way, I think, against India in a very disappointing effort. From an England perspective, is it a good time to be playing Australia?
Probably is. It's the best chance they're going to get, I think. I think the best thing Australia's got going for it is that Stephen Smith, despite everything else, is actually a very good captain. And he showed that in the Sri Lanka test matches, not so much in the one-dayers against Sri Lanka, where they also got thrashed. But I think from England's point of view, they've got to be feeling pretty angry at the moment. There's a lot of potential there that just didn't come out. And I think they could blow Australia away in that first match. If I was betting on it, I'd definitely be betting on England to beat Australia in that match. And then they've got Afghanistan and South Africa. Well, I don't see them beating South Africa. I think South Africa are coming along really well at the moment. They've got a head of steam. Afghanistan, anything can happen with Afghanistan. And Rashid Khan has the wood over Australia, in my view. So I don't see Australia. Well, yeah, you know, if it happens, it happens. You know,
for a bunch of blokes who are supposed to be supporting and defending the chances of our own teams, none of us seem especially optimistic. As a general observation,
I'm an optimist. I'm an optimist. We're going to win it.
Well, I still think India are obviously the favourites. But the best bets at the moment for me are South Africa and New Zealand. They're at decent odds. I think New Zealand's $8, South Africa's something like $9. And I think that's way over the odds, frankly. I think they should be much shorter priced. Australia are still second favourites at $5, which I think is crazy.
What happened against Pakistan in the ODIs at the end of last year? I mean, they lost, was it They won the first one in Melbourne, but then they lost 2. But they didn't just lose them; they lost them convincingly by 9 wickets and 8 wickets. Was that some kind of experimentation on Australia's part, or were they?
I think a bit of that. Yeah, I think a bit of that. I don't think they really cared too much. I think when there's a World Cup, all of a sudden everybody gets worked up for it, and you'll see Hazelwood, Stark. If this is World Cup, you could bet that there wouldn't be nearly as many injuries as there are. Put it like that.
I don't know. I mean, I've always liked the Champions Trophy, mainly because it is a short and sharp thing, and the World Cup does my head in. It's always 6-8 weeks long, and there's way too many games, and blah blah blah. The Champions Trophy, top 8 sides, bang bang bang, all done in 2 weeks. I think it's good fun. Unless you're organising all of the broadcasts for it, in which case you do tend to like to talk about it from time to time.
Yeah, that's true. I would say, I mean, I know Jim was very...
And we are back. I'm currently joined by Forthy. All right, Forthy?
Yeah, very good. How are you, Bear? Have you had your jabs?
I'm a jab. I'm on fucking antibiotics as well.
Are you?
Yeah. Well, they actually said the tetanus, the dogs don't really give you tetanus. It's in the earth, but unless it's a particularly dirty dog, you shouldn't have to really worry about it. So they said you've got to take a course of antibiotics for the dog bite, but you haven't had tetanus for ages anyway, so I had one of those. Fortunately, they don't give it in the arse anymore, it's in the arm, so that's all right. All right, Messi.
All good, yeah. I don't mind getting it in the arse. It's got more padding than the arm.
Well, yeah.
Well, sorry. I didn't mean that to sound the way it did.
Well, yes, but obviously then you've got to get your cax down and,
Yeah. Well, I think moving on from getting it in the arse, we'll move on to India versus Bangladesh from Dubai, which is what we're here for. This is both sides opening match in the 2025 CT. And Bangladesh, from the most unpromising doldrums of 35 for 5, managed to put together a quarter decent score of 228, which India will be favourites to chase down. They're opening with Shubman Gill and Rohit Sharma. And Taskin Ahmed, 29-year-old right-arm fast bowler. He's got 109 wickets in 78 ODIs. With a pretty decent economy of 5.41. Will commence proceedings for Bangladesh. He's just doing some stretches. Any chance at all for Bangladesh, do you reckon, Bear?
Well, I got them at 14-1 when they were 30 odd for 4 before the 5th wicket went down, I think.
Yeah, I reckon about a 15% chance, maybe 20% chance of doing this. Thick inside edge, first up. Rohit Sharma scurries through for a single. False shot.
Play some jingles.
I think you should say that, Forthy. Winvis says 19%. There you go.
There we go. Right, I'm going to play some jingles. We've got Taskin.
If you get to the ground by night, you can see this fella shine. He starts his run up looking real mean. If he ever gets annoyed, he's got himself a brand new ploy. He loves to get at batsmen all day, and he'll be tasking care of business.
Off you go.
Shubman Gill facing up to his first ball. That starts wide and goes wide, but isn't quite a wide. So Taskin pretty well got away with that one. A dot ball's a good ball.
We have this guy. And
there are plenty of guys who talk like they know what they're doing. Liars and frauds. Shubman Gill is the real deal. He doesn't talk, he does it and shows them how.
Exaggerated foot movements from Taskin Ahmed, but drops it short, and that's pulled. And with the power play situation of the fielders, that'll be the first boundary of the match.
1, 2, 3, 4. Innings.
Nice confident start from Shubman Gill.
Yeah, I mean, if I was India, I'd go hard at it. If I was Bangladesh, I'd hope they'd go hard at it and I'd get some early wickets like they did to me. I think that's their only that's their only real chance.
I'm assuming net run rate applies in this trophy, so you never know when it might be important. In comes Taskin again, and that's Fuller, and he's He's dancing on the edge of that wide crease. He's got away with 2 there. Shubman Gill had a fair old swipe at it and missed it. Paul Rifle says not wide.
Yeah.
Well, I discovered the first innings is from Box Hill, which is only a couple of kilometres away from where I live.
Yeah. As Tony was mentioning earlier, there's a Box Hill out in Surrey. It's quite famous.
It's one of those places that's been transformed during the course of my 20 years in Australia. That's fuller, a little wide still, and Shubman Gill's not to be tempted. This is quite an intelligent line from Taskin Ahmed.
Gentrified from a shithole.
No, it was just a somewhat anonymous suburb. It hasn't gentrified. It's turned into a little Manhattan. Tall buildings everywhere, and it's turned into the Southeast Asian HQ for Melbourne for Southeast Asians in Melbourne. They will flock there. They've turned it into a centre for their people. In comes Taskin Ahmed, and that's smashed, but straight to the land. It covers. In fact, the area in which I live is now a majority Southeast Asian demographic.
Oh, right. Okay. Wow, that's like
end of the first over. India 5 without loss.
Well, there's only one message on YouTube, which I'm a bit embarrassed to read out. Richard Milgate said that needs to be a soundbite. I don't mind getting in the. I should be more careful with what I say sometimes.
Yeah, I was shocked actually.
Yes.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Sometimes
It's the fizz from the other end.
Oh,
Mustard.
He has a jingle. If I can find him. Off you go.
Oh, he's in. His left arm over. Oh, and that was quite full. It probably pitched outside leg. Adrian Holdstock's not interested.
No, it was a fizz, really.
Quite a vociferous appeal, but they are wisely not DRSing it. He's one of those rangy left arm fast mediators, both pitching outside leg and going over the top. But apart from that,
I'd say that's very much the case.
A moral victory nonetheless.
Well, I don't know if that counts as a moral victory. Oh, down the wicket comes Rohit, but having come 2 steps down, decides to pull out of aggression and just plays it along the ground to mid-off. It's the angle which is always a bit of a problem for right-handed openers when they come across the left-handed line of attack. 172 wickets in ODIs, the fizz.
Well, actually, only if it has to be the right line, and certainly if it's swinging back into you, then it's quite useful. But if it is just going across you and you get your eye in and it's a true pitch, then you're always able to smack it out on the offside, I reckon.
And it's pretty hard for a left-hander to get an LBW. Oh, he plays and misses at that one, Rohit. And ruefully pouts his cheeks because that was a pretty good ball.
Yeah, you need swing to be able to get it. Like Mitchell Stark's a perfect exponent of that with a new white ball, isn't he? I mean, if he gets it right and he gets the ones that swing back in, he often gets LBWs, often on leg stump, pitching on middle and come back to hit leg stump because it's swinging enough.
He does, and sometimes he takes the pitch out of the equation entirely. Of course, start with the Yorker. In comes the fizz once more for his 4th ball of the over. Oh, and again he beats Rohit. He looks uncomfortable out there.
I don't think this is an easty pitch to bat on. 4th.
I think while the ball's hard and swinging a bit too.
Yeah, and then, but then I think when it gets older, I mean, that seemed to take a little bit out of the pitch. There's a little puff of dust there when that hit the pitch.
It's a little left-handed leg cutter, if that's correct, isn't it? And just did enough to beat Rohit. It's hard. It's hard to get bowled or LBW bowling left arm over to the right-hander. It's got to be very full. Down the wicket comes Rohit. swing and a miss, and 5 dot balls so far for the Fizz. So this is a great start from him. And they will have to be super economical when they're 2-2-8, and if you missed it earlier, Tawid Hridoy for Bangladesh scored his maiden first-class ton. Well done to him. He did it on virtually no legs by the end. He was cramping up badly, and Jakar Ali supported him with 68. And as I say, they managed to haul it back from 35 for 5 to a semi-respectable total. And that's swung round the corner, but just straight to the man all along the ground at leg gully. And at the end of that over, they take a single, or do they?
Yeah.
Yes, they do. At the end of the second over, India 6 for that loss.
I think people still having their lunch.
Well, yeah, that's fair enough.
It's noticeable there were 4 dismissals for ducks in the Bangladesh innings, so the 100 and the 68 really stood out. There was a 25 and an 18, then nothing else.
Yeah. Well, this is it. I mean, if Bangladesh are to have a chance, they've got to take a lot of wickets. And that's it's as simple as that. You can't be keeping them down. Run rate is never going to work, because at some point they'll be able to go because they'll have wickets in hand.
It was feast or famine. The in comes Taskin again, and there's a bit of swing there, and Rohit treats it with respect. Away from Rohit, who leaves it. Yes, there was. Each Indian bowler bowled with very similar economy rates, between sort of 4 and 5.5. Nothing really to choose between them. But Mohammed Shami was the star of the show with a 5-wicket haul, 553, and he's one of only 2 bowlers to bowl out his full allowance. So it's good. It's good to have him back. He's had a lot of injuries recently. Comes Taskin again. And that is why, but this time Rohit chances his arm. It's not too far away from the man down at third man. He gets to him first bounce, and they come through for a single. Element of risk.
Yeah. Is this third over?
Yes.
Bangladesh need to get 2 or 3 wickets, you'd have thought, in the first 10 as well.
Yes, you would think so. That would really set up an interesting...
Well, it would do, yeah.
And it's certainly not impossible. Decent Bangladesh bowling lineup. Very experienced one. In comes Taskin again. Defended by Shubman Gill. Just that one real shot of aggression. Although Rohit has been playing the aggressor, Shubman Gill looks like he's content to play the, if not exactly the sheet anchor, then the steady eddy.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, with so few runs to get, they can afford to do this, but can find them getting stuck if Bangladesh can get the wickets.
They've had some trouble against Bangladesh in the recent past, as an India was telling us. I think Bangladesh won 3 of the last 5 ODIs between the two, but they haven't played each other for a couple of years. And that's played off the back foot by Shubman Gill, but straight to the man at point, dot ball.
Yeah, that's what Tawib was saying. But their overall record, India have smashed them. It's like 30-8 or something.
Yeah. But recency. Yes, which is probably more important. I mean, if we look at Man City's record over the last 5 or 6 years, very impressive. But you wouldn't mind playing them right now.
No, well, we got playing away on Sunday. Funnily enough.
Oh, that'll be a really fascinating encounter. In comes Taskin again. Down the wicket comes Shubman Gill, and he shows his first sign of aggression. A 1 bounce, 4 over long off.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Lovely shot.
Just going with the swing, and he trusted.
Yeah.
The swing is predictable. It's not late swing. It's sort of more like banana swing really. So you can see where it's going out of the hand. So you can trust yourself just to go through with that shot. Comes Taskin to the last ball of the over. Oh, and that was almost Vatican slice straight onto the stumps. Not far off. Shubman Gill lucky there, and taken by the keeper on the bounce. So at the end of the third, India 11 without loss.
Kieran Roseblade says, is that bloke who scored a century fielding? I can't tell you for sure, but I lay odds he's not. He could barely walk when the innings was over. Muttley says the first person to hear a parrot talk was probably not okay for a few days. I don't know where that came from. It's a good observation, but apropos of what, I'm not quite sure. And Kieran says Bangladesh's success at this tournament won't be defined by this result. It's a free hit for them with everyone expecting them to lose. That's a fair point.
The Fizz sprays outside leg stump with fatal consequences, and Rohit manages to clip it down to long leg for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Here's an interesting thing about parrots, and I think I'm right, is they'll talk in captivity but not in the wild.
Oh.
Interesting.
Well, there's nobody to talk to in the wild.
Well, exactly. How do they learn the word? Because it's repetition, really, isn't it? So how do they learn it in the wild?
Well, but they seem completely incapable of any talk. Well, that's not the case with other birds. Some birds, like lyrebird, is effectively talks in the wild.
Yeah, true.
You can't trust a lyrebird.
Very good. It's actually Lyre bird, of course.
I know.
Of an ornithological bent. I know Messi knows, but might catch somebody over their cornflakes unaware. In comes the Fizz again. That's a fuller ball, flicked out of the hand. Maybe even a fast carumble. Don't know. Probably not. And defended by Rohit. Got a very serious look about him.
Well, they probably want to get this done. I mean, if they don't lose any wickets in the first 10 overs, you imagine they'll go pretty hard at it, won't they? I mean, they'll want to get it done as soon as possible.
You would think so. And also, it's a bit like all of these things. If you get your net run rate up, it effectively gives you that lovely little cushion at this match as well. Down the wicket comes Rohit. Massive swing, massive miss. Making his intentions clear.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see Rohit quite as aggressive as he is, given the fact that his record hasn't been fantastic in recent times. I know he had excellent innings against England, but
he did have one big. Whether that's got his eye back in, we'll find out. It doesn't seem to have done. He doesn't seem to be quite got the coordination going. Needs a few runs to get his 11,000 runs in ODIs. Oh, and he swung that one. It's not entirely convincing. He's chipped it over the infield. There's no one out there. They'll come back for a couple. Maybe even just one. Two.
No, they got two. Yeah, he didn't hit that clean. He did it as a
it was
top edge. I think
I think he was through the shot a little early, and it came off the toe end of the bat a bit.
Yeah.
Sun's Dubai, like a massive sprawling box hill.
I've never been to Dubai. I might have stopped in it on a fly through somewhere, but
I stopped overnight once.
Can you point out the similarities between Box Hill and Dubai for me, please, Forth?
Tall buildings, and both with a predominantly Asian demographic. That's launched by Rohit over mid-on and goes for one of these.
You ask where I live, here's the address I give, the phone.
This is what they can't afford, really.
No,
Bangladesh.
It's looking a little ominous already.
Yeah.
And this is good for Rohit because I'm not saying it's a shot to nothing, but when you're chasing a low total, you can play yourself back into form with some impunity. You don't have to worry so much because you imagine someone else will pick up the slack lower down the order if you get out. That's played off his hips to square leg for a single. And the score moves on to 22 at the end of the over, at the end of the fourth, and over to Messi.
Martley says, I'm scrolling Facebook while I listen Messi, which is why the parrot came out. At the start of this innings, one would expect Team Tata to salute, says Farong. Therefore, the odds of Bangladesh winning would be, say, similar to Watford gaining promotion to the Premier League. Ooh, you've little faith. Kieran says, if Facebook is your reference, then the first person to hear a parrot talk may have actually been okay immediately after. Rajesh Mohan says, that's a great movement and bounce off the pitch with the new ball, especially on such a dry pitch. This is what Tuscan needs to take advantage of.
Well, the other thing I know about parrots, as Rohit comes in, I know a few things about parrots. Rohit comes into Tuscan. No, sorry, the other way around. Tuscan is Rohit. That would be interesting. Played straight down the pitch. Between the end of the dinosaurs and the emergence of humans, and that is a 60 million year span, parrots were the most intelligent thing on Earth, and I think the African grey was the most intelligent. They had a long run, the African grey parrot, of being the most intelligent thing on Earth.
What about crows?
Crows are corvids, as we know.
Yes.
Have got a lot of skills. They've got tool making abilities and so on, but not quite as advanced as the African grey parrot.
Yeah.
I think bowerbirds are a little further advanced to corvids as well. They can make a bower, of course. And that's a full ball, which is missed. And it's a dot ball. Taskin getting a little animated. Rohit just talking himself through what shot he should have played. Dot so far from Taskin, if in case you missed it with all the parrot talk. Here he comes again. Big strides to the wicket, and he strays onto the leg stump, but he's not punished for it, as it's just nurdled round the corner by Rohit, but straight to the man at leg gully dot ball. Yeah, I stopped over for one night when our plane got delayed in Dubai, and it was in the middle of their summer, and there was no one on the streets because it was like 50 degrees, and it looked like a very bleak place.
Yeah, I had a similar experience. I can't stand the place.
There's not much of it, actually. It's only a tiny.
Tiny, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes, Abu Dhabi, which takes up most of the UAE. And that's played off Rohit's legs, flicked off his legs, but there's a man down at deep square leg. It's the Taskin, I think. Or Ali, in fact. And come through for a single. So it's a very good over from Taskin so far. Dot, one.
Well, yeah, when Pakistan were playing in the UAE, weren't they playing most of their games were at Doha, weren't they?
Yeah.
In Doha, that's Qatar, isn't it? That's not the UAE.
Well,
no, they had a lot in Dubai.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, Qatar's not one of the 7 Emirates. Shubman Gill facing up to Taskin. And he just knocks the head on that one, but straight on the bounce to the man in the gully, dot ball.
Not really attacking the stumps here, is he, Taskin?
Oh, yeah, I assume it's a strategy. It's hard to know, isn't it? He's obviously going for the economy, but you would have thought, unless you get wickets, as Bear said earlier, in the first 10 overs, I mean, it's very hard to see how you could possibly find a way into the match.
Yeah, that's the only way I see them winning. And I suppose they could get a whole bunch of wickets in succession afterwards, and the spinners come on. That might be a thing, I suppose.
They could, and they could frustrate these Indian batsmen. That's a good stop at mid-on. By I'm not quite sure who that was. Sumia. He's helpfully turned his back so we can see who it was.
But I would suggest they would have to have them 100 for 5 to be with any chance. 5 wickets down by 100. They could be 90 for none and 100 for 5. And they bring themselves back into it. But I think 5 wickets down for 100. And even then, I think, with what they've got at the lower order.
We're at the outside reaches of credibility there, and they're already 23 off 5, a very solid start. Because at the end of the over, is over to Messi.
Kieran says, excuse me, I used to teach kayaking and rock climbing in Dubai. The contrast between rich and poor there has to be one of the biggest in the world. I can imagine. Farong says, net run rate, 3-match qualification phase. And net run rate realistically isn't a concern for Team Tata. Other group, different story. Box Hill is 10 miles east of Melbourne City, built on a hill. Seems reasonable. Well, net run rate becomes a concern if 3 teams end up winning 2 matches in the group.
Yes, it can happen. There was that was a dot ball defended by Rohit. There was a situation in 1990 in the Soccer World Cup where all 4 teams ended with identical records. Netherlands, Ireland, was it England? And anyway, I'll have to look it up, but it's the sort of thing which the administrators would have assumed could never happen, and yet it did. And that's blasted by Rohit for 4.
Ugh. And how was it? And then it goes to goals against and things like that, doesn't it?
Yeah, it did. But there was, in the end, they would have had to draw lots, I think.
Yeah, well, when you get 0-0 draws all over the place, you don't get a lot of goal differences.
We know your opinion about football, Messi. You do not need to hear it again. Oh, that's absolutely smashed by a Rohit. 1 bounce 4.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
He's starting to motor now, isn't he, Rohit?
Yeah.
Looking
that
good.
was a beautiful shot.
It was called the Group of Sleep because it featured 5 draws between England, Netherlands, Ireland and Egypt. Ireland and Netherlands ended up tied for 2nd and 3rd place with identical records.
Where did England, in 1980 England didn't do very well? Or was that the World Cup?
This was sorry, I'm talking about the 1990 World Cup where England did do very well, got to the very well by their, but not by German standards, but by their standards, they got to the semis.
Yeah, that was the year I was in Australia, and I basically fell asleep when everyone else was watching it. Woke up to England losing on penalties.
No, well, I mean, you it's a good one to miss, I suppose. Right, I think that's the end of the over. I assume it is because we're seeing all sorts of highlights from previous Champions trophies. Over to Messi.
Leo says, yeah, don't worry, Rohit will throw his wicket away for around 20, then Kohli gets the customary duck, and it's the title track from NIN's Nine Inch Nails, The Downward Spiral.
Kieran sorry Messi, it wasn't the end of the over. We were just seeing old footage, still 2 balls to go. I don't know what. Yeah, trick call. Fizz in again, this time round the wicket, and a very ungainly shot by Rohit, but as so often in the shorter forms of the game, it's gone for one of these. Big, thick inside edge, which got past the man at leg gully, I suppose.
That was just a big wahoo. Really.
Absolute wahoo, yeah. I mean, nothing. Very agricultural. .44.4, and the match is slipping away from Bangladesh as we speak. Rohit plays that one straight to the man at short mid wicket, dot ball, but the damage has been done earlier in the over. End of the 6th, India 35 without loss now. This time, come in for real, please, Messi.
Okay, Kieran says a lesser known fact about the UAE is that the cartoon The Flintstone has been banned in the Emirate of Dubai because the Dubai audience don't understand the humour. But it is allowed in Abu Dhabi because Abu Dhabi do.
Yes.
That's a very Tony Bishop joke. Banu Prakash says, keep dreaming, Ben. There is no way India's losing this game. It has batting up to 8 and a low total on the scoreboard. I think that's probably right.
That is probably right. But, I mean, that's what we suggested. But there's always a chance.
I don't think any of us have Bangladesh down as favourites. We just said they have a chance.
Over to you. Fourth.
Oh, yep, right. Here we go. I was just looking something up. In fact, that's Taskin into Gill, first ball, and it has gone for a boundary.
Another one. Crikey.
1, 2, 3, 4.
They're properly motoring along now, aren't they?
And they're up to 39 already. It's beginning. The train is beginning to leave the station.
Well, exactly that.
Metaphor you wish. Very nicely played all along the ground. There was no ungainly swipe from Shubman Gill. Very correct shot there. Clipped off his toes on the leg side, wide of the man at mid-on. Second ball, Gill, all concentration. Fuller ball, plays that very elegantly, but straight to the man at mid-on this time, double.
He likes to drive, the Shubman.
He does. He's a very correct player.
Yeah, he is. Looks
Nice
good
to
when
watch.
he's going. Can look awful
Yes.
when he gets out sometimes.
Yes, that's true. It's a bit of a golden age of Indian cricket, to say the least, and Shubman Gill hasn't always got into the Indian side, but he's in this one. 4 dot from Taskin so far to him. 7th over, and that's a slower ball. Shubman spots it, waits, and just steers it down to third man for a single. Speed 116.4 kilometers per hour. My eyes did not deceive me.
I suggest that Bangladesh might want to try a spinner quite soon.
Yeah, I
Just
would
change
think.
things, just change things up.
Yeah. Having a look at an aerial view of the ground, it looks very lush. I can't imagine how much water and even where it come from to.
I think they're very sandy, aren't they? All these. Well, you know, it's a desert, so it's not surprising. But there's a lot of sand.
Well, I'm sure desalination's a big thing there.
We've got a desalination plant in Victoria which was put into place immediately that the drought lifted about 15 years ago. It has barely been used since. Defended by Rohit. Dot ball from Taskin.
Is there is there a big difference in the taste of water when it's desalinated? No, I wouldn't have thought so. Everyone goes, "Oh, desalinated water is horrible," but it's water.
Perth is dependent. 30% of our water comes from desalination plants, and it will be 60% within 10 years, and it's fine.
Well,
Australia's got a mental block when it comes to recycling water. Can't be handling it. Unlike Londoners, who every glass of water has been gone through about 15 people already.
Yep.
That's nudged on the leg side by Rowe. It comes through for a single. In fact, they tried a recycled water project famously in Toowoomba. I think that's in Queensland, isn't it, Nessie? And
Yes,
it was Toowoomba was rechristened Poowoomba as a consequence. Can't handle the concept of recycled water in Australia.
So what do you do with all your sewage?
Well,
just pump it into the ocean.
A lot of it is pumped. Well, sorry, it's processed, and the wastewater normally goes into the ocean, but some of it is now used for reticulation of some sort.
Well, there's a lot of ocean. It's not like the English Channel
true.
where you stand and watch it from every. Defended last ball of the 7th over by Shubman Gill. He's 13 off 15. Rohit's 28 off 27. So not actually between 41 with that loss.
But if I was a great white or ocean going whale that swam past Australia, I don't think I want human shit in my water.
Yeah, I wouldn't be happy at all.
Leah says, I doubt that theory about the grey parrot, Forthy. Modern toothed whales emerge around 34 million BP. That sounds unlikely to me. Anyhow, Bangladesh did well to recover from 2-2 to 2-8 from a precarious 33 for 5, says Ramsramanian Sundaramani. Young guys Hidroid made an ODI, and Jaker needs to be credited for their batting display. Indeed they do. They came in at a really tough time and did well.
Fizz. Yes, indeed. Fizz into Rohit. Just defends it all along the ground to mid-off. Dot ball.
Yeah, they did.
Yep.
But it just,
I suppose maybe to Leah's point, it may depend on how you measure intelligence. Maybe I'd certainly read that the parrot was the most intelligent. Most intelligent being.
They did quizzes with the whales. Yeah, let's figure it out.
Who would win in an IQ between a whale and a parrot? That is cut by Rohit through the offside. Manages to elude the inner circle and gets it through for one of these.
4 on the floor, and one more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
And I have images of a quiz night with a table full of whales and a table full of parrots.
Absolutely. See the man who got munched by a whale down off Chile?
Yes, spat him out too.
Spat him out too. Yeah.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay, I would have been.
That went crazy. Yeah.
You wouldn't wish on your worst enemy getting.
Yeah.
I suppose there were myths all through history. That's where we got Jonah and the whale, isn't it?
Yeah.
Fizz in to Rohit. He's not worried about whales, although he's got certain characteristics in common with one these days. I didn't say that. Just nudged around the corner for a single. That was uncalled for.
Well, he's always been a bit on that side, hasn't he, Rohit? And I guess he's getting older and nearer retirement. Yeah, I always think so.
I had a look at Ian Smith standing up.
Oh my word!
And that's. I think these are all replays, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I had a look at Ian Smith. He's really enjoying his retirement these days, isn't he?
Certainly is.
Well, he's not really retired, is he?
Well, I mean, he's not playing cricket anymore.
Yeah, but he's getting around the commentary boxes and the fucking buffets.
He's certainly getting around the buffets, yeah.
Around the buffets. Him and Ian Healy are just a wicket keeper race to the to the buffet. That's defended. Dot ball to I think Rohit.
Was Farouk engineer? Was he a keeper as well?
Farouk engineer.
Yes, he was.
Absolutely
enormous. Exactly. Maybe it is something to do with being a keeper.
He's the kind of guy that people say, "Sorry, mate, you're going to have 2 plane seats." That's just
exactly what I was thinking. Yeah.
in comes the Fizz again. 5th ball of the over, and that's slower ball. Just nudged off his hips, and they scurry through for a single.
Yeah, you get sat next to someone like that, and you think, "Fuck this."
Yeah, no. Tammy got stuck next to one of those on a flight recently. It's no fun.
Oh.
Because
especially if it's a long flight.
It's really, I mean, what can you do? The person who's taking up that much room doesn't want to be taking up that much room. They just are. They can't. There's nowhere else for them to go. It's a mess. In comes the Fizz again for the last ball of the 8th over to Rohit, who's 33 off 30. So despite all his aggression, he hasn't disappeared out of sight, and he steers that one beautifully.
Oh.
He trisects 3 fielders. Now the fielder on the boundary should absolutely have cut that one off. That's a poor bit of fielding, but it is nonetheless one of these.
4 F-O-R.
I think his mullet got in the way there.
Chevron Phillips says India will win the group. Might be a toss-up on the rest. Fair call. Ram Subramanian says I am cricket crazy and used to do a cricket show, Cricket Happenings, on YouTube, but due to paucity of time, I stopped it. Well, welcome. You're very welcome to joining us. Farong says the other group, the Saffers, Afghanistan, go through. Curiosity killed the cat predictions for the clash on Saturday. Australia versus Poms. Who will Forthy be supporting? Probably the motherland. Of course he will. He's not fully assimilated yet.
I've nailed my colours to the mast. I've been very clear about this.
Yes.
I find it very puzzling. No, we'll come back to that in a minute. Tanzim is into the attack, and he's right on the money. First up, Shubman Gill defends. I don't know whether we've got a jingle for Tanzim.
We do, and it sounds like this.
A synonym for slim and trim. Swim in the gym just on a whim. I do not go out on a limb in this hymn that's for Tanzim.
Bit of a curious decision. Not to bring a spinner in at this stage, to be honest, because the 2 seamers, a 3rd seamer, you'd think, well, how much difference is it going to make? And that is a rather laboured bit of fielding there. Bangladesh not covering themselves in glory in the field, and they've come back for 2. Shubman Gill moves on to 16.
Well, you imagine the head drops quite quickly. I think Bangladesh would have known it was an under-par score. They would have known that, their only chance was to get wickets early, and they've been hit around the park a little bit. I imagine their heads will drop quite quickly.
You would think so. It's a shame, actually, that a Bangladesh or an Afghanistan haven't emerged as a genuine contender Maybe they will in due course. Afghanistan could. Even in this tournament, they were semi-finalists from memory in the last World Cup. Is that right? Oh, I'm making that up.
Who?
Anyway, that's defended by Gil from Tanzim. Dot ball.
I wonder sometimes in relation to Afghanistan's future, because all of their players live outside of Afghanistan now. I'm just wondering whether there's any capacity for people to actually come from Afghanistan into the team now.
Well, there aren't no possibility of women coming from Afghanistan.
Certainly not.
For sure. Tanzim in again. Ooh, had sprayed down the leg side. And indeed a wide.
I thought that maybe hit the trousers as it went down the leg side. Seemed to deviate a little bit.
Let me look at Mohammed Shami's superb performance from before. Having a look at also a catch from Virat Kohli. You're told to watch the ball into the hands. He conspicuously didn't do that. He kept looking skywards and trusted his coordination. It was rather an odd shot there, wasn't it? Anyway, Tanzim halfway through the 9th over. Still no sign of spin.
Oof.
And that is smashed over cow by Shubman. Oh, a huge 6 into the second tier.
That went into the top tier, didn't it? Yeah.
I don't know whether that was a clean catch in the crowd.
He nailed that.
He absolutely nailed that, yeah. It was absolutely in the slot and absolutely nailed. Let's have a look.
No, that was a drop.
Is it taken cleanly?
No. Rubbish.
Gill facing up again. Oh, an overcorrection from Tanzim that goes down the leg side and the wide. This is not a good start from Tanzim. Still got 2 balls to bowl and he's already gone for 10. 21 metres high. About to find out how long that 6 was. 98 metres. That is a long 6.
Shubman Gill has an extraordinary record in ODIs. I mean, he's played 50, he's averaging 60, he's scored 7 centuries. That's just superb, and he's only 25.
And as if to cement his point, he smashed that 1-1 bounce over where a wide long off would have been.
Lovely shot.
Very nice.
He's really in the mood now. You kind of think if they don't lose a wicket, this could be over in, 25, 26 overs?
Yeah.
Yes, and, some people can go and see how their jabs are going and all sorts of things, other things people can get on with their days. In comes, and that's a full and wide, but not a wide, and Shubman Gill manages to get hold of it, but drives it straight to the man in the cover sense with the dot ball, but the damage had already been done earlier in the over. Yeah, 9th over. Hand it over to Messi.
Ransul Brahmanian says he used to stay and work in Dubai. I miss its magnificence as I moved from there. A fabulous place. Indian vlogger says, I feel England and South Africa will go through from the other group. Muttley says Jonah was probably just some dude who had made up some shit to explain to his wife where he was after a 3-day bender.
Yeah, well.
Manu Prakash says, I doubt England goes through. I think Afghanistan have a real chance there. I think that's true as well. Richard Milgate says, Wales intelligent. Isn't that an oxymoron? Ooh, thank goodness my mum isn't listening. Well, Muttley maybe have a piece of you, Richard. And Leah says, I guess they will recruit from refugee populations primarily in Pakistan and India. That's quite likely, I suppose, because a lot of them came from there in the first place, didn't they?
Yeah.
Indeed, it's sorry tale all round. A lot of sorry tales in many countries around the world right now. Things seem to be going backwards, but perhaps it was ever thus. We're having a look at most runs with the pull versus pace. Somebody's been doing a lot of homework. Maybe it's a machine. In comes Tascan. Well, that's gone vertically up into the air, but it eludes all the fielders because it's got in just enough pace to get over the man who was backpedaling at leg gully, and they come through for a couple. Rohit gets away with that one.
They just got a license now, haven't they? You kind of get the feeling they're just going to go for it.
Yeah.
Sophie from KL's corrected me, by the way. She says, I think you'll find that the only Afghan cricketer who doesn't live in Afghanistan is Rashid. So my understanding, the board tries to insist on the players not living overseas. Thank you for that, Soph.
I wasn't aware of that.
Do you think they get special treatment from the Taliban?
Yeah, probably.
Yep.
Taskin into Rohit. Strays onto the pads, and that's just deflected round the corner, but at no great pace. The man comes in from deep square, and they hurry back for two. Yeah, we just don't hear anything about Afghan. I mean, we quite rightly have got very worked up about Ukraine and Gaza and so on, but Afghanistan's very much been forgotten about, hasn't it? I'm sure it's awful living there as well.
God, yeah. Particularly if you're a woman.
Yeah, and wouldn't be much better living in, for example, South Sudan or areas of the Democratic Republic of Congo, and some things grab the headlines and others don't.
Yeah, good to know that Rwanda are helping out in the DRC, isn't it? You know, that we wanted to send all our asylum seekers there.
What a mess. Taskin in again to Rohit. Enough of the geopolitics.
Yes.
We can't solve them on guerrilla cricket, but we can, just say we're on the side of the Angels.
Yes.
Not sure that does them much help, but we're here for you. Dot ball.
We have a switcheroo in 3 balls time.
Indeed.
You're staying on, Forthy. You're going to take over some socials, I believe. What time is it in Oz now, where you are?
1 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, right, okay. It's late as that, okay.
Almost. In comes Taskin. Goes to the big shot, pulls out. Dot ball.
It's much more reasonable here. It's only 10 o'clock.
We've got 3 hours difference these days, this time of year. Okay. I haven't been over to
So you see, nobody in on the eastern seaboard has any idea how far behind Perth is.
Well, I've got
they
some
ring
idea.
at 5 in the morning and say, "Oh, sorry, I forgot."
You know what? I find it very frustrating these days when people say, "I have no idea." There's that way people say it. You've got some idea. I've got some idea. It's either 2 or 3 hours.
Do you have daylight saving on one side of the country and not the other, or something?
That's correct. Yes.
Oh, really? Weird.
Except Queensland.
Adelaide's got half an hour difference at times. Oh, it's gone way up in the air. A man's back pedaling, and he judges it very nicely. That's Rashid Khan, the man himself, who's taken that catch. The first wicket falls. It's Rohit. He's out for 41, and not before time. Bangladesh have struck 69 for 1.
The crowd says, you're out.
So you said Rashid Khan. I think you meant Rashad Hussain, didn't you?
That's exactly who I meant to say. Yes.
We were talking about Afghanistan previously.
Yes, I got myself hopelessly confused. Not for the first time in little teething moments in the early days of a trophy where you're trying to remember who plays for which team, or certainly I am. Sorry about that. One ball of our spell to go.
Which brings out his Kohliness. Better have a jingle for him.
Let's go chasing lots of runs today. It's my invitation. Let's all take a trip on my ecstasy. I'm Virat Kohli. Everybody loves me, Virat Kohli. Can't you see the best in history?
I'd love to be in there. I'd love to be in the room when Moggy's actually recording.
Yeah, exactly.
Last ball of our spell together. It's Virat Kohli, his goaliness himself, and he's facing up to Taskin, and he defends the first ball after all of that. The end of the 10th over, India 69 for the loss of Rohit Sharma for 1 wicket, and we have a change.
We do indeed.
You're on socials, aren't you, Fourthy? So the next one is from Rana saying, guys, I think Bangladesh is done. And I'll catch
Right.
you in 10 overs if you're still going.
Well, I think I'm still going in 10 overs. All right, Ajit, how are you, mate? You're on mute.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Is this working okay?
Yes.
It's a new setup I'm trying out. Something I can also take on the road if I need to.
I see you're in
Hello?
orbit. It's nice to know that you're travelling around the world at good speed.
Perfect. Yeah, well, they tell it's all... if you're in space, you're stationary. You feel you're stationary.
Yeah,
It's so big. But anyway, outside of the jokes, I'm still in thrall of that amazing jingle of what goes on. Started like ABBA, ended like somebody, I don't know, Maria Callas. I don't know.
Who
But yeah,
knows?
interesting.
Shubman Gill just knocks the first ball from Tanzim. He went for 15 in his first over around the corner and gets himself a single.
I think Rohit tried to take that freedom a bit too far and thought he'll hit a 6 through a cover or something and miscued that.
Unless they throw it away from here and they, you know.
And they have set up a solid platform nonetheless. It's about 1/4 of the score that you need. So effectively they've done what is required.
Yeah. And they've done it at a good time as well. I mean, they're massively ahead of the rate, aren't they? So.
I'm just thinking, did Bangladesh probably need to introduce a...
That's an interesting shot. The ball is so... I do think this wicket is really slow. It's down the leg side and Pody goes to pull it. He threw his shot so early that it comes off the back of the bat and goes towards first slip. They don't get a run.
Oh yeah, that's an interesting... an attempt at a back, in tennis there's a shot, right? With your back to the opponent. Try to hook it over your left shoulder. Something like that. Okay. But he fails nonetheless, and everybody behind the wicket are having some fun. They're looking at that stroke and having a word with him, no doubt. He needs the runs as well. Rohit got some.
Well, indeed. That one's defended square on the offside by Virat, and there ain't no run.
We saw that Rohit got to 11k ODI runs behind this man. Second fastest, I must say, not just getting there behind, but second fastest there. Behind the person on our we're talking about in this case, Mr. Kohli.
And he needs 53, is it, to get to 14,000 or something like that? Something
I think so. That could be it. Yeah, maybe today is as good a day. Yes.
Indeed.
37 now.
On the back foot, just defends it out to cover, and there ain't no run.
It's 37 now. I think he has a good chance of claiming 14k.
Yeah, should
today.
do.
And Shami got to 200 wickets. And he's the second fastest there with Taqlain Mushtaq, and the fastest. I'm going to ask our colleagues here. Who do you guess is the fastest?
Rashid Khan.
Fairly good guess. I think he slowed down after they started playing regular teams or higher level teams a bit more often. But
defended the offside, and there is no run.
so it was Stark. Stark took 102
Right, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
and these two have taken only 104. It's still amazing. Almost 2 wickets a game at the highest level ODI. That's pretty good.
It is only 10 overs, that's true.
Leah says, don't give up hope yet. India can collapse with the best of them.
Well, I mean, any team is capable of a collapse, isn't it? Yeah, but...
my apologies, I thought that was they overdone.
Well, yeah, so did I.
No, it's all
defended,
right. No, it's
and
done,
there is
though.
no run. Now it's time. Any
Okay.
more?
Shervon Phillip says, just here for the banter and jingles. The game is practically dead, but being from West Indies, it's a shame on us. Yes, it's always a shame.
Yes.
Tournament. But if you only got 8, someone's got to make way. South in Key, replying to Kieran Roseblade, yes, the women's team are in Australia, referring to the Afghanistani team. Thanks a massive effort by Mel Jones to get them out of the country. Well done, Mel Jones.
Yes.
Barong says, post-match interview, Rohit will be questioned about that dropped hat-trick catch. It happened to me.
I would have been embarrassed by that at my club game. That was terrible.
Penalty was a dozen long necks, he said. Yeah, it was, he was genuinely distraught at the end of it.
Correct, he was.
Well, here we go.
You
This could be the option. This could be the only thing that might save Bangladesh as a switch to spin. And we have this dude.
Oh, Mahdi Hassan Miraz, Mahdi Hassan Miraz. Oh, Mahdi Hassan Miraz, Mahdi Hassan Miraz.
Now, first ball is straight in at Gill. A little bit of turn in. He just works it into the leg side and doesn't get a run.
He looks so much more mature suddenly with the beard. He looked so nice, freshly shaved.
He's been around for a while now, hasn't he? Hades,
but he's still very young. He's hardly, I think, early 20s yet. He started early, I think.
Yeah, he started very early. Knocked out into the leg side, to the boundary. They'll get themselves a single.
He's 27. And I think they should have introduced him after the 7th over, let's say, when they thought suddenly, the fast bowling is getting collared.
Yeah.
They may be, or even the leggy, Rishad. That could have been an interesting move.
Anything, yeah. Give themselves a chance. That one, Cody clips it in a very Cody style, but straight to mid wicket. There is no run.
I think India also had a very ordinary middle stage because they got all their wickets before the 10th over and nothing before the 40th over. Right?
No, they didn't. But then, that one's worked out behind square and there's no run. I mean, I think you can do that in ODI. There's often loads of gaps, but they were never going to get enough runs because they just had to consolidate essentially and go as deep as possible, which is what they essentially did. And as soon as they lost those wickets, it all went downhill quite quickly. Anyway, the pitch list looks really slow. As Cody goes back and just about reaches him, he plays it out to mid wicket and there's no run.
Considering they're playing in the Middle East, I wonder if dew also has some fact.
Apparently there's not much dew at this time of year. That one is clipped down to long on, and Cody gets himself a single to retain the strike at the end of the over.
Indeed. Right, Kenneth Hughes says, isn't there a 45-minute time zone? There is a 30-minute time zone somewhere around Adelaide that no one really knows about, apart from people in it.
Interesting.
Yes, there is. Yeah, it's very good.
There is a call for a country like India to actually have 3 time zones as well, but that's another story. Yeah.
I think China got one. I think China's got one time zone, isn't it?
India also has 1 time zone. It's a very broad country as well that way. But maybe 2 is something somebody said once, somebody said 3. But all right, that's another story. It would be half an hour apart as well if you want to keep those time zones.
Time zones only became important. Everyone had their own local time. It was the railways that made everybody coordinate their times in the 19th century.
Ooh, inside half of the bat by Cody. There's dribbles out on the leg side and they'll get themselves a single.
Somehow against Tanzim, Kohli's not looked very settled. He's been sort of a little wary by the looks of it. Either the ball is not coming onto the bat or it's not bouncing as much. That one definitely, that was a Chinese cut.
Yeah, no, I just think these wickets are really slow, and I think they'll get slower and lower as the game goes on, which is why I think Bangladesh batted first. And that's cut out to the man at point, and they'll get themselves a single. And whilst there is a fair way to go, I mean, they've knocked off a good fat portion of it here, nearly a third of it already in 10, 12 overs. I said they had to have 5 wickets down by 100. They got 1. I mean, they need to get another 4 in the next 25 runs. Well, it's possible. It's possible, as you say.
It's possible.
Kohli's new at the crease. It's never easy.
Also, I think maintaining new ball pressure is very important.
Yeah, well, they didn't do that, and that's what India did well, actually. They took their chances and hit the new ball. Cody gets that down to long leg, and he'll get himself a single.
This time he seems to have read the bounce well enough to have ridden it. And
he still looked a bit uncomfortable.
He does, absolutely. I think it's just jitters, probably. He's been long overdue, and only last game he got a 50.
Yeah.
Right, Gill looks settled, so there they have some continuity and some stability. So he can take his time if he needs it.
Indeed. Gill plays that from the crease out to the covers, and there is no run. He's on 29.
I have cursed Gill, effectively. I'm worried, I've cursed Gill. I mean, whenever I praise somebody, something not so nice happens to them. On the cricket field, at least. Yeah.
Well, certainly give the game some interest for the neutral. if the wickets fell. Some pressure was
Absolutely. I
put
mean,
on.
I would like to see if 5 down India have the same depth that they can chase this down.
Yeah, I think they do. Yeah, I think it's allowed us to score. Oh, excuse me. So played off the back foot out to cover and there is no run. I mean, what, Jadeja coming in at 7 or 8 or something?
I think Rahul and Pandya and Jadeja will be those remaining, I think, if you take 3 more wickets out. And maybe one of these two or one of Akshar or Rahul also will be there. I mean, so you have to... It looks pretty daunting yet.
Yeah. They bat properly deep.
Also, I was thinking...
as that's played up. Ooh, no. Out to cover once more. Cut off. By the cover. Off Gill. 13 overs done. 75 for 1.
Right. More time zone talk. Kieran Roseblade says, how far behind the eastern seaboard of Australia is Perth? About 50 years, isn't it? Well, that is true, but now that Messi's on there, we can all have a good laugh at Perth's expense. But he'll come back with a vengeance before too long. And Pirate Badshaw says, a moment of silence 109 years late for Dublin meantime, which was 25 minutes and 21 seconds behind GMT Greenwich Mean Time. I did not know that.
I did not. But I guess no one uses that, do they?
Well, Bristol was about, I think.
Well, I mean, everywhere's... Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you want to go by that...
up until the trains came in, everyone had their own local time, and it worked fine.
That is played off his legs by Kohli down towards long leg, and he gets himself a single. Miraz.
Well, if not for pan-continental travel, probably eventually plane travel and other things, working together with people across time zones would have ensured, or working people from across different parts of the globe would have required time zones, I suppose. Eventually that had to happen.
On the back foot.
Gill. I once worked with an American chap, his name was Tom Cotton, who got into work so early that he got into work before me, despite living in America and being 5 hours behind.
Oh my God. Played out to mid-wicket, no run.
Probably ex-military, they are used to starting at 4 a.m. or something like this. That could be.
Probably, yeah. It was a bit embarrassing, that's for sure.
Gill plays that back to the bowler, no run. Good over from Miraz. So
I have a couple of colleagues who are starting at 6 or 6:30 a.m. every day. Sorry, Bear, sorry to interrupt you, but yes, we should also occasionally look at the cricket, I suppose.
Yes, that's what we're here for. There's not a lot going on though, as that one's clipped out to square leg once more for a single.
Okay. India are absorbing a little bit of this change in bowling and consolidating. They have the time, of course, as has been mentioned. But yeah, it'll also be interesting. These batsmen can get their eye in for the tournament.
That one's dropped short by Mahedi, and it's pulled by Shubman Gill out towards deep backward square. Square enough that the man has to come round from long leg, and they'll get back for 2 to end the over. 3 runs off it, 78 for 1 after 14.
Didn't look like he got all of it. Sorry.
Farong says, okay. Time for Kohli Cam, says Farong, but for how long? Eric J says the usual suspects. Banu Prakash, I think Rohit is going to retire after winning the Champions Trophy. Eric J, he'll be in his 70s by then, Banu. Ooh. Shots fired. Banu Prakash then replies, we'll see you after finals here, Eric J. Ooh, boys are getting feisty. Lijo G says, what's the purpose of this channel? That's a big existential question.
It is, well, yeah, well, it is. Well, maybe we can answer that. It's pulled out to deep square leg and there is no run. Well, it's for people on the go who want a service, want to listen to the cricket, want it in a different way, want to have their opinions read out. We're free worldwide. There's no, blocking us anywhere.
What's the purpose of anything like Joe G? We're just here to entertain and inform and, generally get through life.
And you can, if you've got a statement to say, give it to us.
Oh dear.
Tanzim comes in, and Shubman Gill likes pace on the ball. He's come down the track, whacked it over the top of cover. There's no one in the outfield, of course, because we're not in the power play anymore, are we? But there's no one out there, and it's going to be 4 runs. Which one should I do? This one.
Having gotten sort of a little bit of a better hold on the change in pace and such, I think Gill is looking to accelerate. We saw that last when Mehdi also pitched it short. Let's see if he carries on in the same vein.
Indeed. Oh, full bunger. Driven by Shivan Gill up to mid-off though. No run.
Missed out on that, didn't he? He should have nailed that.
Where's Lijo G from? That's what I want to know.
That looks like a name from a specific part of India. From the south, the southern tip. From the God Zone country, if I'm not wrong. Lijo, you probably pronounce it Lijo.
Lijo, okay.
Yeah.
Give us your backstory, Lijo.
Yeah, come on. This is your opportunity, mate. Get your life out there. That's what this is for, you see. Everyone has a point of view. That one is cut by Shubman Gill. Out to backward point. There is no run.
And for those of us who want a bit more value, other than just match-by-match commentary, I think there's a wonderful podcast. There's a big catalog, a wonderful set of jingles and so on.
Yeah, right? Exactly.
That people can subscribe to the Patreon and avail.
You get yourself...
As a Patreon, I can tell you, it's worth it.
Indeed.
Well said. Well said.
Tanzim coming in. He's gone for 23, 3.4 overs. He's bowling at Shubman Gill. Ooh, spoon that in the air. Just over the head. Was that Shanto? Sumisuka, who was at mid-on, but he wasn't on the edge of the circle. If he had been, he might have been able to go back and catch that, but he's halfway in. Probably to stop the single. Just had too far to go.
Soumya and KL Rahul probably discuss a lot during the break, what shampoo they use and such. Maybe they also talk to Sangakkar off the pitch. Luscious locks?
Oh, yes, very much so.
Very luscious indeed, yes.
Well, for those some of us who are follically challenged, at the top of our heads.
Last ball of the over, driven by Kohli, out to cover, and there is no run. He's only on 5 or 15 years old in Virat.
Exciting news, Bear. We've got a super chat.
Oh!
Cue it up.
I can indeed. It's one of these.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
Richard Milgate, not for the first time today, is in with €2 saying, thank you very much. The purpose of this channel is to send super chats. Indeed he did. So please do remember
that's one as well.
Yeah. Dinah Patterson's off. What's the purpose of this channel? Well, it's to create a community of cricket lovers, many of whom have lives. So we let blokes watch the cricket and tell us what is happening so we can get on. Very nicely summed up.
That's one way of putting it, yeah. Very much
so.
so.
Blokes.
Not just blokes. Yeah.
Women.
Mahady is in. This pitch is dying a death and hardly gets up. And Kohli.
I think she meant it in the spirit of the blokey spirit, I suppose. Doesn't matter the gender.
I mean, Diana Patterson is always universally positive, so it's lovely from her always.
Mahedi into Shubman Gill. He just works that out. Can't beat square leg. No run.
It's the other guy. It's the other slightly older, a little bit more accomplished, we are told, gentleman. Kohli. But he can't get it away either. I mean, what I'm trying to say is, I think Kohli is riding it out. Now is a chance. Get a tough 50 ball 35 or whatever.
Yeah, well, they've got plenty of time, haven't they? You know, that's played up to wide, long on, and there is no run. Bangladesh struggled against the spinners unless they really took a chance. Occasionally they stepped out and smashed it over the boundary. But yeah, I mean, this is the thing. I think with 9 wickets left and nearly 100 on the board and only chasing 229, if someone decides they got their eye in and wants to take a chance, you know, they could take this game pretty quickly. And I think if you take a chance, there's a good chance you get away with it for a while anyway. Gill plays that back to the bowler and there is no run.
Good fielding there by Mehdi. He backed it up beautifully. That was a single, more or less. He timed it well.
Yeah, again, this time he does play it up to long off, Shubman Gill, and they stroll a single.
Interestingly enough, Kohli, who's, I think I would dare say, forte is his game through the offside when the ball is fuller. He's struggling a little when the ball is full and pitched closer to him. So I think he's not yet fully up to scratch. He's getting there.
Well, yeah, I don't think they want to play across it too much. They're trying to play a straight bat, which means, well, I mean, the thing is they're getting the single down to long on, long off every time, isn't it? And there's no one putting any pressure on inside the circle at either of those two positions. So it's a single every time, and that is a single off the last ball of the over. 88 for 1 after 16. Over to you, Wolfie.
Wolfie, Messi says, we may be behind the rest of Australia in Perth, but at least we're well balanced, having equally big chips on each shoulder. Indeed. Eric J. enigmatically says, getting peckish now. And he also adds, I am frolically challenged. Ravi Natalajan says, good morning. Shocked to see the Bongs got a decent total, but India will win. And adds, London guerrilla cricketers, do they sell good quality pillows in the UK?
Yes.
I wasn't expecting that question.
Well, it depends where you go. You can get shit ones and good ones. Go to John Lewis. They're overpriced, but they're pretty good.
It's a shame Clements of Watford aren't still.
Well, yes, Clements of Watford. I remember Clements of Watford. Well, Rishad is into the attack. He's a leggy. Ooh, first one turned sharply, but it was wide of the off stump. And there is no run. We shall give him a jingle.
Turned at right angles.
Yeah, it did. It's Rishad Hussain.
It took everybody by surprise. Kohli and
Bangladesh, you created a monster, and its name is Rishad Hussain.
Second ball doesn't turn as much, and it's into the pitch and on the leg stump, and it's just turned around a corner by Gill towards square leg. There's no one there, so they get an easy single.
On a pitch like this, if you are a wrist spinner, I think the tough challenge is to find the correct length when you can make the right kind of impact. These are both very accomplished players of spin. Effectively, both are front and back foot, right? So the leggy is the one whose length can really trouble if he hits the right length. And Kohli is known to have a weakness against leggies, right?
Yep. Well, Shubman Gill gets a right forward and defends that out into the covers, and there is no run.
As I like to say, if you're a good leggy, most batters anywhere will have a trouble against you.
I mean, the fact is that
we have our good and bad days.
Bangladesh were on sort of 28, 29 overs before they were on this score, and they'd lost 5 wickets at the same time. So, you know, they're about 13 overs ahead of where Bangladesh were. That's just works into the leg side. There is no, there's one run.
I believe it was Bradman's one weakness against very good leggies, which would probably mean it's everybody's one weakness against the leggies.
No, I mean there is something that the ball that spins off a wrist is completely different from the one even against.
Well, it gets more action on the ball as well, doesn't it? I mean, that's played down to wide, long on the back foot by Kohli, and he gets himself another single. Moves on to 9, nearly into double figures.
Absolutely.
And work for the end of the over bear, another super.
Oh, I've seen it. I'm queued up with a jingle. Ooh. Oh, that's me. Sorry. That one goes straight on. Well, kind of straight on. There's a little bit of action on it. Shubman Gill left it. Wasn't too far away from the stumps, but hey, we've got one of these.
Super Chat Cash, Super Chat Cash, Super Chat Cash.
Ravi Natarajan on $5. Please purchase a nice pillow for Starmer. He needs it next week. It's a political.
Is he flying off to see Trump next week?
Well, I can only assume he is. He adds he needs to cover his ass next week. It's gonna hurt.
Yeah, maybe.
Presumably. Who knows? I mean, does any of it make any difference?
No.
What Keir Starmer thinks.
Aye, indeed. Tough times in the world at the moment.
Weird times for sure. Abnormal. That's for sure as well.
Well, you know, look at end of empires, world population. It's hardly surprising, really. You know, the next 50 years there'll be lots and lots of wars over resources, no doubt, as they slowly run out.
Well,
it's going to be a bit of a tough 50 years from now.
Yeah.
It's going to be a bit of a race. Yes.
Well, I won't be around.
I won't be around, yeah. Unless, they might come up with a pill for us, Forthy. Might all still be here. Well, we might all be...
I don't want to be around. Doesn't make sense.
No, I was going to say, I don't think I'll take it, thanks.
Yeah, well, they might stick your brain in a mechanical body and we'll all be, you know, cyborgs or something.
Mm.
Oh, my God.
Sent off to fight wars on distant worlds and galaxies far, far away. Who knows, you know. Probably
That's
not.
possible.
Not in 50 years. Although I did read
Yeah.
that they managed to get fusion to work for, what was it, 1,333 seconds, which is a fair few minutes.
Fusion?
Yeah.
What happens for fusion to work?
Fusion is, centre of the sun type stuff, limitless energy out of seawater and all that nonsense.
Oh, I see.
Hydrogen to helium.
Nuclear fusion.
That sounds like potentially good news then.
Well, yeah, I mean, they've been banging away at it for about 70 years since they kind of came up with it. It's very difficult to do. You need very strong magnets. And
Probably cars driven by water, I think, is probably, we're going to get there sooner than fusion-based fuel. But, I mean, we are all speculating, right? I might as well speculate coal will get to 100 as well. So.
Well, no.
Ajit,
that's a dream, Ajit. That's the,
Are your ears burning, Ajit, because of a follow-up message from Ravi saying, love Ajit's commentary especially. Oh, that's nice for you.
Thank you. Well, I've been called a few things. If I can also entertain and for a change, say something that makes sense.
We've all been called
That
those,
would be
Ajit.
good.
We've all been called those. I presume it must be a drinks break or something because there is not a lot
It
happening.
is.
So a couple more tweets while we're just filling in. Leah says, "Yeah, that was a Chinese lie, though, Bear."
Oh, what the fusion thing? But I thought it was in America. That I read.
Oh,
Don't know. Richard Millgate says, "Haven't they already got a pill for you?"
Well, I've got lots of pills, yeah, but
And,
for different things. I don't know if it'll also make you live longer. It might make you happier for a shorter time.
Well, they're always looking for that gene that makes us age, don't they? It makes our cells age and stuff. See if they can turn it off. It's all those nutters. There's that total crazy dude in America with his son as well.
I think this is life, however.
Yeah, Coley works at next ball from Mahady down towards long leg. I think it's about 2, but it's not there, and he gets a single. I can't remember his name. I want to say Brian Johnson, but it's obviously not him because he's Akadaka, isn't he, or originally? But it's something like that. And he's a millionaire, and he just basically lives to try and make himself have a body age less than what his actual age is. And he just eats slop and sleeps really a lot and doesn't really do anything with his life apart from try to live longer. Seems a bit pointless. Gill plays that out into the deep, and then he gets a single.
I mean, I refer you back to the earlier question we had a while ago from Lee Joji, saying, "What is the purpose?
What is the purpose of it all?" Yeah, true. Well, I've had a lot of fun, I must have said, in my life. That's worked out to mid wicket, and there's no run. And I'd say a lot of it wasn't conducive to me living very long, actually. Looking back,
I think
on
that's
it.
the whole point. A lot of fun means you'll not live very long. In the meantime, well,
Now, man, there's an appeal for OEW, but it's probably turned. I mean, he held it back a bit. It was very loopy. It did turn. It beat the inside of Coley's edge on his, hit him on the pads, but it turned too much and was probably going down leg side. He was deep in his crease. Yeah, it's hit him outside leg and it's going down.
I like the bowler already making the call and saying, no, it's going to miss leg. I like that. Somebody is aware of what he's doing.
Indeed. Mahany's last ball, back foot this time. Cody punches it down to
There's
long
one
on,
more.
get himself a single. Oh no, sorry, it wasn't last ball.
There's one more.
Where
No,
is
but
one
all
more?
right. We are in that boring middle overs phase. I think
Very
India
much
are pretty
so.
much. Yes, so the India are pretty much riding.
I mean, it's with the pacers on, you can see this game finishing quite quickly, but with the spinners on, you can see it sort of dragging out to 40, can't you?
When you see this kind of a pitch, I was thinking there, are they a spin or short? A full spin or short, I think.
Well, possibly. Dragged out to
No
the wicket.
Shakib,
and there's
right?
no run.
They've lost that balance. They have to go
Yes.
for a left arm spinner, I think.
Yeah, 2 overs left and asked. Well, I mean, I asked this question of you, Ajit. I think that India have got an advantage if they get through to the final, having played all their games here. I think these pitches will be drastically different to how the pitches play in Pakistan. I think, whilst the pitches in Pakistan will be reasonably slow, they'll be hard. The ball will come on a little bit. There'll never be anything in them for any bowlers, and they won't be as slow as this. And I think anyone coming from Pakistan who haven't played a game here is going to be in big trouble if they meet India in the final.
Oh, Sunday it's going to be already interesting, no?
Yeah, that one is defended back to the bowler, and there is no run. And also, will they switch the final if India don't make it to a ground?
I think that's the agreement. One of the semi-finals and the finals is slated to be held. If India don't make it, they have to be held in Dubai.
Well, not to be
Well,
held
if
in
they
Dubai.
make it, I mean, yes.
Yeah, if they do make it, it'll be held in Dubai. That's
If they do make it, my apologies.
driven out to cover Kohli.
What
Doesn't get a run.
city is it due to be in if it's not Dubai? What's the alternative?
Would it be Lahore or Karachi? One of the
I think
other,
it's Karachi, between Karachi and Lahore, the semi-final and the final.
Yeah, just dabbed
But
around the
otherwise,
corner
it's going to be.
by Shubman Gill for a single. Yeah, basically, if India make it, it's Dubai, and if they don't, that's cool.
Yeah. So it's stated like that. One of the semi-finals will be in Dubai, and maybe the finals if required. The semi-finals that India are air quotes predicted to playing. But yeah, we'll see. There are some unpredictable elements there.
Sort of pulled. It wasn't really swept. Wasn't really pulled, but it's gone out to deep square leg for a single.
Rishabh started the most extraordinary ball, which went right angles, and has failed to duplicate it ever since.
Yeah,
He was also trying to see, but that was too much probably. I mean, you'll even beat the bat if you start on the off stump with that.
Yeah, exactly. You want that as a surprise if you see someone coming down, maybe. Last ball just worked around the corner once more for another single. One ball left in the over. 3 runs required to get to 100 before 20 overs. They're going along at nearly 5 and over, over 5 and over.
Just about, but they're fine. I mean, Rishad has also started fine. There's only one more ball left. And there you go. 2 overs for 6 is all right.
Exactly. Just knocked round the corner. No run this time. Straight to the fielder. Over to you.
Yeah, we're a bit behind. Ravi says mini nuclear reactors is the new thing.
Yes.
Pirate Badger says, I wouldn't hold my breath on fusion. ITER, ITER, the test reactor in southern France, is off schedule by over a decade now.
Yeah, I do know all this.
Kenneth Hughes says singular crazy dude in America seems a bit off, saying so as an American. Jay Grover, Brian Johnson with a Y. The life of Brian, says Eric. Messi says, speaking from experience, one of the secrets to living a reasonably long life while having fun is the avoidance of gratuitous exercises. Robert Morley put it, whenever I feel the urge to exercise coming on, I lie down until it passes.
The good
Exactly.
man. Kohli is facing up to Mehedi. First ball, he just turns around to deep square leg, and there is no run. Next ball, he plays out to mid-wicket. Wide enough that they get through for a single? Yeah, they're quick between the wickets, these two, and they get there easily.
Surprisingly enough, they've taken almost 10 overs, these two, right? And they've hardly scored 30 runs. That's very interesting.
Wow.
Since Rohit Sharma's dismissal on the cusp.
Well, they got the head start with Rohit, really, didn't they? I mean, they were 60 odd for 1 after 10, so that one's played back to the bowler, and there is no run.
With that T20 hitting ability, right? I think this is the right move. It's okay that, if chewed up a few balls, it'll be a matter of, 2-3 big.
Yeah, I mean, if these two get within a distance after sort of, I don't know, 28, 29 overs, and I presume someone will speed up because they just want to get it over and done with. There'll be a point where that comes into effect. Shubman Gill plays that once again back to the bowler, and there's no. We're going to have a switch at the end of the over. Tony's coming in, Messi's coming back, and Will should be coming back. That one is worked around the corner to a long leg, and there'll be a single.
Sometimes you may think if they play a bit aggressively, it's also good because I think there's a net run rate equation or quotient that will be important if you're playing, right? Because, you could get into trouble otherwise if you lose one of your games, especially against Pakistan, for example. If you're India, that is.
Well, if you're India, I mean, that's and Pakistan have got to win that game now, haven't they? Kohli whips that out to deep square leg. They'll get an easy 2 runs. A lot of whip in that. From the wrist, and that brings up the 100. Moves them on to 101 for 1 after exactly 20 overs. Run rate is marginally a fraction over 5. And India are cruising. We are supposed to have a change. Tony!
Thank you. See you later.
Yeah.
Thanks very much, Ajit. I'll just read out a couple of last tweets while we're doing the changeover. Shervin Phillip says,
we have a nice kit.
Just some low-key stuff there. I'll tell you what, I'll hand over to Messi. Next one up for you is Shervon Philip Messi.
Thank you very much, Forthy. He says, 90 watching, less than 50 likes. Smash that like button, indeed. And Farong says, middle phase, greater, sturdiest vehicle ever produced in Coventry. Please, Forthy.
I said the sturdiest vehicle ever produced in Coventry is probably the London black taxi cabs.
Oh, right.
Made in Cov, but beyond that. Chrysler were there for many years.
Rishad in. That one is
No,
steered
head off
out to
now.
cover. Well, yeah, hang on a moment, Forthy, unless
okay,
because
right.
Will has some Wi-Fi issues. But I know it's
No,
late for you. Are you able to stay subbing in just?
Yeah,
maybe
no
you be expert summariser and Messers takes
He'll
over
fall
his
asleep shortly. It's
trusted
1:30
role.
a.m. his time.
No problem. I'll be summariser, whether I'm an expert
Yes,
or
no,
not.
that'll do. That's onto the back foot by His Holiness, guides it out to extra cover, takes a single, 103 for 1 off 20, puts them comfortably ahead of the any rate, I suspect.
Yeah, but it would only take a hat trick for everything to be thrown up.
If only there'd been one of those in this game somewhere somehow. Maybe have a word with the only man who's out, I think. Rohit, of course. Although he batted pretty well up until the point he got himself out, it must be said. Let's have a look. We have 1, 2, 3. We've got two men very close on the offside there. Look. A very sort of short cover and short extra cover in close proximity to one another. That does go to the offside, but it goes backward to short third.
I'm trying to think of another captain who's dropped a hat trick, and I can't think of one.
Oh, well, that would be
pretty specific. It's a
very
pretty
specific thing to look up. Rishad in, he skips. There is the slip still in. He tosses that up. It's eased by Sugars out towards extra cover. We're still pretty closely grouped there. 71 dot balls in this innings. I didn't know they were a thing to count, but I suppose they are. In the absence of that many sixes. That said, slapped by Shubman Gill, but there is a man out there, deep cover. He walks a single just because he felt like it. Not like poor old, was it Hridoy, who was walking because he literally couldn't run, poor lad. But he got to his 3 figures, and then he didn't get any further, but that was some knock. Remember, 35 for 5 is where Bangladesh were. Bear and I were thinking, it's time we'll start shutting the computers down now. And we'll all be home before lunchtime, and goodness me, things did turn around for Bangladesh. Anyway, Messers.
Banu Prakash says, Messi, do you think the significance of ODIs and tests will dilute? Interesting question.
Miraz in, push to mid-on, easy single taken.
I think ODIs are already under considerable threat. I wouldn't be surprised to see them move to 40 overs a side, but I kind of like them. Their wickets actually count in ODIs, where I tend to think they don't very much in T20s, so I like them.
This one again thrown up, flicked quite wristily towards mid-on. Another jog for his Viratness.
I suppose everything kind of evolves out in the end. Last Cornish speaker was some really embittered old fishwife from about 250 years ago.
What? Did you know her personally, Ian? A friend of yours?
I did look her up though.
Marie.
Absolutely foul-mouthed woman.
Goodness me. That was slapped, but fielded at short mid-wicket. That was her first dot ball of this Miraz over. 106 for 1. They're not actually massively ahead of the rate. I'm going comfortably. I suppose in terms of wickets lost, you would say they absolutely are. That's again pushed to short mid-wicket.
They're half a run ahead of the rate.
But yeah, the required rate's about 4.3. They're going just south of 5. I mean, they've got plenty of hitting power in the tank, but it does, I think, Forthy bear out that it's not the easiest ground to score runs on.
No,
that's
it's not the easiest. It's also
quick single taken.
It's also not the hardest to score 229. To score 329 would be a real task, and maybe even score 270, 280 would make it an even contest, but 229's of a different nature.
True enough. Virat's looking comfortable, if not expansive. And, well, he's going at 0.5 roughly, isn't he? Half a run a ball.
It's fair to say.
Shubman slightly ahead of that, but he's had possibly a bit more time at the crease.
He's
that
not
was
very
pulled though by Kohli. It's beaten the man on the 45 and is going to go down to long leg for one of these. Good shot by Virat.
Eins.
Helped it away around the corner.
2, 3, 4. 4.
If you're just joining us, we can tell you India have lost Rohit Sharma. He made a lively 41 off his 36, but he was caught by Arshad Hussain off the bowling of Taskin Ahmed, one that went straight up and was caught at cover point. So let's just put the brakes on India, who had looked like powering their way through the power play. 111 for 1 is where they are now after 22 overs. And Messers, over to you.
No more messages, but just on that question of the significance of ODIs and tests, I think tests will continue to be the pinnacle for a great majority of cricketers, but I think there's going to be further divergence. There's going to be a lot more cricketers who just never play test cricket.
Rishad
who would
wheels
play
in.
T20.
Nudged again. Out towards mid-on. Single taker. I mean, this is genuinely 5, 6, 7, maybe 10 years ago, middle overs stuff, isn't it? By and large.
That is, yeah. Well, there's
certainly was for Bangladesh until Hridoy and Jacker Ali
couldn't
got
blame
going.
the Bangladeshis for their approach, having lost
No.
5.
Well, no, not at 35 for 5. That's pushed towards cover.
Nor can you blame the Indians who want to win the tournament. Their prime task is to win, as always.
Must help the cameraman massively when Kohli is batting.
Yes, you know what your job is.
Because then you don't have to make a decision. Is it? How long have we gone without showing him? He's basically there anyway, so you don't have to be judged on your performance there. Rishad thrown his. So is it in that beats his Kohliness, who was lured into a little forward dab, and it ripped past his outside edge comfortably by a distance, I think, past. Oh, maybe not as much as I thought.
It was a beautiful ball.
Certainly was. Certainly was. And he could have been in a spot of bother there. Could his Kohliness? Who's behind the stumps for Bangladesh? It must be... I'll tell you in a moment as we wait for Rishad. Hit off the back foot, he's gone! Kohli stepped back and he looks at the bottom of his bat because that is quite clearly to blame. It was a good ball, it turned again. He was looking to crash it away, past backward point. All he did was plop it into the safe hands of Gully. And I'm afraid the cameraman is going to have to find other ways to entertain himself. The dedicated Kohli man. You won't get an easier catch all day than that, except possibly the one that poor old Rohit dropped.
Yeah, first ball of the hat trick.
Yeah. Sakar, who took the catch, he really will. You know, I mean, anything can be dropped. We know that he's gone for 22 off 38. Has Virat, and well, Bangladesh will not be giving this up. Don't you worry about that.
Never say never. I must admit, the one place I hated fielding.
On your bike, mate.
And he will be walking back to the pavilion, where he will meet a very pensive looking.
The one place I hated fielding actually was in the gully, because either it was smashed straight at you or it spun off the edge, and you had to sort of work out which way.
Well, it's the new man to the crease is going to be Shreyas Iyer, who I think must have a new jingle, because we could no longer play the old one because it caused us to be dinged. So here he is.
Diving away at the edge of the place, so tragic.
Although I think that might be the one, I don't know. That one's guided again towards the gully.
And your burning desire. You took my place.
Defended. Up towards cover, no run.
Isn't that the one that got
that's
a
what
sting?
I thought. I thought the Bear had removed that. Bear, have we gone back to a previous generation of the jingle cart? Because I thought you'd culled that for reasons of financial penalty.
colded it.
Colded it, yes. I was absolutely. Doesn't he look like Will Smith, that chap? Yeah,
he does. I think he's the sentry. He's the sentry major, isn't he?
Was that Crudoy? I'm surprised he's out there fielding if it was, because
maybe I'm wrong.
The
Maybe
poor lad could barely hobble and walk.
It's quite probable I'm being culturally insensitive. I often am. Over to you, Messi.
Farong says, no, don't mention the state of the championship. Black Caps last night, traditional ODI batting, 30-20 theory, double your score in final 20. Black Caps 148 and 300 after 30 and 320 odd after 50.
Fizz,
I think they did an excellent job of that.
Fizz continues into his 5th over, which is defended by Shubman Gill towards mid-off. There is no run.
Eric J just says KO Lee.
KO Lee. That run rate, by the way, they're currently, they're ahead of it. The required run rate 4.3, they're going about 4.8, but again, it's still not. A couple of wickets would just make that look a bit different. That was a quick single, despite the sharp throw.
Well, he would have been out if it hit.
Well, he would have been.
Yeah. The thing about ODIs, it depends whether you like short stories by analogy, really, isn't it? If Test matches are novels, ODIs are sort of short stories. Some people like short stories. Most people don't.
What's a T20 then? What's a T10 using that
T20
analogy?
or a T10 is a blog article, really, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
It is. Yes, you're right.
It's sort of, and you've forgotten it 10 minutes after you read it.
It's definitely. I was going to say a poem originally, but it's not a poem.
Well, it'd be harsh on some poem. You can have some very epic poems.
You can.
In comes the Fizz. Defended again, fielded by Mustafizur. Well, half fielded. He bent down, did all the athletic work, picked the ball up, and then, like a slippery bar of soap, he seemed to juggle it and lose it again.
The Rhyme of the Ancient Mariner. That's a Don Juan. That's long. The Iliad and the Odyssey are technically poems.
Coleridge, wasn't it? The ancient
Samuel
rhyme. Yeah.
Samuel.
Iliad and the Odyssey was Homer, I believe.
Yeah, well done. That's very good. Good quizzing.
Yes.
So
the Bears
T10 is a
appeared.
limerick.
Oh, hang on.
T10.
Oh, that's good. Let's just wait for the Fizz to deliver this ball, and
Or
we
a
shall
haiku.
consult the management on jingle selection. That one is pushed away out towards deep cover, and they take a single. I thought the Ire ELO one was the one we got dinged for, and you'd culled it from the cart. Well, there it is, back again. He's culled the wrong one. That's always dangerous. Imagine being a hitman sent out to assassinate somebody. Go, whoops, sorry, wrong person.
That has happened, of course. Yeah.
It has. Well, it has. Yes. Yeah, this is very true. It probably has.
I think that the Jeremy Thorpe incident, they got the wrong man, didn't they? They ended up shooting the dog in the end.
Oh yeah, oh gosh, yeah, they did. That's right, Norman Scott and all that.
The dog was definitely.
In comes the Fizz, left arm over edged, past the keeper. A first slip, who was lively to get down, might have been interested there. There wasn't a first slip. There's sort of a wider slip, and it's gone all the way down to third man for 4 runs. Here we go. I think we'll do this one.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Just rolling his fingers along the side of the ball there, just getting that little bit of deviation.
Well, he did it beautifully.
You think with a new batter in, they might have
Last
gone
ball.
for it.
That's uppish as well. Shreyas wasn't really on top of that. There's nobody close on the leg side there. It goes to mid-wicket, and they do take a quick single, and it means that after 24, India, if not cantering here, are comfortable at 118 for 2. They need 111 from 26, Messers.
I sort of agree with you. I sort of agree with you, Messi. If you weren't going to put a slip in now, when would you?
Yeah, exactly. Banu Prakash says Kohli versus leg spinner and Smriti Mandana versus off spinner is a never-ending love story. To which Farong says yes. Richard Harman says fourthly, I think T10 is actually more like a listicle.
Yes. Indeed.
Yeah.
It's Rashad Hussain going to continue with his mixture of leg breaks and googlies. What's he going to serve up here? That looked like a leg break to me. It was nicely defended by Shreyas Iyer. and there was
I managed
no
to
run.
misidentify him earlier as not only a Rashid, not a Rishad, but Rashid Khan, who in fact plays for Afghanistan. So that was a bit of a...
He comes again. That's a leg break 2, pushed into the onside. Rishad Hussain goes after it himself, and they take a single. His recent bowling form's not been too much to write home about. He got his best bowling in the BPL for Barishal was 1 for 12 versus Chittagong.
These
But not too
the
much
leg
other
breaks
than
he
that.
gets, the leg breaks he gets to really go are pitched a bit too short to be problematic. They need to be fuller.
Thrown up, slapped away by Shubers, all the way along the ground, straight to deep cover. And they take a single. Deep cover sounds like he's on some sort of secret operational mission, doesn't it? Under deep cover. He did all right in the World T20. Played 7. He took 12 wickets at 14. He took 3 for 22 against Sri Lanka, 3 for 33 against Netherlands, and 3 for 26 against Afghanistan. And that one does turn, but it was wide of off stump and going wider, and Shubman Gill stood tall just to guide it towards cover again and take a single. Doesn't mean they crack through the overs quickly when you've got spinners operating, which of course is will make Gary purr wherever he may be at the moment. He'll be purring if he's following this. He might be gearing up to go and watch some production or other in the, I don't know where, the Frog and Bucket in somewhere
Mrs.
High Street.
Mrs. Havisham's handbag at the Frog and Bucket.
That one, yes, that's cut. But cut straight to point, whereas the fielder.
See what I mean? He got a lot of turn on that, but the ones he get a lot of turn on is pointless because they're almost wide.
Well, yeah, he's been getting it from wide off stump. That goes on with the arm, really, from Rishad.
And the full ones like that
take a single. 122 for 2, 4 off this Rishad over. Mind you, figures of 1 for 14 off 5 overs has kept the breaks very comfortably on India. The 50 partnership is up though.
By the way, Will, if you're out there and you want to have another go connecting, please do. I'm just sort of filling in. I haven't sort of taken your slot. If you want to have another go, trying to tune in, please.
Fourth doing a magnificent job on whatever's keeping him awake. I don't actually think it's this match, which hasn't quite had that in sort of what's the word I'm looking for? Enlivening aspect to it, really. Certainly not singing so far.
I had a little avocado and rice cake again earlier.
Oh, I'm delighted. Did we hear? We didn't hear you crunching.
We're actually back on. Mustafa's just bowled and there's been
a single taken. Yes. No,
you had an add-on during it. Sorry.
We very probably did, and it was pushed towards the answer. Some of the captioning, and B, the direction. We have missed a couple of balls, and they haven't been our fault. It's not been perfect. So
and one thing we have missed is that Shubman Gill's now got 50.
Well, yes, he does. He is 50. I'll celebrate that for him in a moment. That one is defended by the aforementioned Shubers, and there is no run.
I'm almost certain he's not known as Shubers by his team.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if there's any name to which you will not add ERS. To create a nickname.
Cut. Anything that ends in ERS already. Imagine it being Rishada's. That wouldn't work, you see.
You'd call him Rishas, wouldn't you?
Or possibly. In comes the Fizz. And Shubman Gill, or Shubers, or Gillers, or Gilly 77. Although that would be Adam Gilchrist, so it's not that. Was looking to launch him over mid-wicket. Got a bit of a bottom edge and it went nowhere. We needed to celebrate, whatever we do, his 50, don't we? Shubman Gill. So we'll do that here.
Half a 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 century.
I'm pretty sure everyone knows this already, but rugby public school became rugger because the ER thing is a public school thing. Let's stop there.
It is, rather, yes, it is. That's what's steers to mid off. They take another single, 123.
The more interesting interesting aspect of that is that obviously the codes diverged in the mid-19th century, and they were looking for a similar sort of abbreviation for the other football code to distinguish it from rugby. So it was Football Association, and they took the SOC from the middle of association and turned it into soccer by analogy with rugger.
Ah, I never knew that.
There we are. That's where soccer comes from.
In comes a Fizz, nicely defended, but defended to one of. Well, there's a sort of a wide third slip and a quite narrow gully, or a short third, who seem to be. So they're obviously thinking that the Fizz with his left arm across a right-hander might there just for that. Just a sort of shot that got Coley out actually.
It makes sense. Yes.
It does make sense. It does make sense. That ring of fire is going to be illuminated very soon. Love being a burning thing. It makes a fiery ring.
Did you have a curry last night, Tony? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Do you know what? In my head, I was going, should I make a curry joke? And I thought, no.
No, I'm better than that.
In comes the Fizz. That's uppishly, uppishly over the infield, but to the man at deep cover, and it will only be a single. Just two off that Fizz over them. India continue to stroll rather than gallop their way along, and we can go to Masters.
Parabadgel says, I don't think most ODIs have the same highly crafted qualities as short stories or novellas. Most of them like reading technical manuals. I think that's a little unfair.
Well, you're also sort of making an assumption that because something's short, it doesn't therefore have quality, or it has less quality based upon length. I need to be careful where I'm going on that argument.
Yeah, you do.
However, you can have some very, very, very short articles which may be beautifully crafted, argued, and in our old game, Fourthy, advertising as well.
Oh yes.
Brevity is valued.
100%. And of course,
single taken off the first. Oh no, it's a dot ball. Just pushed to the offside.
We're duty bound at this stage, and I'm sure everyone knows this back to front, but Ernest Hemingway, when he was challenged to write a novel of under 10 words, came in at 6 words, as we know.
Ooh, you know more than me about that, so you can tell me more in a minute. That's defended again, out towards point by Shreyas Iyer. Once more, there is no run.
His novel of 6 words was Baby Shoes for Sale, Never Used. That's rather tragic.
It is very tragic. Oh, yeah, one shouldn't. It's certainly, but judge, and that's again out to point, no run. Judged for conciseness.
It's a very lazy novel.
Well, hang on a moment. Who was it who famously said, "If I'd have had more time, I'd have made it shorter"?
Well, exactly. I totally agree with that.
This one is defended nicely by Richard, but he'll get a run for it because he pushes it out to the offside. That's one more to the score. It's 125 for 2. 104 off 140 should be a walk in the park for India in Dubai. But stranger things have happened. Trying to make them happen is Rashad Hossain, and that's been lofted, but again down to deep cover, so again it will just be a single.
Mayor's right about this pitch. It is hard to score.
Well, the outfield's not that quick. It may quicken up with a bit of evening dew, but you're right. It's the sort of pitch England would struggle on. Let's say that. Although that might be most pitches at the moment. Before you say it,
not really narrowing it down too much there.
I was just sub-editing. Busily in the green room, a lovely article by young Billy, which is very nicely written and very nicely argued, but he's really down on England. And oddly, I was thinking, have you spent a lot of time listening to Hendo? Because it really was desperately negative, although every point, I have to say, in it was very well made. So hopefully that'll be out in a couple of days just ahead of England's game, but it's not an encouraging read.
Short and sharp. Eric J just says a footnote, I presume referring to T10s. Leah says India haven't won this one yet. They're not that far ahead on run rate, and steady wickets will wreck them.
Well, that is true. Wickets would change a game. It's in India's favour, but wickets could change that. That's worked away round the corner nicely by Shreyas Iyer. Down to fine leg. He takes a single.
Shubman Gill, of all the batsmen in this match, has looked the most composed. I mean, obviously, commentators etc., etc., etc. But he has looked in imperious form today.
Well, he comes in with a bit of form, doesn't he? In the ODIs against England, he made 97 off 96, 60 off 52, and then 112. I would call that tidy form, wouldn't you?
Absolutely, 100%. You can see why when you see him play. He's very good at this game.
In comes the fizz, left arm over. Nicely flicked away to mid-wicket by Shreyas Iyer. I don't think they'll look to run two. Oh, yes, they will. So they're quick about their work there. No sign of Will yet. Forthy, are you all right? Would you like me to see if I can haul the bear in to do the
It
summarising?
really makes
Will?
no odds. I've only got the difficult crossword to do in the morning, and that could be put back an hour or so. That's fine.
Is that the one you go to your coffee?
The life of a Melbourne gentleman.
Yeah, is this the one you sit in the cafe and do?
That's
yes,
the one.
I was just thinking
devilish,
of
those
that.
clues.
Meeting with Samuel Johnson while he's there, you know.
Actually, to be fair, we are going to the beach.
In comes the fizz. And that's one across the bat of Shreyas Iyer, but is
very good.
Drilled down to backward point by him, and will get in 4 runs.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
And were it not for...
I'm pretty sure Bangladesh are going to be 1 down by the end of this
Well,
match.
do you know what? Oh, he's beat me to it again. Because
Did
I was
I?
literally
Did I?
about to say, were it not for 3 down, this game would be over by now. So,
Very
great minds in sync.
Or in fine jest.
In the sink. As that one's bit up in the air, hands off the bat, it's going to be out, surely, yes. Shreyas Iyer just didn't get hold of that. He knew he hadn't. Shanto doesn't make a panto of taking the catch. He just calmly pockets it at mid-off. Shreyas Iyer has to go for 15. There is another wicket, and just maybe the twitching corpse of Bangladesh might be rejuvenating. What do we think?
Probably not, but hey, you never know.
Yeah. Well, anyway, he's got to go.
On your bike, mate.
But, Forthy, back to your point that the ball's not really coming onto the bat and that you have to force the pace. England are very bad at doing that, and I think we got into that discussion. It is interesting, India have struggled as well, and that's a perfect example of when the ball doesn't come onto the bat and you have to work a little bit harder to get it to do something, it can cost you your wicket. Precisely what happened to Shreyas Iyer.
I mean,
well, it's interesting in 2 ways, I think, because... Sorry, both of you other comments, man. Well, I was just thinking, contrasting this with the way that Bangladesh were able to get away with not having to do much during the middle overs, whereas I feel that they've actually done a really good job of keeping the pressure on India in a way that India didn't do to them.
Yep. Well, here's the new man at the crease. It is.
I feel that England are
inflexible
in their strategies. Inflexible in their strategies. If you get a pitch like this, you know you've got to adjust your strategy. It's about nuance. Cricket, as much as anything else, you can't. It's not one strategy doesn't fit all. I think there's a lot to be said for Bazball, but there's also big problems with it as well.
Perhaps you should be planner to McCullum's creative director. As that pushed away into the onside. If you want to stretch an advertising analogy,
I should. That would have been the perfect job for me. Yes.
Critiquing England's coaching across all formats. Is the proposition single-minded enough, Brendan?
Sorry, I'm going to have to send this proposition back.
Yeah, I think you're
I
not sure.
cannot sign off. It's double-headed.
One approach to absolutely every problem doesn't always work. Right, 133 for 3. Clipped nicely off his legs. It won't go all the way. It will just go down to cover.
You see that
Axel's off and running.
Beloved president at the moment over the pond. He thinks everything's a real estate deal, but I rather think the Middle Eastern crisis can't be solved by the same methodology. Anyway, over to you, Messi.
Kenneth Hughes says, I thought this would be over by now, judging by how it had started.
Well, we all did. Except Bear.
Gil Tom says, jamming good with Weird and Gilly. Farong says, hold on, the cave is more technically and technologically more advanced than Gorilla Towers. Nice conducting duties by Messrs. What was I up to there? Eric J says, no, because it rhymes with bug.
What does?
I'm sort of lost there.
We've got a conversation that's we've already forgotten, but is it still going on paper somewhere?
That happens often, you know that, Tony. Mark Twain about a letter. If I'd had more time, I'd have made it shorter. Not
Thank you. I think it was.
Says Diana.
But I think you're right. It was Mark Twain, Diana. And I would bow to your superior knowledge. I've seen you sat in front of your capacious library. As that one is slapped out towards mid-wicket. And there is no run. 134.43. Something's made 40 chortle. What was that?
I was just trying to think of Mark Twain's real name. Samuel Langhorne Clemens, it came to.
Oh. That one's defended. Yep. Came back in from Rishad to the left-handed Axar Patel. I was lauding Axar Patel earlier as being the almost perfect ODI cricketer. Bowls, left arm, plenty of variety, can bat at any tempo and scale what he needs to do to the situation. Let's see if he lives up to it. He's pulled that round the corner for a single. Moves on to two.
Instagrammable as well. Very Instagrammable.
Well, yes. I mean, the one type of thing we didn't mention was a tweet. When we're thinking of, if a novel or a Shakespeare play is a test match, then what's a tweet? A super over? No, because something at least has gone on before a super over. In comes Rishad again, onto the back foot goes Shubman Gill. Nudges to mid-on and walks a single.
It's a shame about Rishad, isn't it? Because he gets turned, but you can comfortably play him off the back foot pretty well. Although, that said, 1 for 18 off 6.4 overs is very healthy.
93 from 128 balls is what is needed by India. Make that 92 from 126 because Axar has just taken his third run. And again, it's nudges, nurdles, pushes and shoves, punctuated by the occasional boundary is kind of what we're seeing most of the way here, and it will be good enough. And that one's guided out towards deep cover. Again, same approach. And this, well, fourthly, this is where you feel, with the score at the end of that over, by the way, 138 for 3 after 29, this is where you feel England would probably be 6 down, having thought, let's get this done quickly.
Yes, I'm afraid that is probably true. I mean, we wait with bated breath for the adjustment on the baseball strategy.
For them to be 82 for 2 after 50. Say, well, at least we didn't lose all our wickets.
There's no shame in adjusting a strategy.
Stephen Kelk says, amazing fact, there are almost 100 golden ratios in a single ducket, 170 centimetres. That can't be a coincidence. And Stephen Kelk says, well, 105 if I'm being precise, but I'm not going to let maths get in the way of this miracle. In terms of length of literature, I don't think I've ever encountered a long book that I wasn't left thinking would benefit from a savage edit.
Guided down to third man. Again, it's an example of just working the ball all the way around the field, backward of square, backward on the offside, easing the ball down to mid-on and mid-off. It's been simple stuff from India.
What did you just say about savage edits? I missed that.
Basically, Parrot Badger was saying there's no long book he's read that wouldn't have benefited from a savage edit.
I disagree with
you. That's fighting talk.
That's just not true.
Tanzim round the wicket to the left-handed Axar. That did beat him. It's very tall, though, is Axar Patel. It would have caught him probably on the upper thigh. And given the height he is, it would have been over leg stump by a fair bit. Nonetheless, did hurry him.
Can you apply the truth to the question of opinion? I don't think you can.
Well, my opinion is it's not true. So yes, I can. That's my opinion.
It's definitely true. That's your opinion. And
yeah,
that one
exactly.
is steered to mid-off. No run on this occasion. They've just bought that mid-off in a shade shorter. Perhaps realising, not unreasonably, that would be a way to stop an awful lot of these ones and twos. 90 needed off 1, 2, 3.
I don't want the corrections by Jonathan Franzen or the Goldfinch by Donna Tartt or Lords of the Rings by Tolkien. I don't want any of those books to be shorter, or Crime and Punishment, or War and Peace.
Oh, yeah, I was going to come up with any number of those. Crime and Punishment would have been on my challenge list to say, how would you make that shorter? That's defended into the offside.
And although this is a little more controversial, I don't want Ulysses to be any shorter.
And that would be, well, this is starting to get scary, Forthy, because that's where I was going next.
Yeah, okay.
Well, I've never got past
a tad more
page 2
intelligible,
Ulysses,
perhaps. but shorter,
I've read Ulysses
no.
5 times, but they're always the same 2 pages.
Oh, it's always the same dust cover. Right, 139 for 3. Hauled by Axar Patel, up and over mid-wicket. He has freed his arms. That was shorter by Tanzim, gave him the space to move, and he said thank you very much, and away it went. 4 runs.
You ask where I live, here's the address I give.
And the general demeanour of these 2 men in the middle for India as they meet mid-wicket for a small conflab is relaxed and untroubled, I think you'd describe it as, wouldn't you, Forthy, just looking at them?
Absolutely. Well, and so it should be. They're very much on
In comes
top of
Tanzim. Flicked again. It was a bit uppish. There was a man at square leg. It just went past him. And down to, again, mid-wicket. And again, they'll take an easy single.
I keep
It means
thinking,
that
my
after
friend,
that over, 6 from it, 144 for 3.
So we're due a change, but before we go, I should say that Harriet Badshaw makes it clear his truth and your truth are not the same truth, because it was the second half in War and Peace that brought him to the position that a Savage edit would be good. One thing before I go too, speaking of Mark Twain, I've put a link to a short documentary, actually made by a friend of mine, about Mark Twain and his interpretation, which I can highly recommend. It's only about 25 minutes, but it's a really good little documentary. And it's on YouTube, and I shall catch you in 10 overs if we're still going.
Thank you, Messrs. I think we will be, but we may not see too much of that last 10 overs. That would be my take, but who knows? India are being unhurried.
Is it me to do bull by bull?
It should be Bear.
And we should have Ajit back. All right, Ajit.
Hello.
Back. We're all back.
Oh, there
Lovely.
he is. Top man.
Now it's
hello.
gone straight up in the air. As Axar's trying to work down to the leg side, it's been caught. No drop catches here for Bangladesh. Could make the difference at the end. Still, 80 runs required? 4th wicket goes down. We'll get another one now. It could get interesting, couldn't it?
Absolutely.
Plenty of time. It's just wickets, isn't it?
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
I thought you'd remove this one as well.
No.
Oh, okay.
That one's fine.
The
Never been dinged.
Melody Gardo. Okay.
Yeah. I only get rid of the ones that get dinged. I mean, I don't think Shreyas Iyer have been dinged before, but they got dinged the other day. And so it's time for it to go. Well, Axar Patel has scored runs against England, didn't he? And was good against
he's
us.
a useful batter these days. He goes up the order.
Yeah, it goes up to number 5.
Variety.
Gives it some biff in the middle order.
You have some classic batting, KL Rahul, and a little bit of adventurous stuff, Jadeja and Pandya.
Wow.
Well, Jadeja can play both, of course. Yes, Jadeja also a long format batter if required.
And after Jadeja, Hardik, or does Hardik come in before Jadeja? Will it Hardik now?
I think it will be KL Rahul now.
KL
But then
Rahul,
you'll have
Hardik.
Yeah, I think
Jadeja.
with Shubman sort of ensconced, I think they will not really worry yet. Yeah, and as you rightly put it, the run rate is not an issue, but they're making it more exciting than it should be.
Yes.
This is something I have to concede. Yeah.
Well, you know, this is it. At the end of the day, they can shut it down and just do it in singles, can't they? Which is really fucking tedious. But at the end of the day, it's a tournament and you want to win. Unless, you can force... Well, it's difficult to force mistakes on this track, but I guess they could try. Bring the field in a bit, make some space on the back, make them go over the top. Try and get a mistake out of the players.
Do you want to have this new man celebrated?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, well, here he is.
See, this doesn't get dinged either.
Never say never.
Well, exactly. Oh, I think Shipman Gill needed a slash. And that was a top spinner, by the way, by Richard. It wasn't a leg spinner.
Correct.
And I think that's
When you
what
look at
he was trying to play with the spin, wasn't he? And it just bounced a little bit and went on. That's why I got the top edge and went straight up. Good bit of bowler
Also
by the
good
bowler,
catch.
to be fair. It was a good catch. Went a long, long way out. Caught and bowled in the end, I suppose.
second good catch, I think. He took the Rohit Sharma's catch was also very tough. He judged it very well. Similarly, going back and forth and the ball sort of weaving as he took it. I like this cricketer, young cricketer, and I liked his attitude when he came out to bat today. Had he succeeded a little, it could have made it.
Yeah, a little bit longer. I mean,
Bangladesh.
this is it. They could have got another 15, 20 runs if poor old
Precisely.
Hidroy hadn't been so, non-mobile due to his cramp. It really hampered them at the end for about 3 or 4 overs. It's defended by K.L. Rahul up to mid-off, and there is no run. I mean, you imagine
Rahul
if Hardik comes out, you imagine he'll try and bang, won't he?
Correct.
That's
And I mean, there's nothing wrong in playing naturally, but Rahul can get a bit bogged down. That's something he'll want to avoid as well.
Well, he definitely can, yeah. That's defended into the offside, and there is no run.
We have a flurry there, a full flurry of messages when we
lovely.
get to the end of this over.
We haven't got any super chats, though, have we?
No, do super chat us, because when these flurries come in, it can super chat you all the way to the top of the list.
Oh, well, exactly. Off the back foot, Rahul just pushes it out to point, and there is no one. Did our man Ligo come back to us about, when we answered him what was the point of us?
Not yet, I think. He's, I think, turned off. Let's hope not. Maybe he comes back as a
come on,
better
Lijo.
member.
Yes.
What was the question? I mean,
what's the point of this channel? That's a great question.
Why
on
am
the
I
back
here?
foot. Well, pushed out to extra cover, and there is no run.
I commentate, therefore I am.
Yeah, exactly.
In the words of René Descartes.
Oh, we could have a Wade.
Yeah.
We could have a Wade in here with a dot ball.
Fair enough. Look, Pakistan have in the meantime unfortunately lost Fakhar Zaman, who was injured the first ball, the second ball of the innings yesterday.
No, that's terrible, isn't it? That's driven up to mid-off, and there is no run. That monitor today has been really fucking annoying.
It was all right earlier.
Yeah, I know, it does this though. It does it for a couple of hours, and it'll be all
Right, is that the end of the over? Yes.
It
so,
is.
here we go.
It is.
Daniel Creevy, 220 runs in ODIs. The pitch a literal swamp. Not quite, but it's definitely slow and a bit sticky. Kenneth Hughes, great minds and then fools seldom differ. Yes, Pirate Badshaw, War and Peace was the work that brought me to this position, the second half of the book in particular. Okay, good to know. The Bible, says Eric J, could do with a slight edit as my dining table is still not quite level. Daniel Keevy, something about translating Russian to English makes books go from 50 pages to 500,000 pages.
I've
Kenneth
heard
Hughes.
This, yes, I've heard such a thing.
Kenneth Hughes says, as I mentioned yesterday, I'm a novice, but does the batting order get weaker as the wickets fall?
It does indeed.
It does.
I mean, your top six.
Generally, yes.
Yeah, I mean, your top six could all bat generally. Then you start getting a few people who can bat and do other things, and then by the time you get to generally 8, 9, 10 jack, they aren't very good batsmen. That one is driven out to cover, and there is no run.
What I suggest, Kenneth, is I put you directly in touch with a Mr. Naylor of Tooting.
Oh, God.
Who can tell you that the single most important position in batting that can win you and lose you matches is number 8. Is a good number 8.
Number 8.
Volney Golding, good for you guys. Steady as you go. Thank you, Volney.
Indeed.
I think if that's encouraging us, it may just be encouraging India, but if it's us, we'll take it. And thank you.
Tanzim in, and Rahul pushes that out through the offside. There is a man out in the deep. It'll just be the one run.
Fair enough.
83 required from 112 balls. It's not.
Another 10 runs, another 20 runs, I would say. That would have made it interesting because then you have your buffer is only about 10 balls. 10 balls, right?
Those
So
20 runs are what you might have got had poor old Tanzim Hridoy not been struggling so much.
Well, exactly
with
that.
his cramp.
Well, India will only have themselves to blame as well. Catches
Sorry,
dropped too. Guided by Gill, I'll say.
Well played.
Off a very thin edge, but very well played. Down through a vacant slip to the boundary.
Towid
4
Ridoy
runs.
is who I meant, of course, not Tamsin Ridoy.
Tamsin.
Towid Ridoy.
That's a
2
nice.
plus 2 is on man.
Nicely played by Gill. Just let it run off the face. No one down there.
Good shot. Very
Yeah.
productive, right? People have made careers out of it.
Exactly.
Joe Root, Kane Williamson. Right?
Yeah.
So why not?
Very much
This is a good
so.
shot. And very relevant if you are thinking about, just getting risk-free runs.
Exactly. That one is just defended up to mid-on, and there is no run. He's a bloody run machine, isn't he, Gill, in one-day cricket? And he scored shitloads against us. Doesn't look like... If you don't get him early and he
did.
doesn't make a mistake,
Finished
he
with a
just
ton,
doesn't
didn't
get
he,
out.
in that last
Yeah,
ODI?
I think so.
Yeah, he did.
Got an 80 in one of the others, didn't he?
Yep. And
He's a good long-format
70
player. He has the patience and he has the technique to construct such an innings as well. He's all right.
Yeah, but he goes along at enough pace as well, doesn't he? And he can switch it up. Clipped into the leg side. And there is no run.
See, that was an example of exactly, I think, the kind of ball that our friend, was it Kenneth or Eric, was talking about the speed of the ball. It just seemed to... He slung his arm through it, and it
just dives in the wicket.
Yeah, the batsman had to adjust the shot just to play it later because it seemed to take an age to get to it.
Exactly. I think this wicket is really slow. Comes off the wicket really slow. Played up to mid-on, and Sumia Sukar can't quite pick up the ball and throw it at the stumps. They get through for the single. Shubman Gill will keep the strike. You kind of think Shubman Gill's a bit like Rohit was when he was younger.
He has a bit more resolve, I think. He's showing more resolve.
More discussion
Talent-wise,
here. Clifford Bradford, Kenneth Hughes, your top 3 to 4 batters are usually all good, then it's down from there. In ODIs and T20s, your 5 to 7 tend to be hitters because they come in when the scoring rate is more important. That's a pretty good summary, Clifford.
Yeah.
Daniel Keevy, the point of the channel is not to have to listen to Athers and the South African Spooper Sport guys who call every delivery a peach. I've got to say, though, I am something of an Athers fan. So
I'm here.
I'm not
He
entirely
is pretty
sure.
erudite.
Eric J says in return, peaches are not the only fruit.
They are not. Great
Plums
song
are
by
available.
the President of the United States of America, though, called Peaches.
Georgia peaches. No, this is a good bowling change, I think. This is a very good...
Taskin's looking a bit chunky these days, it has to be said. He's got a bit jowly. That one hurries on to Shubman Gill a little bit. He's trying to pull it for 2 straight, and it goes up to mid-on. There's no run.
Legacy Ad Brian is recommending to Rachel Hotspur us. Have you tried Gorilla Cricket for an alternative type of commentary? Yet highly recommended. Well, thank you.
Well, Rohit's gone off the pitch. Oh no, he's not off. No, he's not gone off the pitch. He's out.
Yeah, he is.
He is off the pitch.
Yes, he is off the pitch because he was out.
He was.
Yes.
Got a nice 40.
Getting all jowly is sort of a thing that sometimes us South Asians get when we turn out 30.
Yeah.
But he's kept himself thin enough.
Gill comes down the track at Taskin and just knocks it wide enough for mid-off that they'll get through for a single. They've got over 150 now, 152 for 4 in the 33rd over. This looks like
If India can get to about 180 without any more wicket loss, I think from then it'll be smooth sailing. It's this next 20-30 runs, I think, where a game can be made or lost for Bangladesh.
Yeah, if Bangladesh could pick up a quick couple of wickets now, especially if one of them was Gill, it would be very interesting, wouldn't it? Driven up to mid-off, and there is no run. But he does.
If you can just get these 2 out, right, then you'll have a game on your hands. But it has to happen in the next 2, 3, 4 hours.
Yeah.
Paul Rifle is only 92nd ODI. I'm very surprised. I mean, he's been around for a while, you think, no?
Not that many ODIs played anymore, are there, apart from major tournaments? It's all T20.
Fair enough. Tony?
Right, yes. You want me to say something?
No.
I thought you were laughing at something. I thought something got you fancy.
Taskin in, angles it in at the stumps. Oh, this time he does collect and throws at the stumps. I think Carroll would have been home. They didn't hit the stumps anyway. And they get through for the single.
It was skipper Shanto. I think he was a little flat-footed, having almost fielded the ball previously. He thought probably it'll not come to him right away, but all right. Sometimes, yeah, mid-off. It's a tricky position, mid-off.
Yeah. A lot of balls in hand for India.
No, that's the only thing, right? And as you rightly say, these both are also accomplished T20 players. They can switch it on if required. So, I mean, I don't think it'll ever be.
Yes, and that's the thing,
yes.
precisely. Taskin is in. And Shubman Gill can't beat the man. Quite close at backward point, and there is no run.
Looking a tad pensive,
sitting with the analyst, I think. Yeah, he's sitting with the analyst, sort of thinking ahead, I think, into the tournament from his face.
Maybe the analyst.
He's very chill, sort of a guy. You get a feeling.
I bet
he's like,
whilst they're
doesn't
happy,
think too much.
I imagine that whilst they're happy to be in Dubai and not have to go to Pakistan, I doubt they're particularly happy with the type of pitches they're going to receive here.
And you get what you get because they just had the ILT20, right?
Yeah.
And probably some of these pitches are tired. I'm sure they kept one aside. And mostly Abu Dhabi was used for that, but still, it's there.
Short wide cut by Gill. There is a man out in the deep, and it'll just be the one run. Only 3 off the over. And India are 154 for 4 after 33.
Having said peach is not the only fruit, Eric J summons up the spirit of the Stranglers. That?
Great track as well.
Walking on the beaches, looking at the peaches. Boom, boom, boom. Fantastic, fantastic song. I think that pretty much has us up to date. Demons Lover, hello to you over on Blue Sky. We have been increasingly moving our friends and members, fans and listeners over to Blue Sky, and we're getting there. As I feel probably a lot of people are away from X. Remember, if you can help us on Patreon, that is worth its weight in gold and lots more to us. We are a voluntary organisation. We survive based on the generosity of those who listen and like us and help us to do that, and it will keep us in our new studio able to carry on doing what we're doing for you.
Indeed. Driven by Shubman Gill. Out to the covers, no run.
Where did we end up on
You
the
like
GPL
that
today?
Wristy flourish he has when he also plays to the off Gill, especially in front of the wicket. That's very interesting to see.
That was an interesting ball, a little bit of floatiness and seemed to drift away and then turn back in by Mahedi. There was no run.
Wristy flourish
They
is a
recognize
brilliant name for a porn star.
Oh wow, yeah, fair enough. He's a very canny operator. This guy, I think they're a bit careful the way he's bowling. Flattish, not always tossing up the ball.
Yeah, he's not tossing up. That one was flat and it was sort of half pulled, half swept by Shubman Gill past the man at square leg. Pretty poor fielding, and was one run. Forgot to change.
So you look at the bench strength for India. There's a Pant and an Arshdeep waiting to be unleashed. I'm sure the latter will get a go later in the second half with his bowling style.
Yep. As we get a drone shot.
And this innings of KL Rahul will be important for him if he wants to retain the gloves for the upcoming period as well.
Well, it might be important for India too. Not just him.
Well, they want to get a win when he first up. You want to get a win. That's played up to mid on, and there's long on. Sorry, and there's a single.
Well, don't forget you only play 3 games in each group.
So yeah, exactly.
You're 33% of the way there if you get a win, or you're 33% behind if you don't.
Exactly.
That's a big margin.
Clipped by Shubman Gill up to long on. They'll get a single.
2 solid wins should sort of make the third one redundant, but if you've lost your first one like Pakistan did, I think you'll have a mountain to climb.
Yes.
Because if the team that's lost, let's say, the first 2 games, it's pretty much out. So, but yeah, let's see.
Played up to long on once more. It'll be...
This is steady.
A single off the last ball of the over. And there you go, lovely. What am I looking at here? No, not looking at the right one. Seeing how many people have...
Right. Oh, okay. 158 for 4. And we can, just at your behest, Bear, ask and you shall receive one of these. No, you won't, because I need to be looking at marketing. Here we go. One of these.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
It's from a Mr. Grover, who's generously donated money to us and said, "Newsflash: wickets tumble. Sheffield is wet." Indeed. Farong, well played by both teams. Not a bookie extravaganza, so keep Seat, Payam, Tata, etc. happy. This time next month, 2 months of IPL. Yes. Well, we're going to do some of that. Probably a weekly show will be our plan.
Well, that'll probably be a break in that when we have to move. That's driven up to mid-off, and KL Rahul kicks his bat in disgust as it goes straight to mid-off. And
Speaking of Old Trafford, I think I'm planning to come to the game between India and England in July.
With the Test series.
I'll confirm the details.
Well, there's five of them. So which one are you coming to?
The one at the end of July, I think the 23rd weekend. 23rd.
All right. Well, okay. You should be able to come to our new studio then. Oh, that's okay. You collect your water bottle.
Keep you guys posted.
Yeah, your water bottle that's somewhere here. Somewhere.
I'll put it somewhere safe, but I don't know where.
Yeah, no, exactly. I think it's
a triangular one, narrow one that fits in the bag nicely or whatever. But yeah, we'll figure it out.
Driven up to mid-on. I'll get a single. 159 for 4.
This time I'll, however, be up in the north. So I don't know. That was not a good accent. But yes, we'll see how I can also make my way to the south if possible.
What is you going to see the Test up north? Is it what?
Old
Trafford?
Old Trafford.
Which one? Headingley? Old Trafford.
I think Old Trafford, yeah.
Taskin coming into Old to Shubman Gill, 65 off 90. And he just guides that, but can't beat the man at point. There's no run. It's all very cat and mouse at the moment. With India plenty of time to get the runs and plenty of wickets. But Taskin, Bangladesh keeping it
holding
reasonably
pattern
tight.
is okay.
Yeah. Is it me or is that run
it's okay if you're India,
just narrowing?
Because they are still bringing down the runs.
It is a bit, yeah. They need 70 off how many overs? 15?
93 now.
93
15
balls.
and a half.
Yeah.
So it's above 4, but it's still under 5. Taskin in. That's pulled. Oh, it bounces just before the man out. Deep square leg. Who's Jackarali, I believe.
I think it was Jackarali.
And there was a single.
One of those interesting is a lap pull, if there's such a shot.
Yes, he plays that quite a lot, doesn't he? It's not quite a sweep because he doesn't get down to sweep, but it's not quite a pull because he's kind of on the front foot.
He's a tall chap. I think he has to sort of duck a little to get himself in position if the bounce is not enough like that previous one. But it's useful. But sometimes if you mistime it, it goes straight into the hand. Or if the field is being creatively set that way. Sort of setting him up for one of those.
Well, we've got 84 off the first 15 and only 79 off the next 19. India. It's just dropped into the offside. They go through for the single and they'll get it. That's good running.
Good aware cricket from Rahul.
Yeah.
I think he knows the situation, and even if he gets a useful 30 here, at scoring at 42, 43, 45 balls, it's fine. But that'll give that peace and quiet, because you can see Shubman Gill has sort of turned the heat down as well.
Yeah.
Into the engine, so it's all right.
Well, this is it. I think exactly. I think if they get to 180, 190, you don't lose another wicket, and someone might decide to have another.
Yeah,
have
two
another
big shots then, right?
Yeah.
Suddenly 10 runs you eat off the target, and it'll suddenly all be like, oops, what do we do?
Yeah, what is that?
They'll need a hat trick then.
Yeah. Taskin in, it's full. And,
tempted Yorker, wasn't it?
Yeah, just ended up being a low full toss driven back to him by Shubman Gill. Ends the over, running 3 off it again. 161 for 4 after 35.
Banu Prakash says this match is looking like a thriller. Well, I don't know about a thriller. It could certainly be intriguing, and I suppose the closer it gets to finish, the more thrilling it may become. Daniel Keevy, wait, Ajit's coming back from space.
Yeah.
Good to see him back on Earth. Hopefully he'll be the man who lands on Earth rather than fell to Earth.
Yeah.
Take an umbrella, Ajit, says Eric, clearly knowing that you're going to Manchester, so that's sound advice.
Yes,
very much so.
Farong, Saturday, Oz versus England, predictions, question mark. I've heard it said it's England's best chance of a win, to be honest.
The Australia team looks incredibly weak, doesn't it?
Wow, I don't know about incredibly weak, but you've lost Stark.
Well, you've lost the
Cummings,
whole bowling attack.
Hazelwood,
Nine people.
Head. That when you
Have
look
they lost Head as well?
I don't think Travis Head's not in the squad. I'm pretty sure.
No.
Head is there, I think. Head is there.
Head is there, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Unless
Head
he
is
got
there, but
injured.
no Stoinis. He suddenly retired.
Stoinis
Oh,
is
Stark.
yeah.
Okay, that's. I'll have a
Yeah, he's not. I mean, he's more for his batting than his bowling. His bowling often gets a bit of tap, but yeah, I mean, to lose Hazelwood, Stark, and Cummins is a big blow for Australia. There's a bunch of people I don't really know much about. I mean, Darwoos, who I've seen, but he doesn't really. You know, I mean, the thing is, when you're up against reputations, it can be as much about the reputation as about the actual performance on the day. And I think there's a lot of people in that side that England won't be scared of, which could be their downfall. Hey, it's England. We all know what they're capable of.
When you said Darwoos, did you
No,
mean
it'll
Ben
always be a
Dorset?
good game.
Darwoos, yeah, whatever
England
his
would
name
be
is.
itching. England would be itching to get a good result against Aussies. Sort of in the bigger picture of mind games between the two teams and Ashes and whatnot. But also, I think they'll need to bounce back after what they happened to them in India, right?
Yeah,
They'll
I think
be
they will
desperately
too.
looking for that.
I think Pakistan pitches will suit them a hell of a lot better. I think they're as flat as a fucking pancake in Pakistan.
No, the first
Lahore gives you a bit
okay.
more pace than Karachi does, which I think potentially might suit England, of course.
Well, that problem with that series in India was that no one kicked on. Everyone on the Indian side kicked. You know, at least one person kicked on in every game, and no one on the England side did. You know, and that was the difference between the two sides. There's certainly players who are capable of it. And it'd be nice
more out of Harry Brook and Liam Livingstone.
Yeah,
Sorry to interrupt.
Liam Livingstone's a kind of You know, how often do we actually see anything out of him? That's the problem. But yeah, you want more out of Harry Brook, and you know, to be honest, a little bit more out of Ruti. He did all right, but you know, he's the kind of guy that you rely on to get you big scores, and he got a couple of 50s, and he got a 60 and a 50 or a 40 and a 60. But you know, you'd like him to push on and get that 100, take it through the innings, and everyone bat around him.
I don't know.
But I mean, again, like Joss English, they rate him in Australia. Well, every time I've seen him, he's not really done much.
He's done well in the tests against Sri Lanka. I think he got a chance, he seized it, and he'll bat in the top order. He's also like an aggressive batter, so that'll be a difference. I think their bowling might be the weak link. Johnson, Ellis, Dwarshuis, they're good, but probably, you know, as you say, it's not the reputation, but they'll probably come well prepared, so that you can be sure of.
Yeah.
And people like Ellis and Johnson both have something to prove, because a golden generation is coming to its end.
True, but again, you know, how many
success
times have they have had a chance to play in those conditions as well? You know, it might take a couple of games for them to actually find what's the right pace and length and alternative balls to bowl, and by then it might well be too late. It's not a World Cup, is it, where you've got 8 games to play and you can drag yourself back. Because didn't Australia start the last World Cup quite poorly and then ended up winning it, obviously?
They did, you're right.
They lost one game, I think. One game at the start. If I'm
Yeah,
not
they
wrong.
looked like they were going to lose their second quite poorly, didn't they, as well? And then something happened and they ended up winning it. They pulled themselves out of the mire.
They're more dangerous towards the business end of a tournament. Australia, you never write them off. If they
Well, they
take a
are when
chance.
they've got the experienced guys in it. I mean, you know, it's full and pretty flat by Mahady. It's just driven by Rahul out to the deep at cover, and they'll get themselves a single.
Anything between the balls for you to announce, Tony? And I don't think I sounded right, but anything on the social media?
I will let you know. I was looking at Australia in the ODI World Cup, if you just give me a moment.
All right.
And then I will be with you.
That's cut by Shubman Gill. Behind square. They get 1. Are they going to think about 2? I think they'll just stick at the 1. And they do indeed.
Okay, so...
I think for now, India have put to bed their worries about net run rate. And
yeah,
so
they
on,
lost
and
their
they're going
first
to win.
2. They lost to India
Two
by
even.
6 wickets.
Okay.
And then they got thumped by South Africa. If you remember, South Africa started off magnificently. They lost by 134 runs.
And they looked,
and then they didn't lose again.
Yeah.
Okay.
Clipped out
Very
to
often,
mid-wicket, no run. Whereas England just lost. Didn't we?
Everybody beat them is the joke.
Well, yeah, we won 3 out of our last 4, didn't we? It was, I don't know, a little too late.
Came back strong.
Yeah, well, No good for us. Played down to long on for a single.
So
No, I mean, you can't write Asian tides anymore. Sorry. You're saying, Tony?
I was just saying it was 9 on the bounce after those first 2 defeats, all the way
Correct.
through to beating
Yes,
India in
and of course India won, 10 on the bounce? And
11 or something, yeah. Then finally lost the most important one. That was unfortunate.
Well,
there was due.
It was quite
for that.
funny watching Modi at the end have to hand
Well, I
the
was gonna
trophy
say,
over.
let's
Split
go,
out to
Pat,
Dean,
have
no
this,
wicket
I'm
for a
off.
single. Yeah, have this, I'm going.
You spoilt my day out at my stadium. How very dare you? I'm buggering off.
That's clipped up to trying to get to
Oh,
long
dear.
on, but fielded by the man coming across the mid wicket. They decided not to take the single. 4 off the over. 36 overs
Good call
gone.
from
165
Rahul
for 4, 64 required off 84. So they've still got 20 balls in hand over a runner ball.
I think that's the cushion they would like. 15. I think if it gets closer to that, they don't like it.
Oh dear, oh lord. Was it the end of the over? Yes, right. So, anyone scheduled to win the GPL today? Bear? Can you
No,
see
the
who's-
highest pick was 273 by Messi, and we're already
Can you
well
tell us
beyond
what the
that.
pot is so we know where it's heading tomorrow? Kieran Roseblade, true bear, but I think we need to try and get Rooty to be the icing on the cake rather than the sponge, jam, cream, and icing.
It'll be 58.
Yes, Sam says,
58
oh
quid
no,
tomorrow.
was his doom. No Hazelwood means no head, which means no Cummings.
Taskin is in, and he's guided down towards third man for a single.
Ravi Natarajan has interpreted you're saying to me, anything, Tony, between your balls. That's a loaded
I nearly
statement
said
by
that.
Ajit.
Yeah.
That's why I had to say I didn't sound quite right there. I went between each ball of the over, but I should have been a bit more specific talking to gents in the room.
Tahir Mohammed says Pakistan should play Sajid next game. Yeah, we were all disappointed that he and indeed Noman Ali don't get a look in here. And we
Well,
find it
Noman
a tad
Ali, I can
strange.
completely understand. He bowls really very slowly, and I think he gets
clouted, but Sajid can't.
Well, he's gone for it.
Hello. He's
And
gone.
as soon as he... Oh, dear, oh, dear. Rahul's been dropped out of deep square leg. They really need to take it down. The first time that Rahul took a chance, he hit it out to Jacker Ali. It was straight at him, but it was in and out in a flash. And India dropped a couple of sitters, and now it's Shanto out there at deep square leg.
Crucial there.
No, it was Jacker Ali.
It was Jacker Ali. Well, why don't they show Shanto?
It's Jacker Ali. He gets everything set.
Oh, he just didn't. He was set, but they just let it bobble around in his hands. He didn't take it cleanly.
God, poor old Taskin, look, you can't believe it.
That was an
Catches win
opportunity.
matches, Bear.
Catches do win matches. That would have been
From his
interesting.
reaction in the dressing room, Rohit also was well.
Well,
pleasantly
Rohit was laughing, thinking, well, thank God it's not
Yes.
just me today, although he'd already had a bit of help from KL Rahul and Jadeja.
This time
They weren't on hat-tricks there.
Rahul bunts it up to mid-on this time and gets through for a single.
I can't understand that shot from Rahul. I don't know why it was.
Well,
Maybe he
I
thought,
I think someone has license to go.
Probably they heard something in the drinks break. Maybe let's also shore up the run rate a
Yeah,
little while we can. Yeah?
Exactly that. I mean, I think you're kind of close enough now that you could get it done in double quick time if someone does take it on.
Correct.
Because if you start pushing pressure on the bowlers, suddenly they'll change their lines and lengths. They might offer you more to hit anyway, just because of the pressure. That's the game, isn't it? That's down
There you
leg,
go.
and Shubman Gill just helps it on its way down to a very fine leg boundary for 4 runs. Can't afford that.
Well, you can't. It's often the type of ball you
Yeah.
bowl if someone's just dropped you off your bowling.
Jacker Ali's looking very
It's in a
distraught.
head. That was easy pickings. It was wide enough that had he let it go, it would have been given a wide. But why would you? And look, if you are Bangladesh, you wouldn't get disheartened yet. This mode in which India suddenly have come out of this over, they may still give you 1 or 2 chances, right? So you would be waiting on that.
Well, that's what but you've got to take them when they happen, don't you? Otherwise, it's no good. Taskin comes in, 5th ball. It's full, it's driven, and driven well. Straight to the man. Mid-off. They go through for the quick single. Direct hit. Would have maybe been out, I reckon.
Would have made it tight, I think. This is the second tight single this over. The ball after KL Rahul tried to hit as well. They ran.
Rahul was a bit slow off the mark. Yeah, maybe he would have been home. It would have been interesting to see from the side.
He was ball watching.
He would have been short. He'd have been out if that had been a
He would have
direct
been
hit.
just out, I think.
That was Shanto.
Yes, he was ball watching.
He was a little bit.
He's taken a good.
There you
catch
go.
there, hasn't
What I said. You will get more chances suddenly, but you have to make them count.
Aye.
Cool.
I like the extravagant eyewear in the crowd from some of the fans.
Short cut. Can't beat the man at backward points. And that ends the 37th over, 172 for 4. 57 runs required of 78.
A quick hello then to Simagin Fan, who is messaging us and saying hi on Blue Sky.
Hello.
Hello.
Let's see. Tahir Mohammed, if Pakistan had bring on Fakarat at number 6, they could have won that game in the last 10 overs. Tahir Mohammed, I would love to see an upset today if Bangladesh can get wickets fast. Well, they just had an absolutely golden chance to Tahir. And your man Jafar Ali, I'm afraid, dropped a comparatively straightforward catch.
Dropped the ICC Champions Trophy.
And
I was waiting who would first make.
Could have been a big one. Would have had India 5 down, still looking for 57 off 78.
Yeah. Next ball was defended back to the bowler, and there is no run. Still got 20 balls in hand.
Two ways of looking at it. Sometimes if the batsman is not really, going very fast, keep him there. It's fine, right?
Yeah.
What if Hardik comes and blasts 13, 20 balls?
Well, yeah, but at the end of the
Fair
day,
enough.
it's played up to long on. There's no run. If they just bumble along like this, they're going to still get there with 23 overs to spare, aren't they? So you've got to take that chance. I mean, there's a chance that Hardik blasts a 6 and then spoons one up in the air and is out after 2 balls, although he gets 6 runs,
So did it. He tried. Something like that happened. You're right. Look, at least if you want to make a match of this, you would want a few more dot balls. Keep them going. This dot single is the best thing if you're Bangladesh.
Yeah.
See if you can get India in a bit of a bind towards the end.
Well, exactly, but managing that as a single. Dot single this over.
What did you make of that catch from a certain Glenn Phillips?
Fantastic catch.
Yeah, God.
Oh, it was great, wasn't it?
I can't imagine taking that catch.
I mean,
wrong-handed, the ball completely behind him, like 2-3 feet behind him, and he had to bend so much. He was in the air. Incredible.
It was a fantastic catch. It's going at good pace as well. That's played up to mid-on. There's no run.
Apparently, he keeps dropping sitters. If you hit one straight at him, he's going to drop it. You have to hit it 2 feet on either side.
There was a couple of drops
Just
yesterday, weren't there, as well? That's too short. And it's hoiked into leg side by Gill in front of square, out to Cow, basically, where there is a man. And it'll just be the 1 run.
This is the thing, if you're a leg break bowler, you have to stay consistent, even if, let's say, it's sort of going to air court's plan, you cannot go for that magic delivery, no Hail Marys. Keep it steady. Still expect that one of these balls, the one you're planning, is going to come good. It's a very tough thing to learn patience as a leg break bowler.
Yeah. Oh, played up to mid-on. Cal Rahul will take a little wonder out of his crease for a second there, but ended up... sorry, it should have been Gill. It was a shot at stumps, but there was no run. End of the over, 175 for 4. Ooh, 12 overs left, 54 runs required.
Yep. Okay, so Kieran Roseblade says it's great to have new contributors on the YouTube chat as well. What great coverage. Well done all round, I say.
Well, remember, smash the like button and subscribe.
Yes, indeed. You always put crazy accent on when you say
well,
that.
Well, I have to pretend I'm a kid when I do that. Cause that's
so here Mohammed catches, win matches Glenn Phillips. Well, yeah. And what a catch it was. We're with you on that.
When my kids used to, were very young, so Rishad comes back. He's got 2 overs left. Bowls to Gill. He just knocks it up to mid-on. They go through for a quick single. That's because when my kids used to, watch endless Minecraft videos or someone playing Call of Duty or whatever they used to watch on YouTube, that's what they always would say. But they were all kids, so that's all that. Smash the like button and subscribe if you want to see this content. So that always sticks in my head. Which is why I always do it.
Fair enough.
Because what the kids do.
Works.
It's what the kids do, yeah? And I
imagine
no kid.
in like 100 years ago, you'd have been. And we've just received a telegram.
Well, well, Carroll's gone for it. Has he got enough?
Yeah,
and the rest.
Widoff was up, remember? Widoff was also
Haven't seen a boundary for quite a while, but that one's gone all the way over long on, and Rahul has got 6 runs.
And even then, it would probably
It
be
was
like the
the
day
right move, I
after, whatever you wanted to talk about.
Yeah,
had
exactly.
happened. By the
It
time-
was the right move to bring the leg break bowler, but I think that ball was a bit too full. Knowing that long on is up, a batsman.
Well, yeah,
Second
it's a
quality.
risk though, isn't it? I mean, if he gets that a little
Correct.
bit short, or gets it to drop and it turns, he skies that one in the air. I mean, you haven't got a lot. You got to take risks if you're Bangladesh here. You haven't got a lot of
I'm looking to
opportunity.
see what he does next 2 balls, actually.
Yeah. That one, is not fielded by the man at backward point, so they should get back for 2. They do indeed. So this is turning out to be a good over for India, considering the situation. 9 off it so far.
We are told if you get a batsman in that hitting mood, the next ball can be around there or thereabouts, just half a foot shorter and a little slower. Maybe the next one will go straight up in the air.
Yeah.
You try.
Absolutely. 184 for 4. That moved it on significantly.
Good to see there's a catching slip. And the field, they're trying to pressurize the batsman into playing a bit adventurously. So that's good. I like that attitude.
Well, yeah. Why not? Ambulid towards leg stump, defended by Cal Rahul. Back to the bowler, and there ain't no run.
All those medicines pumped into you, Bear, probably making you sleepy.
I'm taking so many fucking medicines at the moment. It's ridiculous. I've got to take vitamin D tablets as well. Apparently I'm very low level of vitamin D. That one is defended out into the covers, but wide enough of cover that they'll get through for a single.
You just need to be out in the sunshine more.
Well,
Mind you, there hasn't been a lot of it.
Exactly. We live in England,
Yes.
so what do you expect for 6 months of the year?
Could be worse.
At least 4 or 5 months of the year, it's pretty shit.
We are told it's going to break now. The cold wave is going to break and it's going to get a bit sunny.
Yeah,
over the
well,
weekend
it's not going to get
starting.
particularly sunny here, I don't think, but it was 11.5 degrees when I left today. It's been constantly
Yes.
in single figures for the last 2 or 3 weeks, and at night it's been proper cold. That one is worked up to mid-on. Last ball of the over. They get a single, 186 for 4 after 39.
Right. Let's see. What do we have? Tahir Mohammed, I just subscribed. I just subscribed. I'm watching from Trinidad in the West Indies. Tahir, fantastic. We're delighted to have you with us.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah.
Kieran Roseberry says, Tony, do you guys all get paid, or are you all volunteers? How do we contribute to make sure we continue to get great comedy? Great commentary. That was a Freudian slip. Of many different forms of cricket. Kieran, we are all volunteers, and our
No one gets
primary
paid.
source of help is via Patreon.
That one is clipped by
Patreon.com.
Gil up to long on, and there is a single. Carry on.
Patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket. And there are different levels. I think the starter is a £5 a month, is it?
Yeah, something like that.
And then that you can see there different levels explained with different benefits. But yes, essentially that pays our rent to enable us to have a studio, buys us equipment, but we don't make a profit, and all of it goes towards the rent and the equipment, and not to the contributors who do it for love.
Indeed. That one's clipped out into the leg side for another single.
This, to come back to what's going on, this is absolutely to the detriment of Bangladesh, right? If you've had a costly over or 2 in a row, let's say, you'll want another 3-run over. You can't have this single thing. It's very dangerous for you.
Yeah, it is. Well, it's already getting very dangerous now. Once they get to 200, you imagine they go fuck it, it's only 30 runs, it's 5 big hits
And they're there.
and we're done. Yeah,
Cusp of
exactly.
40 overs,
Yeah.
40 runs, cusp of 40 overs, and 3 more balls to their advantage,
That one is clipped again out to a very straight mid-wicket. There is no run.
Oh, this is interesting. Have I got time, or who's bowling? I can't remember.
No, it's Mahady.
You can do it.
No is the answer. Well, we could try. I'll do it at the end of this over, don't worry. Oh, well, it's me on next anyway.
Mahady is in, and that's clipped out into the deep mid-wicket. There'll be a single. Obviously, it was Messi coming back for last.
There's also going to be a change room.
I think so. I'm not entirely sure.
I think
Even
so.
though it's more- I can't see the rotor up there anymore.
I'm pretty certain it's Messi. That's me, you, and Messi.
The eternal Messi.
Yeah. Mahady, last ball of my stint and my last commentary of the game. This is worked into leg side behind square by Cal Rahul, who doesn't take the run, ends the over. 40 gone, 189 for 4.
229. They're in sight. 10 overs to spare. It should be a breeze. Wickets needed, really, for Bangladesh.
Lots of wickets very quickly.
Let me see.
What was interesting?
Well, no, just Pyro Badshaw said, so in terms of antiquated means of messaging, I learned recently that the news agency Reuters started in 1851 by sending carrier pigeons between Brussels and Aachen in Germany. That would be great if we every so often a pigeon fluttered through the speckled Jim, fluttered through the window.
Forthy's got the pigeon, as I recall.
He did, yes, he did. I don't know if he. I'm sure he must have got rid of it by now. Let's see. Ramsub. Oh my goodness, I'm sorry, Ram. Ramsubramanian Sundaram Money. And the time it took me to say that, Rishad's delivered a ball and Shudman Gill has defended it into the on side. I will read your messages because there's 2 or 3 of them, but I'll hand them to Messi actually now. Hand them over to Messi, of course. 189 for 4, 229 the target. Rishad is in. Gill steps back, punches out towards mid on. Fielded by Nassum and another single. The thing here, though, that India do well, and they did it well against us, and New Zealand did it well, they paced their innings when they had to get to where they needed to be.
Yeah.
And they've got wickets in hand with the score, and they could so easily have chased the ball harder. 1 or 2 have got frustrated. That again is just a good example of defending when you need to.
Well, I think
pushed into the onside.
I think it's not necessarily that.
It's sort of like they worked out how 50 over cricket works.
Yeah, funny that. But at times they've gone, but you work out that Gill's probably going to stay there. Other people do have a license.
Tossed up, smashed by Rahul, beats the man at point, fielded though down towards cover, and they stroll another single. Singles will do. The equation is very much working in the favour of India here. Not a surprise. 38 off 56 is the target. A slip is in place because Bangladesh need to attack. That's defended again out towards point, and again there is no run. We've got
another 40 runs could have made this interesting.
We've still got that 3 men sort of ring tightly packed with a reinforced by a sweeper on the cover side, on the offside rather. A bearded and beautifully coiffured Rishad is over the wicket. Slightly short. It's pulled by Shubman Gill meaterly, mightily and magnificently, and to great effect out to mid-wicket for 4 runs. Oh, it's bloody Giuliani.
Can't remember what that one is.
For selecting his landscape seasons, there were 4.
Just dropped that one a little bit short, didn't he?
Like a high handicap golfer with a water hazard.
Yes.
I am just drawn to that sodding jingle. I can't stop myself, even though I know it's there. And the more I know it's there, the more I'm drawn to it. It's really weird.
It's kind of in the middle of the screen, that's why.
195 for 4.
Ransom Ramanian says one can never keep Phillips out of the game when it comes to fielding. His acrobatic catching and ground fielding puts him in the top bracket. I'm told he does 800 push-ups a day. No wonder. That's madness. Pirate Badger says, so in terms of you've read that already. Levi Qatar says, hi, I'm a new subscriber listening from beautiful Guyana.
Welcome.
Wonderful to have you with us.
In comes Mr. Fizzer, the Fizz. Left armour into the right-handed KL Rahul, who again defends into the onside, and there's no run. Partnership of 51 off 66 between these two.
Didn't some Colombian militia try and come over the border of Guyana last week? Was it Colombia that borders it, or was it Bolivia? One or the other.
Guyana is sort of detached from the rest of the Caribbean, isn't it?
It's on the north coast of South America.
Yeah. Right. In comes the Fizz. Over the wicket. And KL possibly could have thought about cutting or angling that down. In the end, he just straight bats it back to the bowler. And it's another dot ball. 34 or 52, they're in credit though. Not losing wickets, and they will get there. They just haven't made it particularly exciting in the process. But why should they? The most important thing is walk away from your first game with a win. You only play 3 games in a group. You don't want to be chucking games away by chasing too quickly. But totally you don't need to on a sticky wicket that's not that easy to make runs on.
Very much so.
In comes the fizz again. That's pushed back past him, pushed back straight, and
that's a good shot.
May well get 4 runs. Is it going to be hauled in? It is. I'm not quite sure who was that.
Don't know, I didn't see who it was, but it got 2.
It was a beautiful piece of fielding, and it was worth 2 runs.
Good
It was
shot.
a very elegant straight drive though, wasn't it?
Yeah, just blocked it back past the bowler. Good
Out
timing.
the textbook. Out the textbook. And I might also say a pretty decent piece of fielding, to be fair. It's the Will Smith lookalike, but I can't remember who that is.
Shanto?
No, I don't think so. Oh, it might be. Right. KL facing. Mustafizur in. Short. Pulled. Backward of square. Is there a man? Yes, there is. At deep backward square. They will walk another single. It's the walk of men who feel confident that they can get the job done, isn't it?
If you get past Jadeja, you think you might have a chance, but not.
Well, Hardick at first. Jadeja's a pretty tidy number 8, going back to our earlier
Well, that's what I
conversation.
mean. So you need one of these 2 and another 2 quick wickets, and basically you need a hat trick.
31 off 50. We nearly had 1 hat trick.
Yeah.
Rohit, hang your head. In comes Mr. Fizur. Punched by Shubers out towards mid-wicket, no run.
Wouldn't have had a game if he'd have actually caught that catch. It would have been.
Well, no, I think that's absolutely true. That seemed to be a pivotal moment.
Well, no, because Hardick dropped him about 5 overs later as well, didn't he? Same guy.
Yeah, but you would have been one extra. If you're 5 down, you're suddenly then 6 down. And you don't bat that deep.
And you were 33 at the time.
Yeah,
33 for 6.
It genuinely, I think, would have hastened proceedings dramatically. Shubman Gill steps out to leg and guides that towards cover, but short cover, and there's no run. Oh God, they like squeezing their flipping advertisements in between, in the middle of overs.
That was
the end of the over. Oh well, and over to you, Messrs.
Farong summons his inner Baldrick and says, "No, General, we definitely didn't eat a plump 5-pound pigeon bar." Yes. Ransom Romanian says, "Love the way you get to share the chats. Thank you." And Tahir Mohammed says, "What flavour are you vaping?" I don't care about the flavour. It's just
I'm straight tobacco vape. I did it to give up smoking fags, and I've been vaping for about 8 years now, I reckon.
Yeah, right. Same for me. I couldn't afford to keep smoking.
Yeah, same here.
Tanzim Saqib back into the attack.
Melon Boba is the base that I've got at the moment.
Oh, mine's just I mix my own, and I still smoke weed, which I have with tobacco.
I'm not allowed to jingle him a second time. It's a shame because he's got a really good jingle.
Well,
You're absolutely sure we can't play it?
Well, you could if you want to.
Well,
it's my general rule. It's more for T20s, and there's so many switches.
Well, here we are.
A synonym for slim and trim. Swim in the gym just on a whim. I do not go out on a limb. In this hymn, that's for Tanzim.
31 or 48 is near. I love the finish to that little flourish at the end. 198 for 4. The score. In comes Tanzim Saqib. That's pushed. They're going to have to hurry. Fielded at shortish mid-off. A forward tumble, throw and dive by... It is Taskin Ahmed. You're absolutely right. The Will Smith lookalike.
No, it's Shanto.
Oh, was that Shanto?
Yeah, Shanto.
Shanto and his panto. Well, it was a good piece of fielding. Had that hit,
I think
just
KL
might have been struggling.
He would have been struggling, but I think he was
on
just
heads.
over. He does look like Will Smith. Now you've got that in my head, you bastard.
Well, 199 for 4, 200's nearly up. Is it going to be up with this ball? No. Because it's just, it was turned into a full toss, actually. It was quite full and was pushed by Shubman Gill towards mid-on, and there was no run. That was the moment where watching that Jacker Ali drop.
Such a sitter too.
Yeah, he could have been run out 3 times as well.
Is it
Or
nerves?
twice.
I mean, at least he might have the famous Dubai Ring of Fire lights to. When that's pulled, a bit top edgy, but drops between short mid wicket and deep mid wicket, and they'll get a single. Possibly a bit fortunate. I think more likely he
That
kind
is
of
a 200.
it's 200 up, and more suggests he knows where the field is. More importantly, it's the delivery by our friends DP World of 20 more cricket kits, which we found out earlier what was in them.
Yeah.
And they
Pads.
sound very much
Well, like everything.
worth
Pads,
giving.
clip, gloves, bats, wickets, everything you need for a
29 from 45. Often the end comes quickly once it's in sight. Let's see if it happens here. Not on this occasion, because again we can see a batsman just not timing it. The bottom edges that down towards his toes, when we're in his head he was just steering that away backward a point.
They certainly won't want this to go to the last over. You'd have been out there again as well.
I don't think it will, but
No, I don't think it will. They won't want it to. I think they'll do it with
I mean, I say the denouement quite often
comes quite quick.
gathers pace, but
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure that's going to happen here. 29 or 44 is what's needed. 2 runs off this Tanzim Saqib over. That's full and driven, but driven straight to cover. There's no run.
Some big news. We have a new Patreon contributor.
Hey.
Nathan Wiesert has joined as a contributor to Patreon. Thank you very much, Nathan. We really appreciate it.
We are thrilled to have you. Thank you for that. There will be a little note coming your way when our Patreon editor gets to it and notices who's joined, and normally would send you a little thank you, welcome. I can say
Which
that
of us
because
is that, Tony?
Because that's
Is that
usually
you?
me. Yeah. As on to his toes goes KL Rahul.
I thought it was Messi.
Pushes to mid on. Well, it was for a while, and then he sort of drifted away from that responsibility. I
And
noticed,
hand it over to you.
and didn't really come running back. So
That's a fair
it's
comment.
currently me.
Yeah.
201 for 4. 43 overs completed. 28 needed, or 42 Messers.
Right, so Bangladesh have always come to the finishing line in certain matches versus India, but faltered in the past. India should get there and should keep milking the rung, says Ram Subramanian. Stephen Kelk says, finally escaped the boss man for another day. Well, we got a little bit left for you. And Tahir Mohammed says, they got to get rid of Shubman. What are you waiting for, guys? Turn this game around.
The chances to do that are running lower and lower. 28 is all that's needed of 42 balls. Nothing slows a run rate, though, more than taking wickets, as we know.
Absolutely, but they need a lot very quickly.
It's generally the Indians in the crowd who are looking chirpier, that's for sure. That's driven nicely. That's driven away. Does it beat extra cover? No, it doesn't, and it should therefore just be a single. KL Rahul on 28. Shubha's Gilly, whatever we've chosen to call him, none of which he would answer to, I'm sure.
How am I going to finish?
He's
at
on
decent time
86
today.
Yeah, I'm just I say I need to literally run out the door bare, but it's going to be tricky because of the various roadworks, traffic lights that are bizarre. And
I might have a little kip on the sofa and tell the missus it ended an hour later.
And wouldn't she check? She's not going to leap straight onto Crick Info and just go, hang on a moment.
No.
That's an absolute
My,
pile of bullshit.
my sister-in-law arrived yesterday as well.
Did she? Is that a reason for staying here?
No, I like it.
Bear in mind that these recordings are available at any time in the future.
Yeah, I know.
My suggestion
I'm
is
pretty,
a matter of
I'm
record.
pretty certain my wife will never listen to it.
Oh, but she might. She might well check Crick Info. Right. Second ball of this over from the left-in armour, who is worked away towards leg, and it's another easy peasy nudged single.
She's more like to be in a shopping centre than checking Crick Info.
Yes, well, indeed. I say my other half came our romantic weekend. She didn't come to the football. She came out for all the meals, but she missed the daytime. She missed the daytime drinking and the match.
That's a woman of taste.
And went shopping with her sister. Surprise, surprise.
Yes.
Right.
Women and shopping.
203 for 4. Cut.
Oh, that's
cut back with a point. That's 4 of them. That is a glorious cut shot from KL Rahul, and quite deservedly has got him 4 of these. Do not play Giuliani. I'm not going to.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Yeah, that was gloriously timed by KL Rahul. It's very sad. One thing struck me yesterday watching New Zealand Pakistan. I'll just hold that thought. 6 off this over. In comes the fizz again. Nicely defended to backup point this time by KL Rahul. So many fans in Karachi just leaving early when it was so clear that the game was up. You really, I mean, we all tend to like New Zealand, everybody's favourite second team and all that kind of stuff. But you really want your host nation to do well. You need them in the mix.
They were so poor yesterday, weren't they, on that chase?
I
mean, I do think they were a bit done by the fact as a man getting injured. Really disrupted the possibility of
6 off this over so far. The fizz is in. That's eased away out towards deep cover. Fielded by Jacarali, and he might be having a little think to himself, goodness me, if I'd have held that catch, how different might things be?
But it was really noticeable that Pakistan's batsmen don't take any risky shots. There's hardly any sweeps, reverse sweeps, and none of that ever happened.
21 from 37, and you've got 2 kind of master craftsmen here really at managing a chase and different types of conditions to do it. 87 for the tall Shubman Gill. As he faces the left armour, that'll be a wide, I think, because it kept low, didn't get up, signalled as a wide, and it's a free run really, or a free extra to the score. 20 now is the target for India. They seem to be in tidy order, strolling their way to it.
But Gill wants 13 of them if he can.
Yeah,
he does. Do you know what? Yes, I don't think that's on his mind. I just think they're too professional, too focused. I'm sure he would, but he's not gonna. It's not a hill he'll die on, providing the team gets there. I genuinely think that one's nicely nudged out to mid-wicket, and he walks. He could barely walk that slower, in fact, to demonstrate just how relaxed he actually is. It is the end of the over, and India are cruising. 19 is what they need now. Messers.
Ramsam Romanian says, looking at this match in Dubai, India on winning the toss should bat first. Eric wants to know if Steve has been breaking rocks or sewing mailbags. Tahir says, you've got to take these chances, catch and run outs. It's ridiculous. Yeah, they have missed several run outs as well, haven't they? If you're going to beat India, you've got to give it the full 100%.
Yeah, well, there was certainly a miss-stumping by KL Rahul, but that, obviously that didn't it helped Bangladesh. Smashed a little bit on the up by Shubman Gill. Having said he's not got that 100 on his mind, he didn't catch that at all. It was uppish, but it dropped well short of Shanto at mid-off. I'm trying to think of any kind of rhyme at all.
Panto.
Well, no, that would link him to Will Smith. Then it'll be fully locked in my head on his look, as it were. Will Smith in Panto, must be Shanto. There we go, I've got it. That's up in the air. It's flicked off his toes. It's going to go miles past deep mid-wicket. And you know what I was saying is towards the end things can accelerate. Well, they just have to the tune of 6 there, courtesy of Shubman Gill. And you know I said he's not bothered about his 100. Well, you can forget that as well.
I reckon he is.
You can forget that as well. Apart from that, I've been absolutely right on everything.
He only needs another one of those and he'll get his ton.
76 trombones, no meters, that was.
So he's already got 7 centuries in 50 games, which is amazing.
Yeah, he's on a hot streak. He's Shubman Gill. He's annoyed with himself for that, though, because he just steered it straight to cover and he was looking to thread the ball.
You can have a hot streak all the way through the tournament except for the final.
Well, the final would then be Dubai if India make it, of course. Whoever it's against.
Well, yeah, and New Zealand, India is the last group game in this, isn't it? This group.
Yes. I think it is. You're absolutely right.
So by that point, both teams could be basically on 4 points.
Smeared away to backward square. He's got 4. He's on to 98 now. And the target is dropped by 4 more.
Only 9 runs required. 2 for him.
So he absolutely. And that was a very happy looking. Although if he is happy looking, Gautam, you wouldn't actually know, would you?
No.
He's got one facial expression to cover just about every emotion. I'm sure. when he's not managing his cricket team, that may not be true. We'd have to ask Mrs. Gambier. That one is angled in to Shubman Gill by Tanzim, but again they can take a single. So we'll move on to 99 and take a single. But there is only 1 ball left of this 45th over, and as they need 8, which KL Rahul is unlikely to hit off the last ball, barring 2 wides and then a 6. It should give Shubman Gill the chance possibly to hit the winning runs, definitely to get to his 100, assuming he doesn't get out in the process. He's on 99 from 123, and 8 off 31 is the now fairly easy target. It's not been spectacular, Bear, but it hasn't.
No, it's been a pretty dull game, really.
Well, I think we might see more of these in Dubai. That's the thing.
Well, yeah, but if you can get scored 260, they become more interesting.
Tanzim
right?
in. KL Rahul has read the memo from Gautam Gambhir that says, stay where you are, let Shubhas get his century and probably the winning runs at the same time.
That's what I mean. I think if you get scores of 260 here, back in
221 for 4.
It becomes very interesting. Imagine if they need another 40 runs now.
Messers.
Kieran Roseblade says, Bangladesh is showing they have better game management and more cricket maturity than England do here. I'm impressed by their performance, really. So am I, actually.
Well, they've done all right considering where they were at, and they just got themselves in a massive hole, didn't they?
Ravi Natarajan says, Bear, if your wife brings in more dough than you've got nothing to worry about.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's not the case, though.
Right, 221 for 4. Shubman Gill, 8 needed, 30 balls. It's not really the balls and runs now. It's will it finish this over, and will Shubman Gill? All he needs is 1 to get to his another century. Oh, that's beaten his outside edge. It was a slower ball, a cutter, I think, there. And it foxed him, didn't it?
Yeah.
Beat his outside edge. It was a very indeterminate shot. Possibly one of a man who's just...
Well, he was just trying to guide it down to the 3rd man, wasn't he, for his single and his 100.
He's gone away to have a little word with himself. He's consulting with KL Rahul. And of course, with a man, Shubman Gill, about to get 100, the camera immediately goes to Virat Kohli, thinking, what would Virat Kohli be thinking now? Let's go and have a look at him. Taskin in, driven by Shubman Gill. He's going to take a single, then he's going to take a quick single, and he's there. He's got his 100. He's the second centurion of this match. 100 for him off 125 balls. It will be the match-winning innings. There's an argument for Axar Patel being man of the match. But
Axar Patel, no, it's Mohammed Shami, maybe 5 wickets.
Oh, a 5 of course for Shami, but I think possibly judging a difficult chase when a couple of wickets had gone down.
Well, Axar Patel, he got about 10 runs.
No, I'm thinking more about the hat-trick he didn't quite get.
Oh, right.
I think Rohit should be bunging the adjudicators a few rupees to get to throw it his way as a consolation. What am I looking for? I'm looking for millstones, aren't I? Here we go, because he's one of these.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100.
Congratulations,
sir. You
guides
are
this out
a
to
centurion.
Deep cover, our friend Jackarali Fields. It'll be 1 more to the score.
Yeah,
I did like seeing him take his helmet off and just the sheer joy on his face.
Yeah, good for him.
Got that was
roundly applauded by his colleagues. How you're in the heat of Dubai. It's probably sweaty out there. He's just.
Well, it's only 24 degrees there at the moment, and it's not humid. So
well, I was going to say the lad doesn't
right.
look like he's raised a drop of sweat, does he? Bunted that into the ground.
Gets
up
just
in
as
the
hot
air,
in
back to the
India,
bowler.
really, doesn't it? I mean, they have some crazy heat there, so he's probably used to it.
we were saying earlier, I can't remember if you were here, when we look at we're looking at the scoring map, which is built into, the graphic is built into a sort of AI representation of Dubai, but every seat is taken.
Yeah.
it's a full crowd. Shubman Gill, he's on 100. Well, here is the tantalising equation, of course. Don't they need 6 to win, and he's already got his 100. Is he going to go for the big finish? No. He's going to defend it back to Taskin, and there will be no run. A bit of a wry smile from Shubbers. Said, I don't have to hurry, mate. Don't you go tempting me with those floaty Yorkers. If it's not there to be hit, I'm not going to hit it. He's a cool customer, isn't he? He's a cool customer.
Yeah, he's batted very well.
223 for 4. 229 the target. 6, of course, therefore, is needed. I can think of many players who will definitely go for it with a big hit. He's got 6 wickets in the hutch, so it would be very, very low to no risk were he to try and do that. He might want the red inker. In comes Taskin. He's playing like he wants the red inker because he's just nudged this out to mid-wicket, and again there's no run. It's 46 overs complete, just 2 off that Taskin over. One of them got Shubman Gill to his 100, and it's 223 for 4 with 6 still needed off the last 4 overs, Messrs.
Yes, well, this innings has brought his ODI average up by a couple, so it's now at 62.49, which isn't too bad. I have a tweet here, a message here, which is actually very nice. Ramsabmarham.
That's easy for you to say.
He says, I have to say you pronounce my name correctly every time.
Except that time.
You can,
that's the kiss of death, wasn't it?
He says you can just say Ram. I'm very relieved at that, Ram. Thank you. Are we nearly there yet, says Eric J? Yes,
we are.
We are very nearly.
Very nearly. 6 needed, 24
Banu
balls.
Prakash says that 6 nearly landed in Mumbai.
Right, Tanzim has the somewhat thankless task of seeing if he can take the game into the 48th over. He's going to have to go for less than 6 if he's to do that. That's short, wide and cut, but there is a man on the cover boundary. Indeed there is, and it will just be a single for KL, who's really sort of lent sort of comfortably now into the support role, hasn't he, as KL? 35 off 46. He's more than happy to let Shubman Gill take the glory that he justly deserves, I think. 5 now is what is needed. KL Rahul looks hugely unflustered. He's just adjusting his glove, wondering maybe, am I going to have to face another ball or not? Flicked uppishly out towards deep mid-wicket. It's going to be fielded by Jacarali, though. They should come back for 2.
No,
Did they take He just took the 1.
Just took the 1. Definitely 2 there.
Shubbers has got his landmark. He's on 101. He doesn't mind if KL has the chance to finish it, I am sure. And well, we can't hear what's being said on the TV, but what I suspect is it's a how much of a difference did Jacarali's drop makes? I'm not sure it would have been terminal for India, but it certainly didn't help. There it is. There's the win. It's pulled by KL Rahul. He would almost given it the blessing of Shubman Gill by not taking a second run off the previous delivery. It was short by Tanzim. It was pulled over backward square by KL, and India have won this game by 6 wickets. But it hasn't always been easy. One of these, though, does the job at the end.
One told over the line, sweet Jesus, one told over the line.
So, New Zealand have won yesterday against Pakistan. India have won here today in Dubai by 6 wickets against Bangladesh, who at one stage in this game really looked like it would probably be all over within a couple of hours. 35 for 5 they were, but a drop catch, then another drop catch, then a miss stumping, all meant that in the end there was a phenomenal partnership between Hridoy, who struggled his way to 100 just about with cramp, and who was he in with? Jacarali,
who got 60 odd.
Yeah, so a fabulous partnership, got them to a competitive score.
Well, not quite competitive enough, wasn't it? They need another 30 or 40.
Clearly not enough. India, they had their stumbles as well, for sure, but a ton from Shubman Gill, brilliantly supported by KL Rahul, has meant that reasonably comfortably
Rohit got them off to a reasonable start.
Rohit got them off to a decent start. Cuddles and congratulations all round for India. And, well, it's been fun, as it always has been, if not the most sparkling of games. I'm sure we'll see better and closer.
Yeah.
But it was enthralling. Right, Messers, final messages.
Yeah, Karen Roseblade says, thanks for the commentary, Gorillas. Brilliant as always. The most important thing when you find yourself in a hole is to stop digging. England don't realise this, though. Tahir Mohammed says, if West Indies are qualified, which group would they be playing in? We don't know. It's all fixed.
It's all fixed, so that Pakistan and India are in the same group, isn't it?
Jay Grover says, all be on the lash come Saturday. Drunken super chats are high. Excellent.
Yeah, it's lovely.
Mike says, if India win versus Pakistan in a tight match but get clobbered by New Zealand and Pakistan do the same to Bangladesh, I imagine that'll still knock India out. No, because Pakistan need to win 2 games to qualify. They've already lost 1, so if they lose to India, they'll definitely be out. OK Media says, points that out. Stephen Kelk says, thanks for the covers, guys, even if the boss man took it all from me. And I will now pay €50 super chat for every over Duckett Bowls this tournament. It was $10. Well, you've increased 50 times fuck all is exactly the same as 10 times.
Sadly, I don't think that increases the odds of it happening.
Yeah, unless we can bribe someone in the England camp.
Yeah. Yeah, it's starting to be worth it now, isn't it?
Yeah. Anyone got Brendan's number?
If Stephen's good for the money. I mean, if he bowled 4 overs a game in 3 games, that's that's €100 you'd be up for, Stephen. I'm not sure you really want to commit to that. And New Zealand leading the table, says Banu Prakash. She's correct, yes. So
right.
Thank you all very much. We'll be back tomorrow. We are back in Pakistan.
We're in Karachi, and it's Afghanistan against South Africa.
Should be a goodie, actually.
I think it'll be very interesting. Until then, which will come roll around all too soon.
Indeed.
We'll see you then. Oh,
well,
that's
got to
me.
play the theme tune, mate.
Okay.
I forgot I was in the driving seat. Thank you, Messers. Magnificent as ever.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you all for being with us.
Take care.
Guerrilla crickets. Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act.